Chapter 1753, the 7th level. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wushuang had already been in seclusion for 500 years. In a secret room in the Sword Star. King of Venomous Worms, your speed of recovery is really slow. Even though it has already been 500 years, you have still not precipitated a single ancient god star, Jin Wushuang complained. It will be soon. At most, it will take another 100 years for the first ancient god star to be restored. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jin Wushuang's mind. Jin Wushuang, you should be content with your current situation. Do you think that it is so easy to restore the ancient god stars? Fortunately, I have already transformed into a full-foot plenilune and my speed of recovery is many times faster than before. If not, under normal circumstances, when all 6 ancient god stars of a 6-star royal ancient god are destroyed, even with a plenilune helping you to recover with its full power, it would at least take tens of thousands of years for you to recover to your peak. Tens of thousands of years? Jin Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration. He had heard from the King of Venomous Worms a long time ago that the cost of using the star destruction skill was extremely high for ancient gods. If not for them giving their all, the ancient gods would absolutely not use it easily. Moreover, even if they were to use it, under normal circumstances, they would only destroy 1 or 2 stars. Only lunatics would destroy 6 stars in one go. It was only because of the fact that Jin Wushuang was forced into a situation where he had no choice but to destroy 6 stars in one go. King of Venomous Worms, with your speed, how long will it take to restore all 6 stars? Jin Wushuang could not help but ask. It will not take long. It will probably take about 7,000 to 8,000 years of time for me to restore them. Jin Wushuang, do you think that you have the right to complain? These 6 stars do not require you to precipitate them slowly. Instead, it is purely dependent on me working desperately hard to restore them. Even with this, are you still not satisfied? The King of Venomous Worms said with dissatisfaction. Jin Wushuang could not help but laugh. Plenilunes were born together with an ancient god. To ancient gods, plenilunes were extremely important. They did not merely help in terms of recovering divine power and injuries. Moreover, even the destroyed ancient god stars were dependent on the plenilunes to restore them. If the ancient gods were to rely on themselves to restore the ancient god stars, it would not be as simple as tens of thousands of years. Instead, it might even take hundreds of thousands of years. As for the 500 years that Jin Wushuang had been in seclusion, it was the King of Venomous Worms who had done his best to help him restore the destroyed ancient god star. As for Jin Wushuang, he had placed most of his attention in that one shocking palm in his head. That palm was the opportunity that the super expert, 1-star man, had bestowed upon him in the Buddhist Demon Sea. Extermination Palm of Reincarnation. This palm contained an infinite amount of reincarnation power. To Jin Wushuang, this palm was so profound that it was impressive. During the past 500 years, he had been doing his utmost best to comprehend the palm. However, he had only managed to scratch its surface. However, even though he had only scratched the surface, he was still over the moon. Extermination Palm of Reincarnation. This palm seemed to contain the whole reincarnation doctrine, Jin Wushuang murmured. He then closed his eyes again, and the shocking palm appeared in his head again. Jin Wushuang also continued to comprehend. As he comprehended, he absorbed the pure power that the demon cores contained at the same time. Hence, he lost no time in doing both things at the same time. After all, it was very easy to absorb the demon cores as he only needed to leave a small bit of his consciousness outside. Time passed by slowly. In a flash, another 1,500 years passed. In the secret room, Jin Wushuang had closed his eyes and he was sitting down with his legs crossed. However, from his right palm, a vast amount of reincarnation power had emerged. Jin Wushuang's level of comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already achieved the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Hence, he could control a great amount of reincarnation power. At that moment, Jin Wushuang swung his right hand, which contained a vast amount of reincarnation power, toward the void in front of him. He had unleashed this movement according to the way of using the shocking palm in his head. After comprehending with great effort for 2,000 years, although he was unable to fully comprehend the real secrets within the palm, he could already just about use the move itself. Every time that he swung his palm, Jin Wushuang did not use his divine power. Many palm prints that contained reincarnation power were unleashed, and it would shake the void every time it was unleashed. Jin Wushuang was practicing repeatedly. During this period of time, it was unknown how many times he had repeated the same movement. However, all of a sudden, buzz! A palm print materialized completely at the void in front of Jin Wushuang, and it was sent out with a great amount of power. Rustle. Although it did not contain any divine power, the palm still created many ripples in the void, and it almost broke open the void completely. Jin Wushuang's eyes, which had been closed tightly, finally opened, and a delighted expression emerged from his eyes. There's finally something. Jin Wushuang was over the moon. Over the past 2,000 years, he had been studying and comprehending the shocking palm in his head intensively. All he wanted to do was to grasp how to use the palm for real. However, after practicing many times and studying intensively for a long period of time, he was still unable to bring forth the hidden secrets in the palm in the end. Hence, he was totally unable to do it the same way as the palm, where he would combine a great amount of reincarnation power perfectly and unleash a frightening amount of power. Against that, Jin Wushuang could not do anything. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to learn how to use the palm. At the very least, it was impossible for him at that moment. Hence, he could only mimic it. He would mimic the palm to the best of his abilities. He would mimic the way it was used, and also mimic some special secrets that the palm contained. After studying intensively for hundreds of years and practicing for countless times, he had finally managed to imitate it with some difficulty. As soon as he imitated it successfully, Jin Wushuang realized that the conditions were ripe, and his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine achieved a whole new level. Putting it another way, he had opened up a new door. The 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. Jin Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He could feel that the amount of reincarnation power that he could control had risen like never before. Such a kind of improvement was a transformation in terms of quality, and it was completely different from before. For him to have such a change meant that his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had made a breakthrough. He had reached the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace from his original level of being at the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Although it seemed to be only one step between these two levels, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. It must be known that even if one were extremely talented in comprehension, the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace was still at the level of a real god. As for the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace, it was the level of an almighty. My comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine have both achieved the top of the 6th level already. Moreover, I am more proficient in comprehending the space-time doctrine. Hence, I originally thought that even if I were to make a breakthrough in the future, my space-time doctrine would definitely be the first one to make a breakthrough. However, I did not expect my reincarnation doctrine to actually make a breakthrough first. Jin Wushuang laughed. Since his reincarnation doctrine had made a breakthrough to achieve the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace, his abilities would skyrocket. At the very least, his attack power would achieve a new level. However, if his space-time doctrine were to make a breakthrough, it would probably influence his abilities to a greater extent. No matter what, it's a good thing for me to have made a breakthrough. Moreover, I have barely managed to mimic that palm. Let me have a try. Jin Wushuang was excited, and he raised his palm again. This time around, his palm did not only contain a vast amount of reincarnation power. Instead, it also contained a small bit of divine power. In a split second, he swung his palm. Chapter 1754. The third stage of Ultimate Real God Hong. Then, the void before Jin Wushuang shattered like a piece of paper. He felt the power contained in his palm, and Jin Wushuang revealed a smile. I reckon that my palm could only give play to 1/100th of a 1-star man, or maybe even 1/10,000th of his power. Even so, it is extremely powerful. Jin Wushuang was shocked. The degree of the scariness of the palm that the 1-star man had left in his head was far beyond Jin Wushuang's imagination. Even if it was only 1/100th or 1/10,000th of the power, it was still considered an extremely powerful, unique skill. My palm is also driven by the power of reincarnation. Its name will be Reincarnation Palm then. Jian Wushuang muttered. Just then, Jian Wushuang was stunned. This feeling, there was excitement in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Ha! In these 2,000 years, although I only absorbed some demon cores occasionally, the accumulated divine power is extremely vast. Now, I can finally precipitate the 100th drop of ultimate divine power droplet? Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and he could feel the changes in his body. In the ocean of divine power, there were originally 99 drops of ultimate divine power droplet floated there. But then, an enormous amount of divine power billowed, and it started to precipitate the 100th drop of ultimate divine power droplet. The speed of precipitation was shocking. Jian Wushuang didn't need to do anything. Everything happened naturally. In a short while, the 100th ultimate divine power droplet was finally completed. It succeeded. Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement. The 100th ultimate divine power droplet marked the completion of divine power. Jian Wushuang had reached the limit of real God stage. The moment it was precipitated, Jian Wushuang immediately felt his divine power and divine body start to transform at a shocking speed. Such a transformation was much bigger compared to the transformation when he had leveled up to the second stage from the first stage of ultimate real God. His divine power was increasing madly in strength and quality. For instance, if Jian Wushuang's divine power strength before could merely shatter a 10,000 gene rock, he could easily break a tens of thousands of gene rock as his divine power grew stronger. A tens of thousands of gene rock, and his power continued to grow at a shocking speed. The same applied to his divine body. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and fully focused on the transformation of his divine power and divine body. The time flew past and half a day passed. Jian Wushuang's transformation finally slowed down. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes shot open, and there was a burst of light. I'm finally at the third stage of ultimate real God. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand, and there was suddenly an explosive strength that burst out. In Jian Wushuang's perception, the terrifying explosion of divine power was at least 100 times stronger. One should know that his previous divine power explosion was already at Sir God level. This breakthrough brings about a drastic change in me, Jian Wushuang muttered. At the second stage of ultimate real God, divine power and divine body could be compared to an ordinary Sir God's. Once he reached the third stage of ultimate real God, his divine power and divine body was at the level of Emperor God. Sir God and Emperor God, both were almighties. It looked like it was just a different realm, but in actual fact, the difference was vast. When he was in Buddhist Demon Sea, Jian Wushuang had dealt with 5 Sir Gods, and they had even set up the killing formation of 9 cuts. But he had relied on his trump cards to break the killing formation of 9 cuts and killed one of them. After he met Emperor God Xuegu. However, Emperor God Xuegu alone had made Jian Wushuang go all out. He stopped at nothing. He had even performed the secret skill of Star Palace, but he couldn't match him evenly. That was the difference between Emperor God and Sir God. The difference was first displayed in divine power and divine body. The divine power and divine body of an Emperor God was 100 times stronger than an ordinary Sir God's. Secondly, an Emperor God's comprehension towards power of Heaven Way definitely already reached the standard of the 8th level of Doctrine Palace. Sir God was merely on the 7th. The difference in the aspect was shockingly huge too. It led to the power of Emperor God that could suppress a Sir God like breaking a piece of dead wood. As for the difference between an Emperor God and a Great Emperor, it was even more ridiculous. Then, Jian Wushuang had reached the third stage of ultimate real God. At least in terms of divine power and divine body, he was already even-handed with an Emperor God. Merely relying on such ferocious divine power, he could wipe out all Sir Gods theoretically. Back then, real God Wu Bei was considered extremely strong among Sir God because he had reached the third stage of ultimate real God. It's a pity that his comprehension towards Heaven Way was too low, Jian Wushuang said. Real God Wu Bei knew that his comprehension towards Heaven Way wasn't high. He had only comprehended one power of Heaven Way, and he had barely reached the standard of the 6th level in Doctrine Palace. He was very far away from the peak of the 6th level. Many real gods on Real God ranking list had a higher level of comprehension towards power of Heaven Way than him. Hence, Even though he had fierce divine power and a divine body, real god Wu Bei could only suppress an ordinary Sir God. If he were to run into any top Sir Gods, he might not be the Sir God's match. However, Jin Wushuang was totally different. His comprehension of Heaven Wei was far higher than real god Wu Bai's. His comprehension of reincarnation doctrine itself already reached the 7th level in Doctrine Palace, which was on par with an almighty. Besides, he had many tricks and secret skills that real god Wu Bei couldn't compare to favorably. Forget about the others. Merely the fact that he possessed the 4 Ancient God unique skill and 3 Ancient God secret skill was already sufficient for him to let out his fighting power flawlessly. With that, he was confident to wipe out any Sir Gods. In addition to that, there was the Hong Jun Golden Sword, Mountain River Map, secret skill of Star Palace, and other trump cards. Jin Wushuang was confident to fight a battle with an ordinary Emperor God. Even if he were to run into experts like Emperor God Xuegu, he could match evenly even if he didn't go all out. My power has increased too greatly, Jin Wushuang smiled, but he quickly calmed down. I reached the 3rd stage of Ultimate Real God, which is the peak of Ultimate Real God. Next, it will be the 7th step of Inverse Cultivation, and to become an Almighty. However, I haven't gotten the 7th step of Inverse Cultivation skill yet. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Inverse Cultivation skills were very rarely seen. The first 5 steps were easy, but from the 6 steps onwards, it wasn't easily obtainable by any ordinary people. Jin Wushuang was lucky that he had run into the birth of real god Wu Bai's cave dwelling, and he had obtained the 6th step of Inverse Cultivation skill from him. As a result, he had reached the 3rd stage of Ultimate Real God. However, the 7th step after the 6th, the 7th step of Inverse Cultivation skill, even real god Wu Bei didn't get it back then. If Jin Wushuang wanted to become an almighty, he had to first obtain the 7th step of Inverse Cultivation skill. Chapter 1755. Come out of seclusion. I remember that back then, real god Wu Bei has said before that he knew where the training method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator was. However, it's a pity that that person is very reserved and old. Hence, real god Wu Bei did not even have a chance to interact with him. Jin Wushuang said, for such a reserved expert, he must be someone who can shake the world and the palace master should know about him. After coming out of seclusion, I will have to go and ask him. After thinking about that, Jin Wushuang calmed his mind down completely. After that, he continued to comprehend the shocking palm in his head. There is a unique method to use this palm, and it includes a method to use the reincarnation power as well. Although it's a palm skill, it can only be applied to sword principles. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes. No matter what shocking moves he possessed, he would never forget that he was a person who studied the sword. Sword principles were his root. For example, learning how to use the reincarnation palm by mimicking and studying the shocking palm was only for the sake of paving a way for him to study his sword principles. It was only by studying the palm in his head thoroughly that he could slowly develop it and create a sword principle that belonged to him. Jin Wushuang continued to comprehend, and the king of venomous worms also continued to restore his ancient god stars. It was extremely difficult to restore the ancient god stars, especially if all 6 stars were destroyed. Even with a full-foot plenilune like the king of venomous worms helping him to restore the ancient god stars with its full power, it would still require a very long time. Jin Wushuang had been prepared for it for a long time. Time passed by quickly. In a flash, Jin Wushuang had been in seclusion for a total of 7,800 years. In the secret room, Jin Wushuang was still sitting down with his legs crossed. In the space between his eyebrows, there were originally 5 ancient god stars. At present, the 6th dark golden ancient god star had started to precipitate slowly, and such a kind of precipitation carried on for more than half a month before the ancient god star had completely precipitated out. It's finally done. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jin Wushuang's head, and its voice was filled with fatigue. King of venomous worms, thank you very much, Jin Wushuang said gratefully. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he was also glad that he had a battle companion like the king of venomous worms who could fight side by side with him. Over the time the king of venomous worms lived inside his body, the king of venomous worms had given him a lot of help. Even though he already possessed the fighting capabilities of an almighty, and he was not considered weak among the almighties, the king of venomous worms was still able to help him considerably. Be it the intense battles in the Buddhist demon sea back then, or the experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace who he helped to stop, the king of venomous worms had assisted him greatly. For example, for the past few years, the restoration of his ancient god stars and the recovery of the injuries in his body had all been dependent on the power of the king of venomous worms alone. If he did not have the king of venomous worms, he would have died many times. Moreover, the injuries in his body, as well as the destroyed ancient god stars, would also not have taken such a short period of time to recover. There is no need to stand on ceremony. If you really want to thank me, please make a breakthrough and become an almighty as early as possible. I am excited just thinking about an inverse cultivator at the level of an almighty, the king of venomous worms said. Jin Wushuang could not help but laugh. With the seclusion this time around, my injuries and abilities have completely recovered. Moreover, I have made a breakthrough to Stage 3 Ultimate Real God, and the comprehension of my reincarnation doctrine has achieved the 7th level of the Doctrine Palace. Furthermore, I have managed to come up with the reincarnation palm by comprehending and studying intensively. In terms of my sword principles, they have also improved considerably. I can say that my gains are really huge. The only thing that I feel is that it is a pity that my comprehension of the space-time doctrine is still at the top of the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace, Jin Wushuang muttered. The space-time doctrine was closely related to the Hongjun Golden Swords and moon-picking skill. As soon as it made a breakthrough, it would affect his abilities as a whole greatly. However, it was a pity that such a breakthrough was not something that he could achieve even though he wanted it. For example, for the comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine, he was fortunate enough to obtain an opportunity that was bestowed upon him by the one-star man. By comprehending the shocking palm which contained an infinite amount of reincarnation power in his mind, he came to a realization and made a breakthrough as a result. However, in terms of the space-time doctrine, he did not come across any opportunity. Since my gains are extremely huge, I am satisfied. It's time for me to come out of seclusion, Jian Wushuang laughed. On that very day, Jian Wushuang, who had secluded himself in the secret room for a total of 7,800 years, finally came out of seclusion. For the battle in the Buddhist demon sea back then, only a few people who were the higher-ups of the lineage of Star knew about it. However, they did not make this information public. Hence, when Jian Wushuang secluded himself and came out of seclusion, it did not cause any huge commotion. In a cave which was completely composed of special gems, Jian Wushuang and Hall Master Yuan sat together, and there was good wine and delicious food in front of them. Jian Wushuang, congratulations. Not only did you recover from your injuries, your abilities have increased greatly as well, Hall Master Yuan laughed. When Hall Master Yuan saw Jian Wushuang for the first time after he came out of seclusion, he could tell that Jian Wushuang was extremely different from before he had secluded himself. After asking him, Hall Master Yuan came to know that Jian Wushuang had made a huge breakthrough during his seclusion. Before your seclusion, you could destroy the killing formation of 9 cuts that was formed by 5 Sir Gods teaming up. But now, your abilities are definitely stronger. Which level have you really achieved? Hall Master Yuan could not help but ask. I should be invincible among Sir Gods. Even if I were to come across a normal Emperor God, I should be able to fight with him head-on, Jian Wushuang laughed. Invincible among Sir Gods? Hall Master Yuan's eyes brightened up at once. He knew what kind of person Jian Wushuang was. Since he had dared to say that, it meant that he was absolutely sure of it. That's great. There's finally another super-existence who can intimidate the eternal chaotic world in the lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan was over the moon. In the eternal chaotic world, an almighty was already considered someone with great authority. However, to a top, big powerhouse like the lineage of Star, only Emperor God-level fighting capabilities could intimidate everyone. As for Sir Gods, they still did not have the right to do so. Previously, the lineage of Star had only had the Star Palace Master, the only Emperor God. However, due to the secret skill of Star Palace, the Star Palace Master was a huge deterrent. However, putting the Star Palace Master aside, the lineage of Star only had 2 almighties, and they were Hall Master Shi Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian. Moreover, they were only Sir Gods. To other big powerhouses who were similar to the soaring Heaven King Palace, such Sir Gods were not much of a deterrent. However, with the emergence of Jian Wushuang, a top expert who was invincible among Sir Gods and could also compete with Emperor Gods, it was also enough to intimidate everyone. To the lineage of Star, it was something significant. Hall Master Yuan, I came to find you as I wanted to ask you a question, Jian Wushuang said abruptly. Tell me more about it, Hall Master Yuan laughed. You also know that I have achieved the highest level of a real god, and if I were to take another step forward, I would be going for Almighty. However, to make a breakthrough to Almighty, I first need to obtain the training method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator. Hence, do you know who possesses this method? Jian Wushuang asked. Although Hall Master Yuan was not an Almighty, his identity was very special. The big and small matters in the lineage of Star, as well as many matters of the Sanctuary Alliance, were all taken care of by him. Comparing judgment levels, his level of judgment was not inferior to a normal Emperor God. Therefore, he would know who possessed the 7th step of an inverse cultivator. The training method of the 7th step of an inverse cultivator? Hall Master Yuan squinted his eyes. After muttering to himself for some time, he nodded his head slowly. Indeed, I know who possesses this method. However, it will be extremely difficult for you to obtain the training method from him. Chapter 1756. The Strongest Man, Emperor Bai. Who is it exactly? Jian Wushuang couldn't help but ask. He was also very curious about in whose hand the inverse cultivation skill was. One should know that real god Wu Bei was also an arrogant Sir God when he was at his zenith. Plus, he had a white blaze fruit tree and also a certain capital. However, real god Wu Bei didn't even stand a chance to see the expert. Who exactly was the exceedingly great person that real god Wu Bei couldn't see even though he wanted to? Jian Wushuang, you have been in Sanctuary Alliance for so long. You should have a certain understanding of the Almighty's in eternal chaotic world, right? Hall Master Yuan asked. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. How about Great Emperor? Hall Master said. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He knew about the Almighty's in eternal chaotic world. That was the truth. For instance, he could immediately recognize Emperor God Shuegu the moment he used his divine weapon. However, he only knew some of the Sir Gods and Emperor Gods, and he only had a brief understanding of them. As for great emperors, Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the great emperors. Would the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill be in a great emperor's hand? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, and he isn't any ordinary great emperor, Hall Master Yuan continued. Jian Wushuang, you know that Sanctuary Alliance is a definite overlord of eternal chaotic world, and the ones in the highest position in Sanctuary Alliance are the super experts at Great Emperor level. Do you know how many Great Emperors there are in Sanctuary Alliance? Jian Wushuang shook his head. 13 of them. Hall Master Yuan read out a number. Jian Wushuang was surprised. It wasn't because he found the number huge, but there were too few. One must know that Sanctuary Alliance gathered all forces in Eternal Chaotic World and solo experts in the 10 sanctuaries. Just how few there were. Among the 13 great emperors, there are masters of the 10 sanctuaries. For instance, Purple Moon Great Emperor of Purple Moon Sanctuary, Colored Glaze Emperor of Colored Glaze Sanctuary, East Royal Emperor from East Royal Sanctuary. Besides the 10 sanctuaries, there are 3 other great emperors. Although the 3 great emperors didn't conquer any sanctuaries, their individual powers are enough to shake one. Among the 3 great emperors, one of them is Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai also has another title. He is the strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. The strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance? The title was definitely highly valuable. Hall Master paused and continued. Regardless of Sir Gods or Emperor Gods, there is a distance of power in between. Same applies to great emperors. Among the 13 Emperor Gods in Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai is no doubt the number one. His power was widely recognized long ago. Many years ago, at the beginning when Sanctuary Alliance first established, Emperor Bai launched an attack before. He did it in front of the experts, and he killed another great emperor with a thunderous method. Killed another great emperor? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Jian Wushuang, you should know that when one reaches great emperor level, he will be the strongest existence in eternal chaotic world. Since the collapse of ancient times and the first era, eternal chaotic world has never had anyone stronger than a great emperor, while all the great emperors have the ability to split heaven and earth. They possess unbelievably strong power, and their defensive skills are impressive. Under normal circumstances, as both parties are great emperors, even if they couldn't be evenly matched, they should be able to stay alive. Just like the other 12 great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, it would be difficult even for the strongest to kill the weakest. It is almost impossible. Only Emperor White has the capability to kill a great emperor, and with ease. Tell me now, does Emperor Bai qualify to be the strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Of course he's qualified. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He could kill another great emperor. That itself showed Emperor Bai's power. Hall Master Yuan, as you brought up about Emperor Bai, would the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill be in the hands of this Emperor Bai? Jian Wushuang asked. You're right. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Emperor White should be the only one in Eternal World that has it, because he is the one and only inverse cultivator at the almighty level in Eternal Chaotic World. Hall Master Yuan said. What? Jian Wushuang stood up, and he looked surprised. Emperor Bai is an inverse cultivator? Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Since the 2nd era until now, there were some inverse cultivators, but most of them died during inverse cultivation tests. There are only 2 people who passed all inverse cultivation tests and reached the 6th step of inverse cultivation, who are Real God Wu Bei and Emperor Bai. Of course, you're the 3rd one now, and you have already surpassed Real God Wu Bei. If you were to improve further, you might be able to stand side by side with Emperor Bai. It is also because Emperor Bai is an inverse cultivator. That's why he is so ridiculously powerful and terrifying. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and he was astonished. It was true. Inverse cultivators were ridiculous. He was merely on the 6th step, the 3rd stage of Ultimate Real God, but he was confident in being evenly matched with an ordinary Emperor God. If he were to improve further, reach the 7th step of inverse cultivation, and become an almighty, his fighting power would easily reach the great emperor level. If his comprehension of Heaven Wei were to enhance slightly and reach the level to be compared favorably with an ordinary great emperor, he would be able to kill a great emperor of the same level with ease at his advantageous position as an inverse cultivator. Emperor Bai had obviously reached that level. Jian Wushuang, it's needless for me to tell you how amazing Emperor Bai is. His title as the strongest man in Sanctuary Alliance should reveal that. Emperor Bai is also an ancient existence. His antiquity is far beyond your imagination. There are even rumors that said that he is an expert from the 1st era. Such an ancient almighty doesn't have any relatives or disciples and is unrestrained. Although he carries the name of Alliance leader in Sanctuary Alliance, he never bothered about the internal affairs. Forget about Real God Wu Bei, even the Emperor gods in Sanctuary Alliance, and the great Emperor experts on the highest position hardly see him. It is said that among the other 12 great emperors, only 2 of them have his communication token. In other words, even great emperors find it difficult to look for him, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn after he heard that. He definitely had to look for Emperor Bai if he wanted to get the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. However, it wasn't easy to look for him. Chapter 1757, Demanding the Payment of a Deb. It was not easy for even great emperors to find Emperor Bai, let alone Jian Wushuang. Moreover, even if he were to find Emperor Bai due to his nature-defying luck, would Emperor Bai give him the method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator for free? After all, as soon as Jian Wushuang obtained the method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator, there was a high chance of him becoming an almighty-level inverse cultivator in the future. Moreover, there was also hope for him to achieve a level similar to that of Emperor Bai. If Emperor Bai had some selfish motives, he would definitely not give the method to Jian Wushuang and allow Jian Wushuang to pose a threat to his position. Looks like I can only rely on opportunities in the future to obtain the training method of the seventh step of the inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, due to real God Wu Bai's warning from before, Jian Wushuang had long prepared himself for such results. Oh right, Hall Master Yuan, there's another matter which concerns the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom, Jian Wushuang said abruptly. The monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom? How is the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom related to you? Hall Master Yuan said with surprise. It's like this. When real God Wu Bei gave the training method of the sixth step of an inverse cultivator to me back then, I promised him that I would kill the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom on his behalf if I were to possess the abilities to do so. Jian Wushuang said, since I have made a promise, unless I have no abilities or no way to do so, I will not go back on my words. Jian Wushuang would not make promises easily. However, he held promises in high regard. Back then in Wu Bai's cave, since he had promised real God Wu Bei, he would always hold it firmly in his mind. Previously, he had not had enough abilities. However, things had changed. I see. Hall Master Yuan understood and said, the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom is a ruler of many holy kingdoms, and his reputation is not small within the eternal chaotic world. Moreover, he is a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. As for his abilities, he is a top Sir God expert. With your current abilities, if it were 1-to-1, it would be possible for you to kill him. However, the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom's background is not simple. Background? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Regarding the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom's abilities, he already knew about it previously. However, he did not know about the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom's background. Hence, he was asking Hall Master Yuan to get to know some background of the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom. Jian Wushuang, just now, I told you that within the Sanctuary Alliance, apart from the masters of the 10 sanctuaries, there are 3 other great emperors. Putting Emperor Bai aside, among the 2 remaining great emperors, there is a great Emperor Zisu. Among the 13 great emperors, Great Emperor Z you can be considered one of the top 5. Moreover, the relationship between the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom and Great Emperor Zisu is not normal. It is said that when Great Emperor Zisu was still a real god, he owed the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom a favor. After that, he became a great emperor, and the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom has been serving under him ever since. If you wish to kill the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom, you have to get past the level of Great Emperor Zisu, Hall Master Yuan said. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang was stunned. Previously, he had known that the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom had a great background. However, he did not expect his background to actually be so deep-rooted. With such friendship with a great emperor, and that great emperor Zisu owed him a favor, if he were to come across any danger, great emperor Zisu would definitely come to rescue him personally. Moreover, if he were to avenge real God Wu Bei by killing the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom, there would be a high chance of great emperor Zisu coming personally to kill him. Seems like I will be unable to take revenge for real God Wu Bei for another short period of time. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had promised to help real God Wu Bei take revenge. Moreover, he would only do so when he had the abilities, and he had to also be in a situation where he was sure that he could stay alive. However, at that moment, it was obvious that his abilities were not enough. At the very least, I must wait until I have enough things to capitalize on that I can face Great Emperor Zisu. Then, I will be able to take action against the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom for real, Jian Wushuang murmured. Jian Wushuang, it is impossible for you to kill the monarch of the Demon Heart Kingdom now, and I believe that you would not be so stupid. Hall Master glanced at Jian Wushuang and continued speaking. Since your abilities have fully recovered, what do you plan to do next? Next? Jian Wushuang could not help but raise the corners of his mouth. I want to demand the payment of a debt. Demand the payment of a debt? Hall Master Yuan was stunned. The Soaring Heaven King Palace? That's right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head earnestly. To begin with, there is a huge grudge between me and the Soaring Heaven King Palace that is unresolved. Moreover, outside the Buddhist demon sea back then, they almost killed me when I was seriously injured, and I remember this debt extremely clearly. Hence, I must absolutely think of a way to get them to repay me. It's easy to say that. However, The abilities of the Soaring Heaven King Palace are not normal. Do you have the confidence to deal with them? Hall Master Yuan said with concern. Don't worry. Since I dare to demand the payment of a debt, I naturally have absolute confidence, Jian Wushuang laughed. Hall Master Yuan, you definitely have a better understanding of the Soaring Heaven King Palace than me. Please tell me what kind of experts the Soaring Heaven King Palace have, as well as some of the trump cards that they possess. With this, I will be more prepared. Jian Wushuang knew about some experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, he did not know all of them. No problem. Hall Master Yuan said immediately. According to the information that the lineage of Star has collected, there are a total of 11 Almighties in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Among the Almighties, 9 of them are Sir Gods while the remaining 2 are Emperor Gods. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang's eyes could not help but shrink. The Soaring Heaven King Palace was a top powerhouse of the eternal chaotic world as well, and it was no wonder that their ways of doing things had always been so unreasonable. It seemed that they were unreasonable due to their absolute abilities. An Almighty was strong enough to be called someone with great authority in the eternal chaotic world. However, the Soaring Heaven King Palace actually had a total of 11 of them. It should be known that a similar top powerhouse like the lineage of Star only contained 3 Almighties. By including Jian Wushuang, who possessed the fighting capabilities of an Almighty, there were only 4 of them. Compared to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they were indeed lacking a lot in terms of numbers. If not for the Star Palace Master, with the Soaring Heaven King Palace's abilities, they would probably be able to suppress the lineage of Star completely. For the 9 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, there are some with strong abilities, as well as some with weak abilities. In particular, there are 3 of them who stand at the top of the Sir Gods. As for the 2 Emperor Gods, they are Emperor God Tianling and Emperor God Tianshao. These 2 Emperor Gods are the oldest existences in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. At the same time, they are also the 2 founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Among the 2 of them, Emperor God Tianling is the stronger one. Emperor God Tianling has been famous for a long time, and he became famous a lot sooner than our Palace Master. Moreover, his abilities long ago achieved the peak of an Emperor God, and he is slightly stronger than the Palace Master. In the eternal chaotic world, he is also a well-known super expert, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang frowned. The current him could compete with Emperor God experts head-on, and if he were to encounter Emperor Gods at a similar level to Emperor God Xuegu, he would not be fearful at all. However, if he were to encounter a top Emperor God, he would not have absolute confidence. Fortunately, Hall Master Yuan said again, Emperor God Tianling is proud and ambitious. Ever since he achieved the peak of being an Emperor God, he has been trying every means to go for Great Emperor. Moreover, it would definitely be impossible to make a breakthrough to Great Emperor if he were to rely on his own training. Therefore, there is a need for him to look for opportunities. As such, for many years, Emperor God Tianling has been traveling in the second layer, and he will only return once every hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 1758, Treasure Auction. Oh? Jian Wushuang was interested. If Emperor God Tianshao were to be wandering in the second layer, he had no scruples. How about Emperor God Tianshao? Jian Wushuang asked. Emperor God Tianshao has been in a commanding position in Soaring Heaven King Palace all this while. He hardly wanders in the lairs or dangerous places while his power is far weaker than Emperor God Tianling's. Emperor God Tianling is on the top among Emperor Gods while Emperor God Tianshao is merely intermediate among Emperor Gods. Intermediate? How about if he is compared to Emperor God Xuegu? Jian Wushuang asked. He should be weaker compared to Emperor God Xuegu. However, Emperor God Tianshao has 2 chaotic divine treasures. In particular, there is 1 defense armor. Hence, you can't belittle him either, Hall Master Yuan said. 2 chaotic divine treasure? One of it is even a defense armor? Jian Wushuang was surprised and astonished at the abundant treasure that Emperor God Tianshao had. One should know that Emperor God Xuegu only had 1 chaotic divine treasure, which was the Crimson Trident. Besides the higher-ups, Soaring Heaven King Palace is a top force that is powerful in eternal chaotic world after all. You shouldn't belittle the trump cards that they hold. If you fight with them head-on, you should be cautious, Hall Master Yuan exhorted. I understand, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he already made up his mind. Although Emperor God Tian Shao had 2 chaotic divine treasure, he alone couldn't make Jian Wushuang worried. As for the other Sir Gods, he couldn't be bothered. He needed to be concerned about the trump cards that Soaring Heaven King Palace had. Jian Wushuang, I have to remind you that Soaring Heaven King Palace is much stronger than Lineage of Star. Although, due to the Master of Star Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace didn't have the guts to declare war against Lineage of Star. If we of Lineage of Star were to take the initiative to taunt them and corner them, it would be a different story. So, if you want to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace, you can only do it alone. We of Lineage of Star can't help you on the surface. Of course, when it reaches a crucial moment, such as your life being threatened, I will tell the Master of Star Palace to get involved personally. Hall Master Yuan sounded solemn. You have boundless prospects, and you are significant to Lineage of Star. If you were to be in danger, we of Lineage of Star would definitely go all out to protect you, even if it means war against Soaring Heaven King Palace. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. Ever since Jian Wushuang had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace, Lineage of Star had never once had a conflict with Soaring Heaven King Palace in public. It had only been Jian Wushuang fighting with Soaring Heaven King Palace alone. It wasn't because Lineage of Star wasn't willing to assist Jian Wushuang, but because Lineage of Star was at a difficult position. If it wasn't necessary, Lineage of Star wasn't willing to get involved. The moment they got involved, they would definitely break apart with Soaring Heaven King Palace. By then, it would drag up too many affairs. After he got to know more about Soaring Heaven King Palace, Jian Wushuang immediately departed. One of the 10 sanctuaries, Colored Glaze Sanctuary. Colored Glaze Sanctuary was considered a more spacious sanctuary in the 10 sanctuaries. There was a total of 8 huge continents. Among the 8 continents, Soaring Heaven King Palace took up 2 of them. The 2 continents were where the lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace was located, also the deep-rooted Soaring Heaven Land. The other one was Sea Continent. The original overlord of Sea Continent wasn't Soaring Heaven King Palace, but a strong force that could compare favorably to Lineage of Star. However, the force experienced an accident whereby their strongest Emperor God passed away as he wandered in the 3rd lair. Without their Emperor God, the force naturally couldn't remain as the overlord of Sea Continent. Immediately, there was a war. As the force was destroyed, Soaring Heaven King Palace on Soaring Heaven Land got involved arrogantly and defeated the other forces in Sea Continent. Since then, Soaring Heaven King Palace had become the overlord of Sea Continent. Soaring Heaven King Palace had even left a strong power in Sea Continent as a deterrent to all enemies. The power was concentrated in the middle of Sea Continent, where Soaring Heaven Mansion was located. As Jian Wushuang came to take revenge, he definitely had to come to the territory that Soaring Heaven King Palace had conquered. Between Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent, Jian Wushuang opted for the latter. Sea Continent, a huge, bustling city that was floating in the air. The city's name was Sea City. On Sea Continent, it could be named as Sea City. Its importance could be well imagined. In the entire Sea Continent, only Soaring Heaven Mansion could be compared to the flourishing city favorably. In an exquisite restaurant in Sea City, Jian Wushuang sat in his crimson robe and carried his sword on his back as he read the set of information that he had just received. Vientiane Tower Treasure Auction? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Vientiane Tower was absolutely the #1 chamber of commerce in Eternal Chaotic World. They possessed boundless treasures and rare books. Vientiane Tower on every continent in 10 cultivation sanctuaries would throw a treasure auction every once in a while. The treasure auction was huge. Many forces and sects on the continent, including many solo experts, would participate. Jian Wushuang had just happened to make it in time for Vientiane Tower treasure auction in Sea Continent. The treasure auction was going to take place in Vientiane Tower in Sea Continent 10 days later. I want to take revenge, and I have to strike at the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, the experts are scattered all around Sea Continent. It won't be easy to find them. However, Vientiane Tower Treasure Auction is such a major event. Even Soaring Heaven King Palace will definitely send influential experts to participate. This happens to provide me a great chance. As for how I want to do this, Jian Wushuang was in deep thought, but there was suddenly a commotion outside the restaurant. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power, and he saw a few figures flying over from the void afar. The few of them had ferocious auras that were already at the level of chaotic real god. The one who was leading was a top chaotic real god. The commotion outside the restaurant was stirred by their arrival. At the same time, Jian Wushuang found out the background of the few figures via eavesdropping the conversations around him. Thunder Rolls Palace, a strong force in Sea Continent, but they don't have any almighty in commanding position. The leading one among them is the top chaotic real god, the master of Thunder Rolls Palace. Jian Wushuang tapped the table with his finger as the corners of his lips lifted into a smile. When he saw the master of Thunder Rolls Palace, he already had a plan in his mind. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately moved and got close to the few chaotic real gods from Thunder Rolls Palace. Chapter 1759 Fearlessness. 10 days later, the Vientiane Tower's treasure auction began as scheduled. Just like the past, the treasure auction this time around had attracted many powerful, big powerhouses from the Sea Continent. Moreover, as the overlord of the Sea Continent, the Soaring Heaven King Palace had also sent experts over. Furthermore, the experts that it had sent over did not have low positions. Real God Shuekong, I did not expect you to actually come to the treasure auction personally this time around. Haha, Brother Shuekong, long time no see. I trust that you have been well since we parted? Greetings to Real God Shuekong. At the sight of the Vientiane Tower's treasure auction, the person who was flattered and escorted by everyone was a gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man was Real God Shuekong from the Soaring Heaven King Palace. He was not just an elder who had a lot of power in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Instead, his abilities were shocking as well, and it was rumored that he could compete with experts in the Real God ranking list. Among the experts from the Soaring Heaven King Palace who came to participate in the treasure auction this time around, he was their leader. While being flattered by everyone, Real God Shuekong and some experts from the Soaring Heaven King Palace went to their independent rooms. When they sat inside their independent rooms, they could see everything that was occurring outside clearly. At the same time, they could also see the treasure exhibition stage. The auction treasures in the treasure auction of the Vientiane Tower have always been outstanding. However, I wonder what treasures will be auctioned off this time around. It's a pity that the Vientiane Tower's treasure auction has always had tight security. Even the Soaring Heaven King Palace has no prior knowledge on the treasures. Two real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were having a random conversation. However, at that time, Real God Shuekong snorted coldly. No matter what treasures are being auctioned off by the Vientiane Tower, as long as it is something that catches the Soaring Heaven King Palace's eyes, it shall be ours. Upon hearing that, the other experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace around him laughed. Indeed, with the Soaring Heaven King Palace's power and high-handedness, if a treasure were to catch their eyes during the treasure action, they would definitely be able to obtain it. In no time, the treasure auction began and the first treasure was up for bidding. The first treasure was a real god-level Chaos Divine weapon. Although it was armor used for defense, it did not catch the attention of the Soaring Heaven King Palace at all. On the contrary, experts from other powerhouses fought for the treasure for quite a period of time. Time passed by and many treasures went up for bidding. At the start, the Soaring Heaven King Palace was silent. Only the first 20 treasures had come out. Humongous White Sun Elixir. It's something that is quite rare, Real God Shuekong muttered to himself, and he spoke loudly, 1,000 Doctrine Gems? Real God Shuekong's voice spread across the area from the independent room that he was in, and the whole treasure action became quiet at once. The humongous White Sun Elixir was valuable, and it would be of some help to top chaotic real gods. For its price, not to mention 1,000 Doctrine Gems, if one were to come across someone who really needed it, even 2,000 Doctrine Gems would not be considered a lot. If it were someone normal who gave the price of 1,000 Doctrine Gems, someone else would definitely compete with him. However, at that time, the Soaring Heaven King Palace was the one who gave the price. In the treasure auction, Many experts from each and every powerhouse or sect could not help but look at the independent room that real God Shuekong was in. However, they shook their heads immediately, and it was obvious that they had already decided to give up on competing. 1,000 doctrine gems, calling once. 1,000 doctrine gems, calling twice. The expert from the Vientiane Tower who was hosting the bidding competition was shouting loudly. However, just as he was about to call for the third time, 1,100 doctrine gems, a deep voice could be heard abruptly. Experts from many powerhouses and sects in the auction looked for the source of the voice immediately. They saw that the voice also came from an independent room. The people in that independent room should be the people from the Thunder Rolls Palace. The Thunder Rolls Palace? A mere Thunder Rolls Palace actually dares to compete with the soaring Heaven King Palace? Who knows? Perhaps there is someone in the Thunder Rolls Palace who really is in need of the humongous White Sun elixir badly? Some experts started to discuss it. Although the Thunder Rolls Palace was a big powerhouse within the sea continent, there were sects which could rival, or were even stronger than, the Thunder Rolls Palace. Moreover, those sects were also interested in the humongous White Sun elixir. However, since the soaring Heaven King Palace had given a price, they naturally gave up. However, for the Thunder Rolls Palace to do this, everyone could only come to the conclusion that the Thunder Rolls Palace indeed had someone who needed the humongous White Sun Palace badly. In the independent room where everyone in the soaring Heaven King Palace was, real God Shuekong looked in the direction that the Thunder Rolls Palace was and laughed apathetically. The Thunder Rolls Palace has always revered the soaring Heaven King Palace, and they would absolutely not dare to oppose us. Forget it. It's only one humongous White Sun Palace. Since they need it, we shall give it to them. Real God Shuekong did not lose his temper, and he stopped bidding for the humongous White Sun elixir. With that, the humongous White Sun elixir fell into the hands of the Thunder Rolls Palace at a price of 1,100 doctrine gems. The treasure auction continued. In no time, another treasure caught the attention of the soaring Heaven King Palace. 2,500 doctrine gems, real God Shuekong said right away. All the powerhouses and sects in the auction came to a mutual understanding and gave up on competing immediately. However, from the independent room that the Thunder Rolls Palace was in, a deep voice could be heard again, 2,600 doctrine gems. With that, real God Shuekong's eyes squinted. As for the experts of all the powerhouses in the treasure action, all of them were extremely surprised. For the humongous White Sun elixir previously, perhaps someone in the Thunder Rolls Palace had really needed it. Hence, they had bid for it even though there was a risk of them offending the soaring Heaven King Palace. However, at that moment, for the second treasure that had caught the attention of the soaring Heaven King Palace, the Thunder Rolls Palace still wanted to compete for it? Would it be so much of a confidence for the Thunder Rolls Palace to happen to need both treasures that had caught the attention of the soaring Heaven King Palace? 2,800 doctrine gems, real God Shuekong spoke again. However, that time around, his voice was a bit deep and low. 3,000 doctrine gems, a deep voice could be heard again from the independent room of the Thunder Rolls Palace. Real God Shuekong's eyes finally turned ice cold. Thunder Rolls Palace, interesting, real God Shuekong murmured, and he stopped competing. As for the other experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace around him, their expressions were a bit cold as well. The treasure auction continued. The treasure auction was indeed held by the Vientiane Tower. The prices of all the treasures that they had taken out were extremely shocking, and quite a number of treasures had caught the attention of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Moreover, every time real God Shuekong of the soaring Heaven King Palace gave a price, the Thunder Rolls Palace would compete with him by giving another price. Moreover, no matter how high the price that real God Shuekong gave was, the Thunder Rolls Palace would always give a price that was higher than his. The treasure auction was halfway done. During this period of time, there was a total of 12 treasures that had caught the eyes of the soaring Heaven King Palace, and they had also bid for them. However, for these 12 treasures, none of them fell into the hands of the soaring Heaven King Palace in the end. Instead, all of them were obtained by the Thunder Rolls Palace. The Thunder Rolls Palace had only obtained those 12 treasures. In other words, the Thunder Rolls Palace would only bid for treasures that had caught the eyes of the soaring Heaven King Palace. As for treasures that had caught the eyes of other powerhouses or sects, the Thunder Rolls Palace would not be concerned with them. What were they doing? In the treasure auction, the experts from all the powerhouses and sects were all extremely stunned. Some of them even cried out in alarm. The Thunder Rolls Palace is really fearless. Chapter 17 60-Old Monster Qi Xing. There were so many forces and sects that participated in the auction, but Thunder Rolls Palace didn't bother with them. But whenever Soaring Heaven King Palace shouted a bid, they immediately joined and competed in bidding. They were obviously asking for trouble with Soaring Heaven King Palace. Thunder Rolls Palace, are they crazy? Crazy? They must be crazy. Thunder Rolls Palace must have increased in power tremendously, and they are getting carried away. Thanks. I think Thunder Rolls Palace is courting death. They openly provoked Soaring Heaven King Palace. If I were to be real God Shuekong, I would immediately destroy Thunder Rolls Palace right when the auction ends. There were people whispering to one another. The experts from various forces and sect were waiting to watch a show. Of course, they were also people whose eyes were dilated in curiosity. They faintly noticed that it wasn't as simple as it looked. The few experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace gathered, and they didn't look too good. Only the leader among them, real God Shuekong, flashed a bloodthirsty smile. It seems like we of Soaring Heaven King Palace has not launched an attack for many years, and the outside world already forget how scary Soaring Heaven King Palace is. Even a non-entity has the guts to provoke us in public. Humph, Thunder Rolls Palace doesn't even have any experts on Real God ranking list, let alone an almighty. Such a sect, Soaring Heaven King Palace can destroy them in an instant. Wait till the auction ends, we shall immediately take action. First, kill all the people from Thunder Rolls Palace who came to join the auction. One of the chaotic real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace said. No, it's not as simple as you think it is, real God Shuekong smiled maliciously. What does Thunder Rolls Palace have that gave them the courage to provoke Soaring Heaven King Palace? Their palace master isn't that stupid. If he dares to do so, he definitely has a backer. There are only a few of us. It's best that we don't act recklessly. How about this? Master Qi Xing happens to be nearby. Let me send him a message for him to make a trip here personally. With Master Qi Xing, no matter who Thunder Rolls Palace's backer is, he will be able to settle. The few experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace nodded heavily at his suggestion. They were confident in Master Qi Xing. Then, in the independent room that all experts were paying attention to, the few real gods from Thunder Rolls Palace stood. Their faces were as pale as sheets, and they were shivering in fear. Mister, the one that we offended is Soaring Heaven King Palace, the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace muttered. In front of the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace, there was a young man in a crimson robe carrying a long sword on his back. The person was naturally Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was enjoying his cup of tea leisurely. He smiled when he heard what the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace had said. Why? Master of Thunder Rolls Palace seems to be afraid? Of course I am, the Master of Thunder Rolls Palace said. Soaring Heaven Jing Palace is one of the biggest forces in Eternal Chaotic World. They have a total of over 10 almighties. Anyone sent could destroy Thunder Rolls Palace completely. On Sea Continent, Soaring Heaven King Place is king. Thunder Rolls Palace have always been respectful. The Master of Thunder Rolls Palace looked bitter. Soaring Heaven King Palace was a big figure to Thunder Rolls Palace. If it wasn't because Jian Wushuang had forced him to, he wouldn't have had the guts to provoke the former. But then, he had no choice. The few of their lives were in Jian Wushuang's hands. They couldn't even struggle. They could only obey what Jian Wushuang wanted them to do. Don't worry. Soaring Heaven King Palace isn't as scary as you imagined. Plus, if the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace were to barge in here, I would take care of them. As for you, just telling them you were forced by me will do. At most, apologize to them. There won't be anything major, Jian Wushuang said. The Master of Thunder Rolls Palace looked even more troubled. One should know that Soaring Heaven King Palace had always been barbaric. Thunder Rolls Palace had offended them so badly, even if there was a reason, it wouldn't be something that could be solved with an apology. Don't worry, follow my instructions. Whatever treasure Soaring Heaven King Palace wants, get it for me. Jian Wushuang continued to enjoy his tea. The master of Thunder Roll's palace gulped. Although he wasn't willing to, he could only follow Jian Wushuang's instructions. However, Soaring Heaven King Palace seemed to take the hint. The rest of the treasure, they never bid anymore. Hence, the master of Thunder Roll's palace naturally couldn't fight for it. Very soon, the biggest treasure auction on Sea Continent ended. The experts from various forces and sects walked out from Vientiane Tower. The moment they walked out from Vientiane Tower, they were shocked at the sight in the void before them. In the void outside of Vientiane Tower, there were over 10 figures floating. The figures had strong auras. The weakest was an eternal real god, and most of them were chaotic real gods. Real god Shuekong was in the crowd too, but he wasn't the leader of the crowd. The leader was an elderly with white eyebrows who was standing at the far front with a snakehead staff. He was standing there in silence while he squinted his eyes. The elderly with white eyebrows didn't give out any aura. He was the least eye-catching one among the figures. However, that person was the reason the experts at the scene looked terrified. It's old monster Qi Xing. Sir God Qi Xing from Soaring Heaven King Palace. He's an almighty. An almighty came personally. Thunder Roll's palace is doomed. As expected, Soaring Heaven King Palace is not one who could be provoked as he wishes. An almighty came personally, and he could easily destroy Thunder Roll's palace. Outside of Vientiane Tower, countless experts stopped. They didn't leave, and the scene became noisy. Whoever participated in that treasure auction knew that Thunder Roll's palace had taken the initiative to provoke Soaring Heaven King Palace. According to Soaring Heaven King Palace's manner of handling things, how could they tolerate that? At the treasure auction earlier, Soaring Heaven King Place didn't do anything as they were concerned about Vientiane Tower's reputation. But then, judging by the looks of it, the moment the experts of Thunder Roll's palace exit, they would immediately be killed by Soaring Heaven King Palace. Under the anticipation and attention of all experts, the few real gods from Thunder Roll's palace walked out of Vientiane Tower slowly. The person leading them was the master of Thunder Roll's palace, who looked bitter. The moment they walked out from Vientiane Tower, the master of Thunder Roll's palace felt dry in his throat when he saw over 10 figures and Sir God Qi Xing at the forefront before him. He suppressed his fear and said, "Thunder Roll's palace, Lei Tao, greet Sir God Qi Xian and everyone from Soaring Heaven King Palace." Lei Tao, in the eyes of your Thunder Roll's palace, is there Soaring Heaven King Palace? Real God Shuekong looked down at him from above. The master of Thunder Roll's palace wanted to say something. Sir God Qi Xing's eyes suddenly opened wide and there was a flash of light. Chapter 1761, killed with a flip of his palm. Get the person behind you to come out. Your Thunder Roll's palace does not have the resolve and guts to provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace. A cold voice could be heard from Sir God Qi Xing. Although his voice seemed to be soft, it echoed within the minds of everyone present. Moreover, it created waves in their minds, and they almost drowned in it. What a frightening move! Is this a Sir God? The people present cried out in alarm. After Sir God Qi Xing's voice was heard, a crimson-robed figure walked out from the Vientiane Tower normally. He was carrying a sword. When he appeared, he naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Sir God Qi Xing could not help but look at him. A real god? A mere real god can actually exert such a huge amount of pressure on me? Sir God Qi Xing's eyes shrank fiercely. After that, he looked at Jian Wushuang's looks and attire carefully, crimson robe, carrying a sword and so young. You are Jian Wushuang. A voice which contained an infinite amount of coldness could be heard from Sir God Qi Xing, and this caused the sight to be in a huge uproar. Jian Wushuang. He is Jian Wushuang. The number 1 on the real god ranking list. The Jian Wushuang who had once competed against an almighty head-on and even caused that almighty to suffer huge losses. So it's him. The scene was in a tumult. The weak could use the names of the strong to protect themselves. At that time, Jian Wushuang had a great reputation in the eternal chaotic world. Although he was only a real god, none of the almighties dared to underestimate him. Humph! No wonder the unimpressive Thunder Roll's palace dares to take the initiative to provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace. It's because of you supporting them from the back, Sir God Chi Shing snorted coldly. His eyes then glowed with lightning, and he looked at the Thunder Rolls Palace Master. Thunder Rolls Palace, how fortunate you are. Sir God Chi Shing, the Thunder Rolls Palace Master said fearfully. For the matter this time around, the Thunder Rolls Palace was threatened by Jian Wushuang, and we had no choice but to do this. If we have offended you, I, Lei Tao, ask for the forgiveness of Mr. Sir God, as well as all of you here who are from the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In addition, I will add on another 10,000 doctrine gems as a form of apology. The Thunder Rolls Palace Master was extremely sincere and respectful. However, such an attitude from him was expected of by everyone else. For this matter which concerns the Thunder Rolls Palace, I will settle it with you after this. Sir God Chi Shing's voice was icy cold, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you actually dared to come to the sea continent alone and also take the initiative to provoke the Soaring Heaven King Palace. You are really very courageous, and I wonder, who lent you their courage? Was it the lineage of Star? However, it's a pity. In the sea continent, even if the Soaring Heaven King Palace were to kill you, the lineage of Star would probably not dare to say anything. I have come here by myself. In addition, the grudge between me and the Soaring Heaven King Palace is my own matter, and it is unrelated to the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. As for my motive this time around, I naturally want to give bad luck to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and you shall be the first expert of the Soaring Heaven King Palace who I kill on my trip this time around. You are merely bragging. Don't think that just because you wounded Sir God Qianlong seriously back then, you can really be unafraid of Almighties. The abilities of the Almighties are not as simple as you think, and today, I shall let you have a taste of it. Sir God Chi Shing's eyes were ice-cold. After his words left his mouth, a frightening aura which belonged to Almighties spread across the area and placed a huge pressure on the whole place. Countless experts, which was inclusive of many real gods present, almost suffocated under the pressure of the aura. While these people were extremely shocked, they looked at Jian Wushuang with sympathy. Jian Wushuang had a great reputation. However, his reputation was still stopped at the point where he injured Sir God Qianlong seriously. At that time, many experts in the eternal chaotic world only knew about that accomplishment of him. As for later on when he killed His Highness Mu Hong at the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, and when he competed with Sir God Lu Yin in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu head-on, those pieces of news did not spread. As for the battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea, no one had seen it. Naturally, no one knew what Jian Wushuang's current abilities were, and they thought that at that time, Jian Wushuang could at most compete against Sir God Qianlong. As for Sir God Chi Shing at the scene, although he had not reached the level of a top Sir God, he was still slightly stronger than Sir God Qianlong. If he were to take action personally, would there be a possibility of Jian Wushuang surviving? Little kid, die. Sir God Chi Shing attacked right away. He did not move at all. Instead, only the walking stick with a snake's head that he was holding on to hit the ground, and at once, a great amount of divine power emerged. At the same time, a vast amount of dark power appeared as well. Hazy black mist burst forth and covered the universe. Within the black mist, swish, all of a sudden, a gigantic black python that was 10,000 feet long appeared with a frightening amount of power. The black python pierced the void and caused the surrounding space and time to freeze completely. Moreover, in the areas that it passed through, the space cracked open. Seeing that the black python was heading over, many cultivators, including the real gods present, all revealed a terrified expression. These are the abilities of an almighty? It's too strong. There is almost no way to stop this power. This is the end. No matter what, Jian Wushuang is only a real god. Even if he is the number 1 in the real god ranking list, he will definitely be unable to block this attack. Quite a number of people had already cried out in alarm. However, when Jian Wushuang saw the black python which was heading over, disdain flashed in his eyes. Sir God Chi Shing's abilities are only as such? Too weak? Such a level of attack has no right to even make me draw my sword. It just so happens that I have comprehended a palm skill from the shocking palm that the one-star man has left me. Today, I can try using it to test its power. Jian Wushuang murmured. When the 10,000-foot-long black python came to the void in front of him, Some divine power emerged from the palm of his right hand, and it was filled with an infinite amount of reincarnation power. Boom! He attacked with his palm, and the universe went silent. What the reincarnation palm contained seemed to be the perfect reincarnation doctrine. Rumble. A frightening amount of power burst forth, and the black python, which was originally filled with a great amount of power and was wreaking havoc, madly dissipated with a shocking speed the moment it clashed with the palm print of the reincarnation palm. As a result of the attack, the giant black python burst open completely, and an enormous amount of divine power spread in all directions. As for the reincarnation palm, its power did not decrease at all, and it continued to head towards Sir God Qi Shing. What? Sir God Qi Shing opened his eyes wide. Even though he was looking at the giant palm print which was heading toward him, he could not pluck up any power to resist at all. The giant palm print covered him completely. Without even giving a horrible shriek, Sir God Qi Shing's body was completely smashed into blood mist, and only his walking stick as well as his Qian Kuan ring remained. As for everything else, they had been turned into nothingness. Sir God Qi Shing, an almighty of the soaring Heaven King Palace. With the flip of a palm, he was killed. Chapter 1762 Big Trouble. Silence. In the void outside of Yintian Tower, the entire sea city was in a dead silence. Stunned. Astonished. Everyone was lost for words in amazement. Sir God Qi Shing had revealed shocking power earlier, and every cultivator at the scene was amazed. However, in an instant, Sir God Qi Shing had been killed by Jian Wushuang with one palm. It was too much of a contrast, and everyone had yet to respond. Sir God Qi Xian was an almighty, and he was so powerful. To kill him with one palm, just how much more powerful was Jian Wushuang? How is it possible? The people from soaring Heaven King Palace were dumbfounded, and they stood there in shock. Real God Xuekong was staring with his eyes wide. Can't even withstand one hit, Jian Wushuang pouted. Then, he looked at real God Xuekong and the others. Sir God Qi Xian died, and it's your turn next, Jian Wushuang said, and there were two resplendent golden lights that soared up from both of his sides. The two golden lights were like two golden suns. They gave out a magical power. The moment they appeared, they burst out at a terrifying speed. The two Hongjun golden swords shuttled to and from the experts from soaring Heaven King Palace under the control of Jian Wushuang. Pust, 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 pust. The figures were pierced instantly with no mercy. The real gods from soaring Heaven King Palace looked terrified. Run. Hurry up and run. Jian Wushuang killed an almighty with one palm. The real gods didn't even think about counterattacking and started fleeing. However, no matter how fast they ran, they were much slower than the Hongyun golden sword. The difference was too vast. The two golden lights shuttled back and forth the void. They caught up with the experts from soaring Heaven King Palace who were fleeing and killed them with ease. In a short time, probably less than one breath time, the real gods from soaring Heaven King Palace who were running away were all killed besides real God Xuekong. But real God Xuekong was alive, because Jian Wushuang had intentionally let him stay alive. Do you know why I kept you alive? Jian Wushuang put away the Hongjun golden swords and walked to real God Xuekong as though he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. Demon, demon. Real God Xuekong looked at Jian Wushuang with a horrified expression. Even since he had cultivated, it was his first time being so terrified. The person before him was too strong. He was so strong that it made him feel hopeless. Jian Wushuang stopped at about 10 meters away from real God Xuekong. He smirked. I kept you alive because I hope you can bring a message back to soaring Heaven King Palace. Tell them that I remember very clearly the besiegement in the 8th lair previously and the attack at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea where I was badly injured. Now, it's time for me to settle our accounts. Sir God Qi Shing is only the beginning. Next, the massacre will continue. Tell them to clean their necks and be prepared to get slaughtered. Jian Wushuang spoke with a cold voice, and he didn't lower his volume. Not only did real God Xuekong hear him, the surrounding cultivators also heard him clearly too. They gasped in surprise. Go back, Jian Wushuang waved at real God Xuekong. Real God Xuekong gulped, suppressed the fear in him, and turned around stiffly to leave. In a short while, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly at the sight. Then, his figure turned illusionary and vanished into thin air. Until Jian Wushuang left, Sea City that was in dead silence for a short while let out an uproar again. The countless cultivators in the entire Sea City were bubbling with excitement. One should know that they had witnessed an almighty's death with their own eyes, and he had been killed with just one palm. It was difficult for them to even see an almighty normally, let alone watch one being killed. Besides, from their viewpoint, they reckoned that the battle between Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace was even more vigorous than their previous fight in the 8th lair. There's going to be big trouble. Everyone understood that. Forget about how the battle between Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace would develop. Jian Wushuang, a real god, he had killed Sir God Qixing, an almighty, with just one palm. The news itself could stir up a great commotion in the entire eternal chaotic world. The news naturally spread like wildfire. The entire eternal chaotic world was shocked at the news. It was bedlam in Thunderbolt Island. Countless experts were surprised, and they found it unbelievable. It was an almighty. Plus, Sir God Qixing wasn't weak among Sir Gods. In the end, Jian Wushuang had killed him with one palm. Just how powerful was Jian Wushuang? At the peak of Sir God? Close to Emperor God? Or he could already compare favorably with Emperor God. He was only a real god after all. As they were in astonishment, experts from all forces were anticipating what was going to happen next. Jian Wushuang had barged into Sea Continent alone and killed Sir God Qixing and many real gods in front of everyone. Not only had he embarrassed Soaring Heaven King Heaven, but he had also come into their territory. Soaring Heaven King Palace would definitely respond. Plus, Jian Wushuang had also said that Sir God Qixing was only the beginning. Then, there would be an even more ferocious massacre. There might even be other almighties who would die. Everyone was looking forward to it. But no one knew that just as the news spread, the main character of the story, Jian Wushuang, had already arrived at Soaring Heaven Mansion alone. Soaring Heaven Mansion was the supreme headquarters of Soaring Heaven King Palace on Sea Continent. Although it couldn't be compared to the true lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace on Soaring Heaven Land, it was definitely a taboo place that no one dared to provoke within Sea Continent. At least, Soaring Heaven King Palace had the power to intimidate all forces in Sea Continent. Jian Wushuang was already in the void outside of Soaring Heaven Mansion. I want to take revenge. I want Soaring Heaven King Palace to erupt. I want them to pay a heavy price. So, I have to try my best to kill all their higher-ups, and the higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace will mainly gather in these two places. One is their old lair in Soaring Heaven Land, and the other one is Soaring Heaven Mansion. Jian Wushuang smiled. To take revenge and attack a force, was there any other more satisfying way than barging into their supreme headquarters directly and kill a large number of their experts? The two supreme headquarters of Soaring Heaven King Palace, the old lair on Soaring Heaven Land, was the most important place and would be more powerful. With Jian Wushuang's power, he wasn't confident that he could break through. However, Jian Wushuang was extremely confident if it was Soaring Heaven Mansion on Sea Continent. I let real god Xuekong bring back the news saying Sir God Qixing is only the beginning. They surely thought I would continue to stay in Sea Continent to seize an opportunity to kill more of their experts. They never thought I would charge into their supreme headquarters straight away. There was a glimpse of light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Chapter 1763 Soaring Heaven Mansion. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was a giant city. A wise old man had brought his disciple outside the Soaring Heaven Mansion. My disciple, listen to this. When you enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion later on, you must be extremely careful in whatever you do. Even if you were to get in a disagreement with someone else, do your best to bear with it. One more thing. You must absolutely not break the rules of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If not, no one will be able to save you, the wise old man warned. Master, our five-spirit sect is a big sect in the Sea Continent. Moreover, you are an elder of our sect. Hence, even if it were the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they would give you some face. Thus, is there a need for us to be so careful? The red-robed young lady who was the disciple of the wise old man said. You fool. How can our five-spirit sect be compared to the Soaring Heaven King Palace? If the Soaring Heaven King Palace were to send out an almighty, it would be enough to destroy the five-spirit sect, the wise old man said in a deep voice. In addition, the Soaring Heaven Mansion is a big base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace in the Sea Continent. Here, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has absolute power and they are God. Therefore, who would dare to go against the rules that they have set here? Don't say that I am an elder of the five-spirit sect. Even if the sect master or great elder were to come here personally, as soon as they break the rules of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, the Soaring Heaven King Palace will also take action and kill them without hesitation. They are that unreasonable? The red-robed young lady was shocked. At the same time, she could not help but ask, when will our five-spirit sect catch up to the Soaring Heaven King Palace? Catch up to the Soaring Heaven King Palace? The wise old man became stunned for some time. After that, he shook his head and sighed lightly. The Soaring Heaven King Palace is a super powerhouse and it is a great deterrent in the eternal chaotic world. Hence, it is a powerful overlord. Take the Soaring Heaven Mansion as an example. The Soaring Heaven Mansion is only a portion of the Soaring Heaven King Palace's power. Moreover, even though it has been in the Sea Continent for many years, no one dared to provoke it. Therefore, how much power do you think it possesses? Catching up to such a kind of super powerhouse, haha. Let's wait for an almighty to be born in our five-spirit sect first before we think of this. As for now, we are too far away. As he spoke, the two of them came before the door of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Over there were quite a number of cultivators from each and every corner of the Sea Continent, and they were all queuing up to enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion. There's so many people. The red-robed young lady was looking at the long queue in front of her. The Soaring Heaven Mansion's first rule is that it forbids flying. If we wish to enter the mansion, we will have to enter through the door obediently. As a form of respect to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, no one dares to break the rules that the Soaring Heaven King Palace has set, the wise old man said. Impressive, the red-robed young lady exclaimed with admiration. However, just then, a crimson-robed figure came over quickly from the void behind them. Moreover, he swept through the void, over the wise old man and the red-robed young lady. The red-robed young lady revealed a surprised expression. Master, didn't you say that flying is forbidden in the Soaring Heaven Mansion? But this is weird. Even if it were experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace who need to queue to enter the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they would normally stop when they reach the entrance of the mansion. As for this person, the wise old man frowned. It was not just the two of them. Many cultivators before the Soaring Heaven Mansion who were queuing to enter the mansion had also witnessed the arrival of the crimson-robed figure. The crimson-robed figure ignored everyone and flew straight to the front. In the end, he was stopped by a giant formation which covered the Soaring Heaven Mansion. A formation? Jin Wushuang laughed indifferently. Every powerhouse and sect had their own big protective formation. The formation was probably extremely powerful. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was equivalent to the second base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, it naturally had a big protective formation. Clang! The sword that Jin Wushuang was carrying on his back had left its scabbard. He has drawn his sword. Drawing his sword in front of the entrance of the Soaring Heaven Mansion? What is he trying to do? Who is this person? Many cultivators before the door of the mansion looked at Jin Wushuang with great surprise. They had absolutely no idea what Jin Wushuang was trying to do. It was only when divine power emerged from the body of Jin Wushuang and a shocking sword essence spread in all directions that the expressions of the cultivators who were present changed. Jin Wushuang had already swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hands. Swish! A gigantic sword light which contained power that could destroy the world struck the big protective formation of the Soaring Heaven Mansion with fury directly. The sword has struck the big formation. He is actually attacking the big formation? Is he crazy? Many cultivators who were present were extremely terrified. Master, didn't you say that for many years, no one dared to provoke the Soaring Heaven Mansion? The red-robed young lady asked her own master. Who knows? This person is probably crazy. Even though he is only a real god, he still dared to attack the big protective formation of the soaring Heaven King Palace. He is really courting death, the wise old man said in a deep voice. However, just when his words left his mouth, boom! A loud booming sound resounded across the universe and frightening power spread across all directions like tidewater. The power was so great that many cultivators who were present became visibly moved, and they revealed terrified expressions. The soaring Heaven Mansion's giant protective formation then shook madly. What? The soaring Heaven Mansion's protective formation is actually shaking? A real god only unleashed one stroke, and it actually managed to shake the big protective formation of the soaring Heaven Mansion. The cultivators who were present found it unbelievable. However, at that moment, Jin Wushuang was squinting his eyes. After that, his sword essence, which was already unreasonable and shocking to begin with, achieved a whole new level again. He unleashed the divine power in his body without holding back. The Blood Mountain sword in his hands were shaking, and a great amount of reincarnation power burst forth. Reincarnation Sword Principle, first move. Buzz. Sword light was swung again, and this time around, the sword light was not as big as before. Instead, it was more dazzling. As soon as the sword light appeared, the dazzling light caused many cultivators, as well as the real gods who were present, to have no choice but to close their eyes. The sword light struck the big formation, and the big formation, which was already shaking crazily and was on the verge of collapsing to begin with, gave off a violent booming sound. The big formation then split open and fell apart completely. The big formation has been broken through? Everyone opened their eyes wide, and they were looking at the scene with disbelief. The soaring Heaven Mansion had existed for many years in the sea continent, and it had terrorized all the powerhouses with fear. As such, it was a Leviathan-level super-existence. Moreover, the protective formation that it had deployed was extremely powerful, and it was said that even normal almighties were unable to break the big formation apart with force. However, at that moment, the big formation had been destroyed by a real god in 2 strokes. As soon as the big formation collapsed, the soaring Heaven Mansion was no longer covered up, and it was completely exposed in front of Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang wore a bloodthirsty smile. An ice-cold voice then came out of his mouth and reverberated across the area. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I have come to demand the repayment of a debt. Chapter 1764. Deliver himself to their doorstep in Soaring Heaven Mansion, in the hall located right in the middle. There was an independent space in the hall where lofty thrones towered. There were 4 of them in leading positions. The 4 of them gave out strong auras, far beyond the rest of the peoples. The 4 of them were almighties. Shuekong, Qi Xing was really killed by Jian Wushuang with just 1 palm? A brawny man who was raging like an ancient beast said. His voice contained boundless murderous intention. Yes, real god Shuekong's face was twitching in agony. He looked terrified under the pressure of the brawny man. He killed Sir God Qi Xing and wanted me to bring back a message. He said that this is only the beginning. He wants the experts in Soaring Heaven King Palace, including everyone here, to clean our necks and wait. How dare he? The brawny man slammed his arm rest, and the throne he was sitting on immediately broke. He stood up and roared, Jian Wushuang really thinks that we of Soaring Heaven King Palace can't do anything about him? All the experts' faces grew grave, but most of them were astonished. He had killed Sir God Qi Xing with 1 palm. An almighty had died in 1 move. There wouldn't be many Sir gods who could do that. Qing Fu, among the 4 of us, you are the strongest as you have already reached the peak of Sir God. If you were to fight with Qi Xing, do you think you could kill him instantly? An almighty asked. Everyone immediately looked at Qing Fu. Qing Fu was a young man in a green robe. Although he looked young, he was actually the most ancient one among all experts, and he was also the strongest. He had already lived for tens of thousands of years. To kill Qi Xing with 1 move? Sir God Qing Fu thought, if I were to prepare ahead and launch the strongest hit with my all, I couldn't kill Sir God Qi Xing directly. However, when Sir God Qi Xing fought with Jian Wushuang, he didn't prepare ahead of time but straight away sent out his palm that breaks Sir God Qi Xing's attack and kill him. He might be even stronger than I am. The experts creased their eyebrows tightly as they heard what Sir God Qingfu said. Sir God Qingfu was already the strongest among them, but he wasn't confident that he could win against Jin Wushuang, let alone the rest of them. B** starred. How long has it been? Jin Wushuang has already improved to this level? The ancient, beast-like brawny man roared. The inverse cultivator is too scary. Jin Wushuang was so talented. Back when he was in the 8th layer, Soaring Heaven King Palace should have gone all out. We should have paid a price and killed him. It's already too late now. Let's think about what to do. Everyone started discussing in the hall, but they couldn't figure out any countermeasures. Jin Wushuang was too powerful, and he could kill an almighty with just one palm. Relying on his power, if he were to start massacre wantonly in Sea Continent, Soaring Heaven King Palace couldn't do anything about Jin Wushuang with their power on Sea Continent. I have already reported this to Emperor God Tian Shao. Emperor God Tian Shao will figure out a way. After all, Soaring Heaven King Palace has been the overlord for so many years. Our foundation and power isn't shakeable by Jin Wushuang alone. By then, Jin Wushuang will definitely have to pay a great price for his arrogance. Sir God Qingfu said. Everyone heard and nodded in agreement. They were obviously very confident in Soaring Heaven King Palace's power. Just then, Hong, there was a sudden loud thud. Along with the noise, a great power swept in. The cultivators in Soaring Heaven Mansion were shaken. The higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace in the hall were naturally frightened as well. Why? This movement. It spread from the protective array. Someone is attacking our protective array? The experts were first stunned, then instantly raged with anger. How dare he? As everyone cursed, large number of figures plunged out from Soaring Heaven Mansion. The 4 almighties in the lofty hall and the top chaotic real gods flew out. Before they could even leave Soaring Heaven Mansion to find out who it was, a sword light swung out. The sword light was too brilliant. Even with the protective array, everyone could feel how scary the sword light was. As the sword light descended, the protective array of Soaring Heaven Mansion collapsed completely. Then, a cold voice was heard. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I came to take revenge. The voice was deafening, and it constantly reverberated in Soaring Heaven Mansion. There was boundless coldness in the voice, and it struck fear into the hearts of many experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace. The higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace, including Sir God Qingfu, their faces grew grave when they heard him. Take revenge? Real God Xuekong's eyes were wide. It's Jin Wushuang. It's him. Jin Wushuang. Many experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace were surprised. He has guts. Soaring Heaven King Palace was having a headache, trying to seize a chance to kill him. He took the initiative and visited us instead? He's only a real god, and he dares to barge into Soaring Heaven Mansion. He's courting death. An angry voice continued to reverberate. Let's go. Sir God Qingfu's glare was cold, and it contained boundless murderous intention. He waved and plunged to the source of the voice, along with the higher-ups of Soaring Heaven King Palace. The moment they reached the entrance, the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace was the figure in a crimson robe who looked unyielding in the void before them. He was alone, and he held a crimson sword in his hand with billowing sword intention. He saw the experts of Soaring Heaven King Palace came out together, but he wasn't afraid. Looking at Jin Wushuang in front of them, everyone from Soaring Heaven King Palace was filled with murderous intentions, just like how the elder from 5 Spirit Sect had mentioned at the mansion gate before. Soaring Heaven King Palace held sway over Sea Continent. Ever since they had built Soaring Heaven Mansion, there had been hardly anyone who had dared to provoke the dignity of Soaring Heaven Mansion over the years. Those who had were instantly killed by Soaring Heaven Mansion with thunderous skill, and their sect had been exterminated. It had always been like that. Due to the massacres over the years, Soaring Heaven Mansion had had definite authority on Sea Continent. But then, Jin Wushuang had come to Soaring Heaven Mansion alone and broken the Soaring Heaven Mansion's protective array. Jin Wushuang, alone with one sword, had delivered himself to their doorstep. It was also the first time someone had delivered themselves to Soaring Heaven Mansion doorstep since they were established. There is a road to heaven and you won't go. There is no door to hell but you barged in. Jin Wushuang. No matter how capable you are going to die, without a doubt. Chapter 1765 Flowers bloom and fade. I will definitely die? From just the few of you? Jin Wushuang laughed nonchalantly and disdain flashed in his eyes. At that moment, although there was a total of 4 almighties standing in front of him, among the 4 of them, only Sir God Qing Fu who stood in front had the right to catch his attention. As for the other 3, they were merely normal Sir Gods. Hence, such a lineup was unable to make Jin Wushuang feel worried. The 4 of us are enough to kill you. Sir God Qing Fu had a great amount of aura. After giving a furious cry, his body was the first to move. At the same time that he moved, a double-edged, giant axe appeared in his hands. While releasing divine power, Sir God Qing Fu held the giant axe with both his hands and raised it high in the air. Rumble. A towering axe shadow appeared out of thin air at the top of the void. The axe shadow then swung out, and it looked as though it could split heaven and earth apart. When the axe shadow was swung, the whole universe became dead silent. Everyone present was staring at the axe shadow persistently, and their eyes were filled with shock. As for Jin Wushuang, he wore an indifferent smile. After taking a glance at the giant axe shadow which was heading toward him, he swung the sword in his hands immediately. He did not unleash a strong sword move. He merely swung his sword which was imbued with reincarnation power and, most importantly, his ultimate divine power. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant axe shadow shook violently and dissipated right away. Within the sea of dispersed divine power, an ice-cold sword light was still moving heartlessly, and it headed straight to Sir God Qing Fu. Sir God Qing Fu's expression changed greatly, and he placed his giant axe in front of his chest immediately. Clang! Another loud sound could be heard, and Sir God Qing Fu's body was sent flying instantly. While he was flying, he rolled about continuously, and it was only after a long time that his body stopped moving. After stopping, Sir God Qing Fu's body shook, and he spit out a huge mouthful of blood with a wah sound. His expression turned pale at once. When everyone from the soaring Heaven King Palace saw such a scene, all of them turned pale with fright. Among the many experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace present, Sir God Qing Fu was one of the most powerful people, and he was a top Sir God. Even though the experts from the higher-ups of the soaring Heaven King Palace knew that Jin Wushuang had unleashed shocking abilities to kill Sir God Qing with one palm, they had still thought that Sir God Qing Fu could suppress Jin Wushuang. Moreover, no matter what, he would still be able to fight with Jin Wushuang head-on at the very least. However, when the both of them fought for real, with one face-off, Sir God Qing Fu had sustained serious injuries. Too strong. His power is too strong. Sir God Qing Fu exclaimed with admiration. He did not know that as soon as Jin Wushuang had achieved Stage 3 Ultimate Real God, his abilities and body underwent a transformation, and both of them had achieved the level of an Emperor God. In other words, in terms of power alone, he was not inferior to an Emperor God at all. Previously, in the Sea City, for him to be able to kill Sir God Qixing with a palm, apart from the fact that the reincarnation palm was already powerful to begin with, the most important thing was the suppression in terms of power. Emperor gods and Sir gods were one step away from one another. However, the difference in terms of their powers was like heaven and earth. Jin Wushuang's abilities are too frightening, and they are definitely not inferior to that of a real Emperor God. In a one-to-one fight, no one among us is his opponent. Quick, use that move. Sir God Qing Fu suppressed his blood and qi with force and shouted furiously. The 3 remaining Sir Gods of the soaring Heaven King Palace reacted. Together with Sir God Qing Fu, they unleashed a special handprint toward the ground below them. Big formation rise. Rumble. The ground shook. At that moment, the whole soaring heaven mansion seemed to be alive. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ground and green vines came out of them. There were a huge number of vines, and they were spreading with shocking speed. In an instant, they covered the ground of the whole soaring heaven mansion completely, and brilliant green light illuminated the area. At the same time, a great amount of life emerged, and the whole universe became filled with life. A formation? Jin Wushuang was looking at the scene below him, as well as the infinite amount of murderous intent around him. He raised the corners of his mouth immediately. Interesting. Jin Wushuang was not worried in the slightest bit. It should be known that back then in the Buddhist Demon Sea, even though 5 Sir Gods had teamed up and unleashed the killing formation of 9 cuts, they were unable to do anything against him in the end. Instead, they were defeated by him, and he had even killed one person on the spot. At that moment, Jin Wushuang's abilities were greater than before. The 4 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were standing on the ground which was covered by the green wines, and just like before, Sir God Qing Fu was standing in front. Moreover, their bodies were covered by the green vines, and it looked as if they had fused with the big formation. With that, the only thing that was revealed were the eyes of the 4 of them. These 4 pairs of eyes were currently staring at Jin Wushuang closely, and they were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. Jin Wushuang, I admit that you are very powerful. However, it's a pity that you are too arrogant. An ice-cold voice could be heard from Sir God Qing Fu. By staying somewhere in the sea continent, even if you were to kill the experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace wantonly, the Soaring Heaven Mansion will be unable to do anything against you with its power. However, it's a pity that you have taken the initiative to come to us. In the Soaring Heaven Mansion, with the aid of the big formation, the 4 of us can even fight against a real Emperor God. And you will die for sure. Die. Sir God Qing Fu's eyes glowed with a shrill light. Flowers bloom, buzz. Amidst the uncountable number of vines, a brawny green vine appeared. The speed of that vine was extremely fast. When it appeared in front of Jin Wushuang, it started to transform straight away. An exceptionally beautiful, giant green lotus flower bloomed, and it contained an unbelievable amount of aura of life. As soon as it bloomed, it covered the whole Soaring Heaven Mansion. Jin Wushuang's eyes squinted. When he looked at the green lotus flower below him, he did not feel that the green lotus flower was dangerous. At that moment, Sir God Qing Fu shouted again. Flowers fade. Boom. The universe shook. The Soaring Heaven Mansion, which was originally filled with life, was replaced by an infinite amount of dead energy in a split second. The innumerous number of vines on the ground below him started to wither immediately. At the same time, the gigantic green lotus flower withered. However, as the green lotus flower withered, it drew everything to itself fiercely. Naturally, Jin Wushuang was drawn in as well, and the green lotus flower became a flower bud. The flower bud withered at an extremely fast speed, and even its life was depleting madly. My life force is being depleted quickly? Jin Wushuang's expression changed fiercely. He finally understood the strange thing about the big formation. The formation possessed the ability to transform life into death. If I am unable to destroy this lotus flower completely and get out, even if it's me, my life will be totally sucked dry and I will die here, Jin Wushuang muttered. Although his body contained the King of Venomous Worms who could help him to recover, the King of Venomous Worms' recovery ability was obviously incomparable to the speed that his life was being depleted at. Chapter 1766 Thunderous Rout. Humph! A cold humph and a boundless divine power instantly exploded from Jin Wushuang. At the same time, Jin Wushuang's divine body magnified at a terrifying speed. 10 zhong, 100 zhong, 1,000 zhong, 10,000 zhong. A huge dark gold ancient gold body grew tremendously in size. In addition to the ravages of divine power, he forced the wrapped green lotus flower to break and a hole appeared. Jin Wushuang held a sword in one hand and slashed at the hole. Then, the green lotus flower broke apart. What? The 4 Sir Gods in the formation looked shocked. The move that they had performed using the formation, even an ordinary Emperor God would find hard to shake it off. However, Jin Wushuang had resolved it so easily. Don't waste time with him. Let's use the strongest move. Sir God Qing Fu bellowed. All right, the other 3 Sir Gods nodded heavily. In the eyes of the 4 Sir Gods, there was a cyan shimmer while boundless divine power flowed into the formation. Life force, continuous reincarnation. Last forever. Hong. The withering became full of vigor again, and the vines were gathering at an insane speed. Then, they formed an ancient green tree. The ancient green tree looked as though it had existed since ancient times. It constantly grew and extended to the sky. Just as the ancient green tree formed its shape, the extremely thick branch. Wow! A green branch swept at Jian Wushuang. Everyone on the scene looked surprised at the green branch. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock subconsciously. From his viewpoint, it equaled a Sir God's full hit. This is your final reliance? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. His huge, ancient god body had shrunk to only 10 zhang tall, but he gripped Blood Mountain sword tightly in his hand. Jian Wushuang's eyes let out a faint light and boundless reincarnation power swept out. Reincarnation sword principle, the second move. There was a flash of murderous intention and Blood Mountain sword was suddenly swung out along with boundless reincarnation power. Reincarnation sword principle. Jian Wushuang had created it via his understanding of the Palm One-Star Man had left in his head during the few thousand years when Jian Wushuang had been recovering in seclusion. Jian Wushuang had created a total of 2 moves for the sword principle. He had performed the first move earlier, and it broke Soaring Heaven Mansion's protective array. Then, he was performing the second move. Bang! The sword light with boundless reincarnation power hit the green branch, and a terrifying power exploded. In an instant, it was dark all around. A boundless divine power suddenly swept out in all directions, and everyone gulped in shock. Suddenly, Kacha. It was only a soft crack, but Sir God Qing Fu and the other 3 Sir Gods' eyes dilated in shock. Then, before their dumbstruck gazes, the green branch that they were driving with the formation cracked from the middle. Then, a sword light pierced the green wood and it broke into 2. The sword light quivered and continued to move in the direction of the 4 of them. Sir God Qing Fu harumphed coldly, and the life force instantly gathered in front of them and formed layers of defense. With difficulty, they managed to block the sword light. However, just then, 2 resplendent golden lights suddenly lit up and they appeared behind the 4 of them. *T. The 4 of their faces grew grave. Of course they knew about the golden lights. They were the 2 Hongjun golden swords that Jian Wushuang controlled. They had just withstood the sword light that Jian Wushuang had struck, and the 2 Hongjun golden sword had suddenly attacked them from behind. The 4 of them didn't respond in time. Pest! Pest! The resplendent golden light instantly pierced 2 heads. As for the remaining 2, they fled in panic. The formation of everlasting green that covered the entire Soaring Heaven Mansion collapsed. Hee. I thought the 4 of you teaming up would bring me joy. From the looks of it, you're only SOSO. Jian Wushuang smiled and the 2 golden lights twinkled next to him. In the void far away, Sir God Qing Fu and the beast-like man stared at Jian Wushuang. They had never expected that they would be defeated by Jian Wushuang when the 4 of them teamed up to form the formation of Everlasting Green. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had killed 2 of them. One should know that they were confident to even fight with an ordinary emperor god with the formation. But Jian Wushuang was only a real god. Since the formation of Everlasting Green collapsed, and the 4 Sir Gods were heavily defeated. Then, I told real god Shui Kong to bring you a message earlier for you to clean your neck. Now, there was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Swoosh! He suddenly moved and appeared among the surrounding crowd. The crowd were experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Many of them were real gods of Soaring Heaven King Palace, and there were many universe gods as well. However, Jian Wushuang showed no mercy. Die! He swept the sword across and a sword light was swung out brutally. A total of 13 real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace, along with 3 top universe gods, couldn't even react before the sword light swept past them. They were instantly killed. At the same time, 2 resplendent golden light suddenly swept out and shuttled through the crowd. The power of Hongjun Golden Sword wasn't something real god or universe god could withstand. Plus, its speed was so fast, and there were 2 swords. Pest! 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 There were continuous noises, and the void instantly turned into a living hell. No! Hurry up and run. Spare me. Don't kill me. The experts in Soaring Heaven King Palace gave out a blood-curdling scream simultaneously. Sir God Ching Fu and the beast-like brawny man in the void far away were furious at the sight. Be **starred. The brawny man let out an angry roar and charged at Jian Wushuang. Don't act on impulse. Sir God Ching Fu wanted to stop him, but the brawny man was in complete madness and his eyes were bloodshot. Jian Wushuang was terrified but thrilled at the brawny man's arrival. No matter how many real gods I killed, how could it be more satisfying than killing an almighty? Jian Wushuang smiled and murderous intention filled his eyes. As the brawny man arrived, the two golden lights shuttling to and from the crowd suddenly changed their directions and aimed at the brawny man. Die! The brawny man wielded a saber and hit the two golden lights. Dang! A loud thud and the power of the first Hong Jun golden sword made the brawny man retreat and spit a mouthful of blood. Then, the second Hong Jun golden sword immediately pounded and pierced the brawny man's head. Then, the four Sir Gods in Soaring Heaven Mansion, Jian Wushuang had already killed 3 of them. Chapter 1767, The Arrival of an Emperor God. Seeing that the brawny man was killed easily, although Sir God Ching Fu was in great sorrow, he felt even more helpless. Even with the formation of everlasting green that was unleashed with 4 Sir Gods teaming up, Jian Wushuang was still able to break through it. At that moment, there was no power within the Soaring Heaven Mansion which could stop Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang, he continued his massacre and even almighties were easily killed by him. Hence, the real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were even more powerless and more than half of them were massacred after a short amount of time. Stop it! A furious cry could be heard and it resounded across the universe. When Sir God Ching Fu, who had a ghastly pale expression and was filled with sorrow, heard the cry, he raised his head immediately and his eyes shone brilliantly. He's here. He's finally here. Sir God Ching Fu clenched both his fists tightly and he cried tears of joy. After the loud cry was heard, 3 figures which emitted shocking aura flew over hastily and they appeared in the sky of the Soaring Heaven Mansion in a split second. Among the 3 of them, the person in front was a golden-robed man. The golden-robed man had a huge amount of aura, and it was many times more than the aura of anyone who was present. He was one of the 2 important people of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao. As for the 2 people behind Emperor God Tian Shao, they were the other 2 top Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang had gotten reliable information since a long time ago. He knew that in the Soaring Heaven King Palace, apart from the 2 Emperor Gods, there were 3 top Sir Gods and Sir God Ching Fu was one of them. At that moment, the Soaring Heaven King Palace's Emperor God Tian Shao, as well as its 3 top Sir Gods, were all present. However, when they arrived, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was already stained with so much blood that a blood river could be formed and it was filled with bodies. It was just like the Azura Hell. Among many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace who were inside the Soaring Heaven Mansion, 3 of the 4 Sir God experts who were of a high level were killed on the spot and only Sir God Ching Fu remained alive. As for the remaining real gods and universe gods, more than 70% of them were killed by Jian Wushuang and only a small number of them managed to escape. Upon seeing that, the 3 figures who had arrived were extremely terrified. In particular, the bodies of the 3 almighties were worrisome. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was the second base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Moreover, it was an existence which oversaw a land, and it was extremely important to the Soaring Heaven King Palace. When they knew that Jian Wushuang had appeared in the sea continent, and that he had also killed Sir God Qi Xing with a flip of his palm, the Soaring Heaven King Palace paid close attention to him. Previously in the base of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao was discussing how to kill Jian Wushuang. However, never did they expect Jian Wushuang to take the initiative to charge into the Soaring Heaven Mansion before they could even take action. Moreover, after just a short amount of time, he had completely defeated all the power that the Soaring Heaven Mansion had by himself and massacred everyone wantonly. Even though Emperor God Tian Shao had hurried over via a wormhole at once, he was still too slow in terms of speed. An unprecedented blow had already been dealt to the soaring Heaven King Palace. It was all right for those real gods and universe gods to die. After all, the soaring Heaven King Palace had a great background. Hence, losing some real gods and universe gods were considered nothing, as they would recover from it completely after some time of nurturing. However, it was different for Almighties. During this battle, Jin Wushuang had killed 3 of their Almighties. By adding Sir God Qi Xing from before, it was a total of 4 of them. It should be known that there was only a total of 11 Almighties in the whole soaring Heaven King Palace, and any of them was a super existence who could frighten everyone. However, in just a short amount of time, Jin Wushuang had killed more than 1/3 of them. Since the soaring Heaven King Palace was founded, when had they ever suffered such huge losses? Emperor God Tian Shao, you were really slow in coming here. Jin Wushuang stood while holding his sword, and he was looking at the 3 experts who had come proudly. Even though Emperor God Tian Shao had come personally, he was still not fearful in the slightest. Jin Wushuang, I swear that I will definitely skin you alive, tear open your bones, throw you into the 9th level of the soaring Heaven King Palace's prison, and torture you for millions upon millions of years, so that it is possible for you to neither live nor die. An extremely cold voice could be heard from Emperor God Tian Shao, and an unprecedented amount of murderous intent burst forth from him. Ha ha, skin me alive and tear open my bones? With just the few of you? Jin Wushuang's eyes were filled with contempt. Among the many almighties of the soaring Heaven King Palace, only Emperor God Tianling, who traveled in the 2nd layer throughout the year, could make Jin Wushuang feel fearful. As for the other people, which included the Emperor God Tian Shao who was in front of him, they were unable to make Jin Wushuang feel fearful. Little kid, die. Emperor God Tian Shao did not say any unnecessary things, and an infinite amount of murderous intent burst forth from him. In an instant, the whole universe was as if it had entered a storm that was composed of murderous intent. As Emperor God Tian Shao's body moved, an ancient hammer which glowed with dim, green light appeared in his hands. The green hammer was emitting thick power, and it made Jin Wushuang squint his eyes as soon as it appeared. Emperor God Tian Shao is rumored to have 2 Chaos Divine Treasure. One of them is the armor that he is wearing, and the other should be the big hammer that he is holding, Jin Wushuang muttered, and he was not frightened in the slightest. Swish! Jin Wushuang's body moved instantly. Secret skill of De Yuan, star-destroying thunder. Emperor God Tian Shao gave a furious cry, and the ancient hammer in his hands emitted a great amount of green light. Rays of green light flooded the universe, and they became a giant shadow. The shadow was filled with thunderbolt power, and it was just like an unmatched thunder god. He was holding a big hammer with one hand tightly, and as the big hands moved, an infinite amount of thunderbolt power gathered. After that, the big hammer was swung out fiercely. Rumble. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. For the large number of cultivators who had already retreated extremely far away, when they saw the green big hammer being swung down, all of them were shocked and dumbfounded. This is the power of an emperor god. An emperor god. A real emperor god. Too strong. This power is too strong. Countless people cried out in alarm. Even Sir God Xingfu, as well as the other 2 top Sir Gods from soaring Heaven King Palace, exclaimed in admiration. Although Sir Gods and Emperor Gods were only 1 step away from one another, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. For example, for the formation of Everlasting Green, which was unleashed previously when Sir God Xingfu had teamed up with the 3 Sir Gods who had already fallen, it could only barely compete against a normal Emperor God. However, such an Emperor God referred to those Emperor Gods who had just made a breakthrough, and their abilities were considered the weakest among the Emperor Gods. As for Emperor God Tian Shao, as one of the founders of the soaring Heaven King Palace, he possessed many powerful secret skills, and his abilities were considered extremely out of the ordinary among the Emperor Gods. In addition, he possessed 2 Chaos Divine Treasures. As such, he could definitely be considered someone powerful among the Emperor Gods. With such a super existence taking action personally, Sir God Xingfu and the 2 other Sir Gods became even more confident. No matter how strong Jin Wushuang is, he is still a real god in the end. Although an inverse cultivator is nature-defying, it does not mean that he is invincible. Hence, Killing many Sir Gods while being a real god should be his limit. Therefore, as soon as he encounters an Emperor God, no matter what trump card he has, he will no doubt die. That's right. This Jian Wushuang is dead for sure. Since Emperor God Tian Shao has taken action personally, there will no longer for any room for him to struggle. Chapter 1768 versus Emperor God Tian Shao. An Emperor God's attack was earth-shattering. The cultivators on the scene firmly believed that Jian Wushuang stood no chance of living. When Jian Wushuang saw the unrivaled Thor swung his hammer, he smirked while his eyes gave out a battle intention. Back in Buddhist Demon Sea, I flashed all my trump cards when I was fighting with Emperor God Shuegu, but I still couldn't be evenly matched. But now, I am different from before. An Emperor God does not strike fear in me anymore. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Today, let me see just how strong an Emperor God is. Fight! Jian Wushuang spat the word, and a terrifying aura soared from his body. Jian Wushuang's ancient god body changed again. His muscular ancient god arm wielded Blood Mountain Sword. The boundless sword intention swept out. Reincarnation Sword Principle, the second move. Hong. He slashed and the earth shook as though he was going to break the sky. Bang! There was a loud thud and Jian Wushuang's body quivered. He took 3 steps back and every single step was about 10,000 apart. The boundless divine power dispersed and countless palaces and pavilions shattered into dust. Emperor God Tian Shao took 1 step back as well. That 1 step was sonorous and vigorous. He stomped and the void below broke. Humph! Emperor God Tian Shao let out a cold humph. His body was covered in green lightning that crackled. Then, there was a Thor shadow that soared from his body and roared. His roar shook the earth and a 1,000-mile-wide black hole instantly appeared from nowhere. In the black hole, the thunderous, huge hand extended its grip toward Jian Wushuang like lightning. The thunderous, huge hand contained terrifying power that could burst any Sir God's body with its grip. Jian Wushuang smirked in disdain and pointed with his index finger. Then, a boundless divine power revolved. It tore another huge hole in the void. From the hole, there was a huge, ancient hand that extended out. The hand concentrated all its power on 1 finger, and the point was terrifying. It was the 6th finger of ancient god, Sun Corrosion. The thunderous hand and the ancient finger collided. The 2 bolts of terrifying power pushed against one another, but the thunder hand was shaking vigorously and looked like it was going to break. Bang! There was a loud bang and the thunderous, huge hand broke apart. Emperor God Tian Shao, I already took 2 of your attacks. Now, it's your turn to take my own palm. Jian Wushuang let out a hearty laugh and took a huge stride forward. His huge stride brought about terrifying power that could destroy the universe. On Jian Wushuang's right palm, boundless divine power crystallized and he slammed. Reincarnation Palm. The palm brought along boundless reincarnation power. This palm derived from Jian Wushuang, mimicking the terrifying palm that 1-star man sealed in his head the other days. In terms of power, Reincarnation Palm was actually stronger than the other 2 moves of Reincarnation Sword Principle. Back in Sea Continent, Jian Wushuang had killed Sir God Qi Xing with this palm. Jian Wushuang didn't go all out back then. He never once let his divine power explode entirely until then. His divine power of Sir God level had exploded, and he performed the palm with all his strength. The huge palm pressed down. Everywhere that it passed turned into ashes. The people who were watching the battle couldn't help but gulp. Even Emperor God Tian Shao was shocked at the sight. Break! Emperor God Tian Shao roared. Then, there were space cracks in the void under his feet, and they spread across like a spider web. The green hammer in his hand was covered in green lightning. The hammer was instantly magnified by a few folds, and in the end swung out and attacked brutally. Dong! The low thud resounded across the vast universe and fell into a divine power storm. Suddenly, a figure plunged out from the divine power storm and stood in the void. Although Emperor God Tian Shao was still carrying murderous intention, his gaze grew extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang, I belittled you. I never thought that you would already have the requisite to fight with an Emperor God. The surrounding cultivators were shocked at the comment. Emperor God Tian Shao spoke himself. He said that Jin Wushuang had the power to fight with an emperor god. A real god? Could he really fight with an emperor god? Emperor God Tian Shao, an emperor god expert, your power shouldn't be just this level, right? Jin Wushuang smiled. He had once fought with Emperor God Shuegu, and Emperor God Shuegu was extremely powerful. Even if he fought with Emperor God Shuegu again, he would feel pressured. Although Emperor God Tian Shao couldn't compare to Emperor God Shuegu, their powers would be extremely close. Hence, his power definitely wouldn't just be at that level. Humph, you're smart. I shall show you what an emperor god is today. Emperor God Tian Shao's voice shook the earth. Just as he spoke, rumble. Heaven and earth shook as boundless thunderous power swept out and formed an ocean of lightning. In the ocean of lightning, large amount of green sacred lightning crackled and filled a range of 10,000 miles. Everyone at the scene could feel the power that could destroy the universe from the ocean of lightning. The strength of the power could make any Sir God feel hopeless. Fighting power of an emperor god was on full display then. Now, this is interesting, Jin Wushuang smiled as he beamed with excitement. Secret skill of De Lei Yuan, eternal ocean of lightning. There was green lighting that burst out of Emperor God Tian Shao's eye too. Suddenly, the terrifying ocean of lightning that covered an expanse of 10,000 miles covered Jin Wushuang. Even if over 10 Sir Gods teamed up in the ocean of lightning, they would instantly melt into nothingness as well. Sacred lightning secret skill. I happen to know of them too. I wonder whose is stronger? Jin Wushuang smiled and instigated with his right hand. Come on, lightning, Hong. In the sky above, there was suddenly a huge crack. The huge crack parted the universe into two. From the crack, Walala. A terrifying life-destroying sacred thunder suddenly descended. Every single strike of life-destroying sacred thunder was as thick as the mountain. Every single strike contained terrifying power that struck fear into a Sir God. At that moment there were about 100 strikes of life-destroying sacred thunder that descend simultaneously. After about 100 strikes of life-destroying sacred thunder descended, it immediately merged together at terrifying speed and became a huge life-destroying sacred dragon that stretched over 10,000 miles. The life-destroying sacred dragon bellowed. Suddenly, the green ocean of lightning flooded in. One of the 3 ancient god secret skills, thunder-attracting skill, to fight sacred lightning with sacred lightning. Both collided. Chapter 1769 Scheme. Boom. The universe shook and the life-destroying thunder dragon, which stretched across a distance of tens of thousands of miles, charged into the sea of thunder and moved around violently, causing the sea of thunder to be in disarray. However, after a short amount of time, the infinite amount of green sacred thunder in the sea of thunder tore apart the life-destroying thunder dragon. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Although the thunder-attracting skill was one of the 3 secret skills of the ancient god clan and its power would be out of the ordinary if it were unleashed with Jin Wushuang's current divine power, in the end, this secret skill would only be more powerful if it were unleashed with ancient god power. Moreover, Jin Wushuang had not fully mastered this secret skill yet. Hence, it was normal for him to not be able to match the Sea of Thunder which Emperor God Tian Shao had unleashed. When the Thunder Dragon was destroyed, the Sea of Thunder continued to head toward Jin Wushuang. At the same time, Emperor God Tian Shao himself was heading over. Break! Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword left its scabbard. The sword light was sharp, and it was swung out while imbued with reincarnation power. The Sea of Thunder, which was already in disarray after the attack of the life-destroying Thunder Dragon, was split open by force, and it started to spread in all directions immediately. However, Emperor God Tian Shao's body came out of the crack of the Sea of Thunder fiercely. Along the way, 3 boundless thunder lights emerged and they formed 3 figures beside him. The 3 figures were exactly the same as Emperor God Tian Shao. All of them were holding a big hammer each, and they had a huge amount of aura, forming 3 clones at the same time. Moreover, their abilities are all so strong. Jin Wushuang was surprised. The secret skill that Emperor God Tian Shao had just unleashed was indeed exceptional. The 3 Thunderbolt clones that he had created should have 50% of his real Bodis fighting capabilities. If they were to team up, they would certainly pose a threat. Jin Wushuang die. Emperor God Tian God filled with an immeasurable amount of murderous intent. Haha, who was afraid of whom? Jin Wushuang laughed heartily. When Emperor God Tian Shao and his 3 Thunderbolt clones attacked, Jin Wushuang's body shook violently. After that, heads and arms started to appear from his stalwart ancient god body. In an instant, Jin Wushuang changed into a state where he had 5 heads and 10 arms. His 10 arms were each holding a sword. After that, he attacked right away and clashed with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on. Shocking booming sounds could be heard repeatedly, and the sounds were extremely loud. Jin Wushuang's swift and huge sword light, as well as Emperor God Tian Shao's fierce big hammer, which contained an infinite amount of thunderbolt, clashed in the void head-on. Every time they clashed, the power generated from the clash would shake the universe, and this caused many of the cultivators present to shiver with fear. In the surrounding void, countless cultivators' throats felt restless, and they were observing the shocking battle between the 2 experts in front of them with their eyes opened wide. The battle had caused the place to plunge into chaos and caused it to be filled with darkness. The surrounding people had already been overwhelmed by it since a long time ago. It was unknown how much time had passed. Piss off! Jin Wushuang gave a furious roar, and his blood mountain sword expanded into a towering sword immediately. It was then swung fiercely. What a joke! Emperor God Tian Shao laughed coldly, and his big hammer was swung out mightily to intercept the towering sword. Boom! With a loud sound, the bodies of Jin Wushuang and Emperor God Tian Shao were both sent flying. After they regained their posture, Emperor God Tian Shao still had a huge amount of aura like before. As for the 3 Thunderbolt clones beside him, they were uninjured. As for Jin Wushuang, he originally had 5 heads and 10 arms. However, at that moment, 2 heads had already burst, and there were some marks of thunderbolts sweeping past his body. It was obvious that he looked a bit miserable. Emperor God Tian Shao was indeed an Emperor God-level super expert. By unleashing a secret skill to create 3 Thunderbolt clones to team up with him, even though Jin Wushuang possessed 5 heads and 10 arms and had combined that with his attack skills, he was still at a disadvantage. Jin Wushuang, I admit that your abilities are already enough for you to stand on equal footing with a normal Emperor God. However, you are still very far away from being able to compete with me, Emperor God Tian Shao said in an icy tone. Is that so? Jin Wushuang gave a weird laughter. Emperor God Tian Shao, as one of the founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, you must have collected information about me before taking action against me. Hence, you should know this. When I fought with an Almighty for the first time, which is when I fought with Sir God Qianlan of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, what did I use to suppress him? Upon hearing that, Emperor God Tian Shao's expression changed abruptly. At the same time, he could hear 2 sounds of intense wind coming from behind him. The 2 sounds of wind were 2 brilliant rays of golden light, and they were dragging their long golden tails along with them. They then swept past the void and headed for his head with lightning speed. For the 2 Hongjun golden swords, Jin Wushuang had been hiding them intentionally. Ever since he had started to fight with Emperor God Tian Shao, he had not used them. Even when he was at a disadvantage in close-quarters combat, he still did not use them. It was not until then that the 2 Hongjun golden swords appeared behind Emperor God Tian Shao quietly. This was a killing move that Jin Wushuang had concealed and prepared carefully to the best of his abilities. 2 rays of golden light moved quickly, and they contained an enormous amount of power. It was too fast and too sudden. When Emperor God Tian Shao realized it, there was no time for him to dodge or block it. However, at that critical moment, Emperor God Tian Shao gave a cold snort, and the golden robe that he wore changed into golden armor instantly. The golden armor started to spread quickly, and it covered his whole body in a split second. Naturally, his head was covered. Clang! Clang! The 2 Hongjun golden swords struck Emperor God Tian Shao's head in succession. Moreover, they struck the same position. As there was a great amount of attack power, Emperor God Tian Shao's body was sent flying, and it was only after a long time that he regained his posture. After that, Emperor God Tian Shao turned his head and revealed a face that was slightly pale. At the same time, there was some blood at the corners of his mouth and his eyes were filled with flames of fury. Jian Wushuang, from the very start, you have hidden these two golden swords intentionally. You are really scheming, and it is a great move. If not for me possessing defensive armor, I would have fallen to your scheme, Emperor God Tian Shao said furiously. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. Is that golden armor Emperor God Tian Shao's second Chaos Divine treasure? Jian Wushuang murmured. There was nothing that he could do. Emperor God experts were extremely powerful, and it was not easy to kill them. Jian Wushuang had known that since a long time ago. Hence, he had hidden his Hongjun golden swords at the start. After that, he would have found the perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack and attempt to deal a heavy blow to Emperor God Tian Shao. However, it was a pity that Emperor God Tian Shao possessed a Chaos Divine, treasure-level defensive armor. With his armor bearing the impact of his Hongjun golden swords attack, he got off with light injuries. As expected of one of the founders of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. With that defensive armor, even if top Emperor Gods were to attack you personally, they would probably be unable to kill you as well, Jian Wushuang laughed. While you are unable to kill me, I am able to kill you. Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes turned ice cold. The moment his words left his mouth, he flipped his palm abruptly and a pitch-black, long arrow appeared on his hand. The surface of the pitch-black, long arrow was covered with a layer of dim light, and the dim light looked unusually strange. The moment Emperor God Tian Shao took out the long arrow, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank fiercely. Chapter 1770. Shake his sleeves and leave that arrow. Jian Wushuang stared at the black arrow in Emperor God Tian Shao's hand. He could feel a strong sense of crisis from the black arrow. It was obvious that the arrow wasn't ordinary. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been an overlord in eternal chaotic world for so long, and they have a solid foundation. Not only do they have many experts, they also have many trump cards. This arrow must be one of Soaring Heaven King Palace's trump cards, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. In the entire Soaring Heaven King Palace, in terms of experts, there was only Emperor God Tianling who was constantly wandering in the second layer who he had scruples about. Besides the experts, Soaring Heaven King Palace had some trump cards that shouldn't be belittled. As such, Jian Wushuang didn't barge into Soaring Heaven King Palace's old lair directly but opted for Soaring Heaven Mansion instead. Jian Wushuang, the arrow is extraordinary. You have to deal with it carefully. King of Venomous Worm's voice suddenly rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. In the void before him, Emperor God Tian Shao flashed a malicious smile after he took out the arrow. Then, he flipped his wrist and a bow appeared in his hand. The bow had a threatening aura as well. However, it was far from a chaotic divine treasure. Then, Emperor God Tian Shao placed the arrow to the bow before countless experts. As he pulled the string and aimed the black arrow at Jian Wushuang, he could feel that he was completely locked onto by magical power. Regardless of where he ran to, the power would catch up with him and destroy him. Jian Wushuang, you should be proud to make me use a God Slayer arrow on you. Emperor God Tian Shao spoke coldly as he stretched the string on the bow. The magical power that was holding on to Jian Wushuang grew stronger. Die! With a deep bellow, the extremely tense bowstring was let loose. A black extermination light burst out, and the black arrow broke the moment it was shot. Although the arrow broke, the power that it displayed was extremely terrifying. A one-use disposable item? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The arrow's power was overwhelming, and it broke when it was shot. All the power was concentrated in the arrow, and Emperor God Tian Shao intended to kill him with that arrow. Such terrifying power. The people who were watching in the surrounding could feel the power, and their faces changed. It was too powerful. The power that was displayed by Emperor God Tian Shao and Jian Wushuang was much stronger. It was a killing arrow. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed coldly, and his eyes shined. The divine power in his body continued to flow out madly. Ancient God unique skill. 8 divine mountains. Clang, 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 A total of 8 tall, golden, lofty divine mountains descended from nowhere. The 8 golden, lofty divine mountains appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and formed 8 layers of defense. It was the strongest defense unique skill of ancient god tribe. Along with the improvement of Jin Wushuang's power, the 8 golden lofty divine mountains' defense power grew tremendously strong as well. However, the 8 divine mountains might be able to block a full blow by an emperor god, but to block the god slayer arrow that was shot to kill, they seemed to be slightly too weak. Bang, bang, bang. The black arrow brought along extermination aura as it pierced one golden divine mountain after another. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 zhang tall divine mountains were pierced. The black arrow continued to shoot at Jin Wushuang. King of venomous worms. Jin Wushuang roared. Let me take care of this. King of venomous worms' voice rang in Jin Wushuang's head. The muscles on Jin Wushuang's ancient god body wriggled vigorously, and a huge monster suddenly appeared. Secret skill of Plenilune, 10,000 Sirai. Countless Sirai swept out and gathered together at a terrifying speed. It instantly formed a huge, towering hand. The huge hand extended slowly and greeted the God Slayer arrow that was aiming at Jin Wushuang. Both parties collided. Walala! The huge hand was breaking down quickly, and the countless Sirai shattered at the power of the God Slayer arrow. In the end, the God Slayer arrow pierced the entire huge hand. However, due to the hindrance of the huge hand, the power of the God Slayer arrow was diminished greatly. Bang! God Slayed arrow finally reached its goal and hit Jin Wushuang. His divine body shook vigorously and he fell back. It took a while before he stopped. In the void, Jin Wushuang stood on his feet again. He touched his chest, and he saw that there was a clear white spot on his chest. It's such a terrifying killer move, Jin Wushuang muttered. It pierced 8 divine mountains and the huge hand that King of Venomous Worms had performed via secret skill. Then, it finally hit him. In the end, his divine body was merely slightly impacted. The power of God Slayer arrow was comparable to a hit of a top emperor god. He didn't die? Emperor God Tian Shao was shocked. God Slayer arrow was one of Soaring Heaven King Palace's trump cards. Soaring Heaven King Palace only had 3 God Slayer arrows, and they used one on Jin Wushuang. The God Slayer arrow was shot out by him, an emperor god, personally. Theoretically, it should even be able to kill an emperor god, but Jin Wushuang had survived and his aura was still as magnificent as before. It was obvious that his injury wasn't bad. Emperor God Tian Shao, was the arrow earlier your last trump card? Jin Wushuang looked at Emperor God Tian Shao as he spoke coldly. The power of the arrow was not too shabby, but unfortunately, it can't kill me. As you have defense armor at the level of chaotic divine treasure, I can't kill you either. However, if I want to kill the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, you can't stop me. Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes dilated in shock. That was what he was worried about the most. He had defense armor at the level of chaotic divine treasure. He wasn't afraid of Jin Wushuang. However, the other people in Soaring Heaven King Palace didn't. If Jin Wushuang intended to kill them, he couldn't stop him. Jin Wushuang, what is it that you want exactly? Emperor Tian Shao roared. What I want? Jin Wushuang chuckled coldly. I said this before. I am here to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace. Only the blood of the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace can quell the anger in me. The battle with Soaring Heaven Mansion today, although I killed 3 Sir Gods, many real gods and universe gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace, it's not enough. It's far from enough. There will be plenty of time. I will stay back and have a lot of fun with you. Haha. The hearty laughter reverberated in the universe, and everyone revealed a horrified expression. After he laughed, Jin Wushuang turned around. He had obviously made up his mind to leave. Watching Jin Wushuang walk away, Emperor God Tian Shao's gaze was gloomy yet helpless. He knew clearly that he couldn't make Jin Wushuang stay with his power alone. Chapter 1771 Shocking the World. At that moment, in the sea continent, the Soaring Heaven Mansion, which once possessed a lot of power that could cause many powerhouses and sects to be extremely frightened, had been reduced to a piece of ruins. A great number of bodies and a great amount of blood could be seen everywhere. Emperor God Tian Shao and his group of people were standing at the void on top of the soaring heaven mansion. However, they were deathly silent, and they did not say anything. As for the large number of surrounding cultivators who were observing the battle, their throats were restless and similarly, they did not dare to speak. At that moment, even more people were in shock. In the battle on that very day, Jin Wushuang's abilities had caused them to be completely stunned. By himself, he had destroyed the big protective formation of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, charged into the Soaring Heaven Mansion, killed 3 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, as well as many of the real gods and universe gods. In the end, he had fought with Emperor God Tian Shao, who had hurried over, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. Even though Emperor God Tian Shao had used his God Slayer arrow, Jin Wushuang still remained standing with pride, and he swaggered off in the end. What kind of earth-shaking stunt was that? Palace Master. Sir God Qing Fu came to the side of Emperor God Tian Shao and said with a trembling body, "Are we just going to look on as Jin Wushuang leaves? What else can we do? I have already used the God Slayer arrow. However, I was able to neither kill nor injure him seriously. Even if the 3 of you and I were to team up, would we really be able to keep him here?" Emperor God Tian Shao snorted coldly. Upon hearing that, Sir God Qing Fu and the 2 top Sir Gods at the side could not help but become silent. That's right. If they did not want to look on as Jin Wushuang left, what else could they do? It should be known that Emperor God Tian Shao had already taken action personally. Moreover, he had used the God Slayer arrow. However, he was still unable to kill Jin Wushuang. Although the Soaring Heaven King Palace's base had stronger trump cards, most of them could only be unleashed in the base, and there were not many of them which could be brought out. Moreover, even if they were to use all the trump cards that they could bring out, would they really be able to kill Jin Wushuang for sure? In the battle today, the Soaring Heaven King Palace lost a great amount of abilities. Moreover, if I am not wrong, Jin Wushuang will continue to go on a rampage in the Sea Continent, and he might even continue his massacre into the Soaring Heaven Land. By then, it will be even more troublesome. Emperor God Tian Shao clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes shone with a shrill light. Let's go back first. The Soaring Heaven King Palace has to think of a surefire plan to kill him. Even if we are unable to kill him, we absolutely cannot allow him to go on a rampage wantonly in the territories of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In no time, Emperor God Tian Shao had brought the remaining experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace with him and returned to their base in the Soaring Heaven Land. As for the large number of cultivators who were fortunate enough to observe the battle in the Soaring Heaven Mansion, they were in a huge uproar. All of them knew that after that battle, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was crippled. In the future, the Soaring Heaven King Palace might send experts over to take control. However, it would not be soon. At that moment, the most pressing matter for the Soaring Heaven King Palace was Jin Wushuang. The Sea Continent is about to change. When Jin Wushuang charged into the Soaring Heaven Mansion alone, all the powerhouses in the eternal chaotic world got the news right away. In no time, the news of the results of the battle had spread. 3 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace were killed. When Jin Wushuang fought with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on, he was not in a disadvantage at all, and in the end, he swaggered off at once. The Sanctuary Alliance was in an uproar and everyone was shocked. Countless people felt that it was unbelievable. How is this possible? No matter what, Jin Wushuang is still a real god. Although he is an inverse cultivator, he can't be this strong, right? A real god is actually able to fight a head-on battle with an emperor god and not be in a disadvantage? Haha. This Jin Wushuang is too nature-defying. Even real god Wu Bei, who once achieved the top of a real god, barely possessed the fighting capabilities of a top Sir God when he was in his peak. Compared to Jin Wushuang, he is extremely far away. In the whole eternal chaotic world, perhaps there is only one person who can be compared to him, Emperor Bai. Many experts had already stopped comparing Jin Wushuang to real god Wu Bei. Instead, they compared him to Emperor Bai. After all, Emperor Bai was an inverse cultivator, and he had grown to become what he was from a real god. At that moment, The Sanctuary Alliance recognized him as the most powerful person. Perhaps only the fighting capabilities of Emperor, by when he had been a real god, might be stronger than that of Jian Wushuang. At the same time that everyone was exclaiming in admiration with regards to the battle in the soaring heaven mansion. In the Thunderbolt Island, in a courtyard at the highest peak of the Sanctuary Mountain, where many top experts of the Sanctuary Alliance lived in, atop a single-plank bridge which stretched across a brook, there was an old man who wore simple gray clothes, and he was sitting down and holding a bamboo pole. As for his body, it was leaning against a wooden peg which was beside him. Although he looked like he was fishing, in actual fact, he had already closed his eyes and he was snoring softly at the same time. This gray-clothed old man had obviously fallen asleep. Moreover, he had remained in the same posture on the single-plank bridge for a total of 13,000 years. All of a sudden, a layer of ripples appeared on the seal beside the courtyard. Although the ripples dissipated quickly, the gray-clothed old man still noticed them. Even though his eyes remained closed, he could still raise his eyebrows. "East Royal, how come you're free to come here?" The gray-clothed old man's voice could be heard within the courtyard. A silver-haired, middle-aged man appeared on the single-plank bridge abruptly, and he sat down beside the gray-clothed old man right away. The middle-aged man's eyes were as vast as millions upon millions of constellations, and he said indifferently, "In the whole Sanctuary Alliance, the two of us are the only great emperors. Hence, isn't it normal for me to look for you?" "Humph, those old bastards are living such a comfortable life, and they have completely left the Sanctuary Alliance, which is in a mess, to the both of us." The gray-clothed old man curled his lips. "Stop complaining. Since both of us lost the bet back then, according to what we agreed upon, both of us have to oversee the Sanctuary Alliance for 5 million years. Now, not even half of that time has passed," the middle-aged man sneered. "It's all right now. Tell me your objective for coming." The gray-clothed old man's eyes were still closed. "This is a piece of news that I have just obtained. Take a look." The middle-aged man passed a token over. The gray-clothed old man took the token and skimmed through it. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes which had been closed all the while, and a pair of dark gray eyes were revealed. Jian Wushuang. As a real god, he killed 4 Sir-gods of the soaring Heaven King Palace in succession. Moreover, when he fought with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The gray-clothed old man revealed a surprised expression. Even he was surprised by the piece of news. "I have already confirmed the authenticity of this piece of news. It is indeed true. Moreover, Emperor God Tian Shao has given his all, and he even used the God-Slayer arrow in the end. However, even with the God-Slayer arrow, Jian Wushuang was still not injured in the slightest. Now, the soaring Heaven King Palace is having a huge headache with regards to Jian Wushuang." The middle-aged man laughed. "Emph. The soaring Heaven King Palace's way of doing things have always been unreasonable, and they should pay for it. However, this little kid who is called Jian Wushuang is really impressive. Even though he fought with Emperor God Tian Shao as a real god, he was still not defeated. If such abilities were compared to Emperor Bai back when he was still a real god, they should not be too different," the gray-clothed old man muttered. Chapter 1772, Heaven and Earth Supremes. Of course, the gray-robed elderly was just guessing. After all, no one knew how strong Emperor Bai was when he was at real god realm. He was too ancient. Since ancient times and the first era's passing, there has been hardly anyone like this impressive young man. If he were to continue to grow, it would be totally possible for him to become the second Emperor Bai, the gray-robed elderly muttered. Then, he turned to look at the middle-aged man. "East Royal, did you come to see me because of this?" "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded. "According to the segregation of power, Jian Wushuang fits the criteria to be listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes." "Heaven and Earth Supremes?" The gray-robed elderly squinted his eyes and then nodded. "If so, let's announce it to the public." The two super expert of great emperor level made a decision and immediately spread the mysterious ranking list at a terrifyingly fast speed. The announcement of the ranking list did not stir any great commotion on Thunderbolt Island because most of the experts in Sanctuary Alliance weren't qualified to get in contact with the ranking list. However, the overlords at the peak of the eternal chaotic world and the Almigthes were surprised when they received the ranking list. Heaven and Earth Supremes. Jin Wushuang is listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Heaven and Earth Supremes. Any one of them is a super existence that shakes the universe. Only the few top Sir Gods meet the criteria to be listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Jin Wushuang is just a real god, and he has already reached such a level? I remember when I first heard Jin Wushuang's name. It was a few tens of thousands of years ago when real god Wu Bai's cave dwelling was opened. Jin Wushuang wiped out all geniuses in the realm of universe gods and got himself 2 white blaze fruit trees. He then gained fame. The second time I heard of him, he fought with Sir God Qianlan from Soaring Heaven King Palace in the 8th lair, and he injured Sir God Qianlan badly. This time, it is my 3rd time hearing his name, and he is already listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes. Too fast. This Jin Wushuang has improved too quickly. It is so unbelievable. If he continues to grow at the current speed, he might become the 2nd Emperor Bai. Countless super existences was shocked because of the ranking list. At the same time, there were many almighties that were roaring and bellowing in anger because of the ranking list. One should know that the ranking list was a far-fetched desire of many almighties. Many almighties and ancient existences couldn't be listed but Jin Wushuang, a young man that had only cultivated for tens of thousands of years, had been listed on the list. Once listed on Heaven and Earth Supremes, one would be an authority in eternal chaotic world. Sea continent, on a nameless mountain, Jin Wushuang was sitting alone. He was recovering his wounds and divine power. During the battle with Soaring Heaven Mansion, although he killed 3 Sir Gods, many real gods and universe gods from Soaring Heaven King Place, he was injured by the attack of God Slayer arrow shot by Emperor God Tian Shao. But such an injury could be recovered very soon with King of Venomous Worms. Phew! Jin Wushuang let out a murky breath, and he slowly opened his eyes. At first, I thought as long as I didn't barge into Soaring Heaven King Palace's old lair in Soaring Heaven Land, I wouldn't be threatened, and it would be easy to exterminate Soaring Heaven Mansion. However, I obviously belittled Soaring Heaven King Palace's power, Jin Wushuang muttered. Soaring Heaven Mansion was only Soaring Heaven King Palace's 2nd lair, and it was located on Sea Continent. One should know that the foundation of Soaring Heaven King Palace was in Soaring Heaven Land. Hence, their power in Soaring Heaven Land should be the strongest. Especially the old lair in Soaring Heaven Land was a danger spot that even top Emperor gods didn't dare to wallop. Jin Wushuang had never thought of barging into the old lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace as well. However, Jin Wushuang had never expected that even though he didn't barge into the old lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao alone could also injure him. The God Slayer arrow had formed a fair threat against him. Based on the foundation of Soaring Heaven King Palace, they might be able to play a scarier and more ferocious trump card than the God Slayer arrow. Of course, even if that was true, Jin Wushuang wasn't afraid. After all, he had never once given play to any of his trump cards. Star Destruction Skill, Mountain River Map, Secret Skill of Star Palace, these were all Jin Wushuang's trump cards. A single move could destroy the universe. With these trump cards on hand, Jin Wushuang had the capital to be fearless against Soaring Heaven King Palace. Just then, Jin Wushuang, well done. Hallmaster Yuan sent him a message. You heard the news? Jin Wushuang immediately replied. Of course. You made a scene in Sea Continent. The entire Sanctuary Alliance, the entire eternal chaotic world are in a tumultuous hubbub. How could I not know? Hallmaster Yuan chuckled and he complimented. To be frank, I thought you could kill 1 or 2 Sir Gods in Soaring Heaven King Palace and that would be impressive enough. I never expected you to barge into Soaring Heaven Mansion and killed 4 Sir God from Soaring Heaven King Palace at one goal, including Sir God Qi Xing. You and Emperor God Tian Shao were well matched too. Thanks, Hallmaster Yuan. You didn't message me to tell me this, right? Jin Wushuang laughed. Of course not. Hallmaster Yuan became serious. Jin Wushuang, I'm going to send you a ranking list. You should take a look carefully. Ranking list? What ranking list? Jin Wushuang was confused. Heaven and Earth Supreme's ranking list? Hall Master Yuan didn't say much, but sent a boundless ranking list over. Jin Wushuang received them with care. After he received all, he read through the ranking list. Jin Wushuang's eyes dilated in surprise. This is Almighty ranking list? Yes and no, Hall Master Yuan answered. Jin Wushuang was shocked. Jin Wushuang, you have yet to hear about Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right? Hall Master Yuan asked. It is my first time hearing this, Jin Wushuang nodded. That's right, Hall Master Yuan laughed as he explained, Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. You have to first understand the meaning of Heaven and Earth Supreme. Heaven and Earth Supreme is referring to super expert who can establish a great force and shake the entire eternal chaotic world. Such experts are normally emperor gods. Of course, eternal chaotic world is so huge. There's 10 sanctuaries, countless holy kingdoms, various territories. There are many almighties. There are some very amazing Sir gods too. Even when they fight with emperor gods, they could be evenly matched, or they could survive emperor gods' attack. Sir gods like that are qualified to be Heaven and Earth Supremes as well. The Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list is announced by Sanctuary Alliance personally. They organized and made a list of Heaven and Earth Supremes that could frighten eternal chaotic world. Then they ranked them according to their power. It then formed the ranking list of the highest level. To be listed on the ranking list means that the person has already reached the top of the pyramid in eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1773 Ranking. As Jin Wushuang listened, he could not help but be visibly moved. The Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list represented the group of top existences in the eternal chaotic world. Among them, anyone could be an overlord of the eternal chaotic world. Jin Wushuang, the battle between you and Emperor God Tian Shao has allowed you to get into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list as well. At the same time, ever since the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was released, you were also the first person who got into the ranking list as a real god. As for your ranking, you can take a good look at it yourself, Hall Master Yuan said. Jin Wushuang browsed through the ranking in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list carefully at once. First in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Emperor Bai. With regards to the first ranking, Jin Wushuang was not surprised at all. Emperor Bai was the strongest person in the Sanctuary Alliance, and he was recognized as the #1 by the whole eternal chaotic world. He was an almighty level inverse cultivator, which was a super existence who could kill great emperors easily. Next, second, Red Dragon King 3rd, Abysmal Saint Master 4th, Ancestor Tian Shin 5th, Great Emperor Zisu 6th, Colored Glaze Emperor 14th, Purple Moon Emperor 15th, Yin Zun from the 2nd to 15th place. All of them were great emperor-level super experts. It should be known that the Sanctuary Alliance only had a total of 13 great emperors. As for the 2 additional great emperors, they did not join the Sanctuary Alliance. After the 15 great emperors, there was a large number of emperor gods. The emperor god ranked 16th was called Underworld God. The Underworld God. Jin Wushuang also looked at the information regarding the Underworld God. The Underworld God had only become a peak expert 4 million years ago. To date, his training time amounted to less than 5 million years. 5 million years might seem very long to Jin Wushuang. However, to many of the Emperor God Almighties, 5 million years was considered too short. In the eternal chaotic world, most of the Almighties had lived for over 10 million years, while some of them had lived for tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. For example, about the oldest person, Emperor Bai, in the Sanctuary Alliance, it was said that he was a remnant of the First Era. Hence, he had definitely lived for an extremely long period of time already. As for the Underworld God, he was able to make it into the 16th position on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list and become the #1 among the Emperor gods after training for less than 5 million years. With that, he was only inferior to the 15 great emperors, and one could imagine how powerful and talented he was. Moreover, previously, the Sanctuary Alliance had always thought that he was an expert who was the closest to, and also had the highest hopes of, becoming a new great emperor. As for his accomplishments, they were extremely brilliant as well. He had once competed against 4 top emperor gods by himself. In the end, He had killed 2 of them and seriously injured the remaining 2 people. 11 Emperor gods had once teamed up to deploy a shocking killing formation to besiege him. In the end, he had torn the killing formation apart and killed all of them. It was also rumored that the underworld god had fought with a great emperor before. Moreover, he had lasted for a very long period of time against the great emperor. With such brilliant accomplishments, even Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration when he saw it. The underworld god could indeed be recognized as the number 1 among the emperor gods. Even with 4 top emperor gods teaming up, they were still defeated by him easily. If I were to come across him, I would probably have no way of resisting, Jian Wushuang gasped. However, it was fortunate that the underworld god was someone from the Sanctuary Alliance, and he was not connected to the lineage of Star in any way. Hence, he would absolutely not make trouble for Jian Wushuang for no reason. After that, Jian Wushuang continued to look at the rankings. For the top emperor gods who were behind the underworld god, all of them had shocking abilities. However, compared to the underworld god, their accomplishments were obviously lacking. In no time, Jian Wushuang saw a name. 22nd in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Emperor God Tianling. Damn it! The strongest person in the Soaring Heaven King Palace actually has such a high ranking in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? Jian Wushuang exclaimed with admiration. The Soaring Heaven King Palace had a total of 2 founders who were both emperor gods. Among their 2 emperor gods, Emperor God Tian Shao oversaw the Soaring Heaven land. As for Emperor God Tianling, he traveled in the 2nd layer throughout the year. Although the both of them had founded the Soaring Heaven King Palace together, in terms of abilities, Emperor God Tianling was a lot more powerful than Emperor God Tian Shao. 22nd in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Putting the 15 great emperors aside, Emperor God Tianling could be said to be ranked 7th out of the large number of emperor gods in the eternal chaotic world. This was already an extremely high ranking. Not only did this mean that he stood at the very top of the emperor gods, this also meant that he could suppress any normal top emperor gods if he were to encounter them. For example, Emperor God Tianling could probably kill emperor gods who were of a similar level to Emperor God Shuegu. If this Emperor God Tianling were to come out of the 2nd layer and hunt me down, he would definitely be a threat to me. However, I have many trump cards with me. If I were to really go all out, he might not be able to do anything against me, Jian Wushuang murmured. He was extremely confident in the great number of trump cards he possessed. Jian Wushuang continued to look at the rankings further back. When he reached the 31st position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, his eyes paused again. At the same time, he revealed a smile. The person in the 31st position was the most important person in the lineage of Star, the Star Palace Master. Although the Palace Master's abilities are unable to match the abilities of Emperor God Tianling, he is not too far away from him. Moreover, the Palace Master's trump card is even more powerful, Jian Wushuang laughed. The information on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list also mentioned about the Star Palace Master, strongest trump card, the secret skill of Star Palace. As soon as it was unleashed, he could kill many emperor gods. Even if it were the underworld god who was ranked first among the emperor gods, for a short amount of time, he could only take evasive measures. The Palace Master has also cultivated the 2nd volume of the Secret Skill of 7 Star, Secret Skill of Star Palace. As soon as he unleashes it, his power will rise by 100 times. Within a breath's time, the fighting capabilities that he can unleash will indeed rival that of a normal great emperor, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang continued looking at the rankings. When he saw the 48th position, his expression changed abruptly. The person in the 48th position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was Emperor God Shuegu. Emperor God Shuegu is indeed very powerful, and he is already extremely close to the top of an emperor god. Hence, it is normal for him to be ranked 48th. The thing is, he is already dead? Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. He knew that Emperor God Shuegu had died in the Buddhist Demon Sea. However, only him as well as a few people in the lineage of Star knew about this. Moreover, the lineage of Star did not make this piece of news public. As such, the Sanctuary Alliance still had no idea that Emperor God Shuegu had already died. Therefore, they still included his name on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Emperor God Shuegu was ranked 48th. As for Emperor God Tian Shao, he was ranked 56th as his abilities were weaker than those of Emperor God Shuegu. When I fought with Emperor God Tian Shao head-on, I was never at a disadvantage. As such, I was able to get onto the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Since Emperor God Tian Shao is ranked 56th, my ranking should be extremely close to his, Jian Wushuang muttered. As expected, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. He had already seen his own name. 61st in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Jian Wushuang, a real god inverse cultivator. Chapter 1774 Never-Ending Massacre. They even gave a clear indication of my realm and my identity as an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang smiled. As for his battle achievements, they didn't even bring up the incident where he had severely injured Sir God Qianlan in the 8th lair. Only his battle achievement on Sea Continent. Had killed Sir God Qi Xing with one palm. Barged into Soaring Heaven Mansion alone. Broke the formation of Everlasting Green formed by 4 Sir Gods and killed 3 of them. At the end, he was well matched with Sir God Tian Shao. Such a battle achievement is more than enough to be listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, to be in the 61st place, I'm afraid it isn't convincing enough. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose. He had fought with Sir God Tian Shao. Although the fight was too close to call, it was because it was too close to call that it was hard to determine. After all, those who didn't watch the battle, how would they know if Sir God Tian Shao gave his all? And how would they know if Jian Wushuang was severely injured in the battle? In short, it was rather unconvincing to be in the 61st place with such a battle achievement. Who cares? If there was anyone who is unhappy with it, they'll fight with them until they are convinced. Jian Wushuang smiled. Those listed further down the list were ordinary Emperor Gods, and some top Sir Gods who could be evenly matched with Emperor Gods. The list ended at the 132nd place. Among the 132 Heaven and Earth Supremes, there were 15 Great Emperor and 81 Emperor Gods, and the rest were top Sir Gods. It should be all the higher-ups in Eternal Chaotic World. Even if there were some hidden experts, there shouldn't be a lot of them. And of course, the experts under the command of a hidden dark force like Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace wouldn't be included in Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. After Jian Wushuang skimmed through the ranking list, he let out a heavy sigh. I never expected that there would be so many experts in Eternal Chaotic World. There were 15 Great Emperors and 81 Emperor Gods, Jian Wushuang muttered. Although my fighting power enabled me to be listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, I was merely in the 61st place. Although I am at the peak of the pyramid in Eternal Chaotic World, I am not the strongest. Only if I continuously break through and step foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation as soon as possible, then I can become an almighty. By then, I should be able to compare favorably with the Great Emperor. By then, I will have the capital to run wild in Eternal Chaotic World. As of now, I am far from that. Then, Jian Wushuang stood up as he looked into the distance. At the end of his view, there was a huge mountain. The mountain had an Ariadiva crystal vein which was extremely rare. The crystal vein had been conquered by Soaring Heaven King Palace. They had more than 20 real gods, including 3 chaotic real gods who attended to garrison duty all year round. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang plunged, and he arrived in the void above the mountain after a short while. The moment he appeared, rumble. An enormous amount of divine might spread across like the anger of the universe. Divine might and divine power compensated one another. Jian Wushuang's divine power was parallel to an Emperor God's. Hence, the divine might was naturally at the Emperor God level. As the terrifying divine might spread across the mountain, the cultivators in the mountain suddenly shivered in fear under the divine might. Within the range of my soul power, there are a total of 23 real gods. These real gods are all from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace have to die. Jian Wushuang harbored intense murderous intention, and he immediately started a massacre. That day, Jian Wushuang came to the mountain and killed the 23 real gods of Soaring Heaven King Palace who guard the mountain in less than 10 breaths' time. He killed all of them without leaving anyone alive. Half a month later, Jin Wuxiang appeared in a palace branch of Soaring Heaven King Palace on Sea Continent. Before countless cultivators' gazes, Jin Wuxiang broke the palace branch into pieces with one palm. At the same time, he crushed the palace branch into dust. There were many experts in the palace branch, including 10 real gods. All of them died. Only the disciples who were weaker escaped by luck. 3 months later, on a huge island that was sealed off from the outside world, Jin Wuxiang was in his crimson robe, and he harbored boundless murderous intention. He took a stride forward, and he wielded his sword. He cut the island into 2, then he swung his sword across. He killed all the real gods on the island. 6 months later, 3 real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace returned to Soaring Heaven Land from other places. Before they arrived in Soaring Heaven King Palace, they met a swordsman in a crimson robe. The swordsman in a crimson robe only asked if the 3 of them were from Soaring Heaven King Palace. The 3 of them answered yes. Then the swordsman in crimson robe pointed and killed the 3 real gods instantly. 1 year later. Massacre. A never-ending bloodbath. Jin Wuxiang had turned into death himself. He first started in Sea Continent, then to Soaring Heaven Land that Soaring Heaven King Palace ruled over the years. He massacred the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace all over. Whenever Jin Wuxiang launched an attack, it would be experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace that were the level of real gods or higher. They stood almost no chance of escape. As for universe gods, those who were weak could escape, but those universe gods who were stronger would be killed by Jin Wuxiang mercilessly. Regardless of Sea Continent or Soaring Heaven Land, the territories that Soaring Heaven King Palace conquered were in a bloodbath carried out by Jin Wuxiang. According to incomplete statistics, in the 10 years, the number of real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace that were killed by Jin Wuxiang was more than several hundreds. Among, there were over 30 eternal real gods and more than a dozen chaotic real gods. It had only been 10 years. The terrifying massacre shook the 2 pieces of land and shook the entire Sanctuary Alliance. It also shocked countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. Death, Demon, Madman. All the titles fell upon Jin Wuxiang. At first, they were in awe of Jin Wuxiang's power. But then, the experts were terrified by Jin Wuxiang's brutality and massacre skills. Luckily, Jin Wuxiang was only aiming at Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, not everyone was in danger. In the 10 years, Soaring Heaven King Palace wasn't only in defense, they tried many ways, and even Emperor God Tian Shao got involved personally. However, Jin Wuxiang wasn't weaker than Emperor God Tian Shao. Jin Wuxiang wanted to kill, and Emperor God Tian Shao couldn't do anything about it. He also intended to use his trump cards to kill Jin Wuxiang. However, the trump cards that he could perform couldn't kill Jin Wuxiang, and the stronger ones were required to be performed within the lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace. But Jin Wuxiang wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't barge into the lair of Soaring Heaven King Palace hastily. This also led to Jin Wuxiang's never-ending massacre. However, the higher-ups in Soaring Heaven King Palace could only watch. Such a massacre shocked everyone. Chapter 1775 Recall. This Jin Wuxiang, not only is he extremely talented, he killed with great resolve, and he is no different from old bastards like us who have lived for many years. The path of the strong has always been full of ups and downs, and every one of them was born from endless massacres. Now, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has become Jin Wuxiang's stepping stone. I reckon that Jin Wuxiang wants to use the Soaring Heaven King Palace to warn everyone of the consequences of provoking him. This time around, the Soaring Heaven King Palace has provoked a malignant star, and it will be really miserable for them. Humph. The Soaring Heaven King Palace's way of doing things has always been unreasonable. If not for them having such great backgrounds, they would have been destroyed a long time ago. This time around, they have finally suffered losses from someone who they thought was weak. Jin Wuxiang has already been massacring to his heart's content for 10 years. The Soaring Heaven King Palace's Emperor God Tian Shao has taken action many times. However, he was unable to do anything against him. If Jin Wuxiang were to continue his massacre, no matter how many experts the Soaring Heaven King Palace had, the Soaring Heaven King Palace would run out of them eventually. I wonder what the Soaring Heaven King Palace will do next? Could it be that they would get Emperor God Tianling, who has always been traveling in the second layer, to return personally? Apart from that, there seems to be no other way. In the whole Sanctuary Alliance, countless experts were having a discussion enthusiastically. They were all discussing Jian Wushuang as well as the clash between Jian Wushuang and the Soaring Heaven King Palace. The past 10 years of massacre had allowed everyone to really know what kind of person Jian Wushuang was. As such, innumerable experts started to respect him. At the same time that they were shocked and exclaiming with admiration, all of them were guessing the next move of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In a lofty palace in the Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Tian Shao was sitting down on a throne which was 3 meters tall. Below him was a large number of high-level experts, which included the few Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Has the large number of real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace been recalled? Emperor God Tian God was looking down at one of the people below him. This person was Sir God Xing Fu. Palace Master, 99% of the Soaring Heaven King Palace's real gods who were in the Soaring Heavenland and Sea Continent have already returned. Only a few real gods are still on their way back, Sir God Xing Fu said respectfully. However, he was still filled with dissatisfaction. Palace Master, do we really have to recall all the real gods back to our base just because of this Jian Wushuang? Humph. Even though things have already reached this stage, you are still underestimating him? Emperor God Tian Shao gave a cold snort. Don't forget, Jian Wushuang has now gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he is already one of the Heaven and Earth Supremes of the Eternal Chaotic World. Even if I were to take action, I would be unable to do anything against him. Currently, he has gone on a crazy killing spree in the Soaring Heavenland and Sea Continent. If I were to not call back all those real gods, wouldn't that mean I am waiting for all of them to be killed by Jian Wushuang? As soon as Emperor God Tian Shao's words left his mouth, the whole hall went silent immediately. At the start, the Soaring Heaven King Palace did not care about Jian Wushuang at all, and they had thought that with their abilities, killing Jian Wushuang would be the same as stepping on an ant and killing it. As for Jian Wushuang provoking the Soaring Heaven King Palace, it was just the weak attacking the strong. However, no one had expected Jian Wushuang's abilities to rise to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even with Emperor God Tian Shao taking action personally, he was still unable to do anything against him. To date, Jian Wushuang had gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, and he was already standing at the very top of the pyramid in the Eternal Chaotic World. No one dared to disregard such an expert. Even though that's the case, we are merely tackling the problem on the surface by recalling all the real gods. After all, the large number of experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace cannot possibly hide in the base all the time and not go out, right? Sir God Xing Fu said with a deep voice, "We have to think of a way to kill Jian Wushuang. With this, we will be able to avoid any trouble in the future." Everyone around him nodded their heads in succession. However, they knew that it would not be easy to kill Jian Wushuang. Palace Master, why not get Lord Tianling to take action? Sir God Xing Fu only managed to say a few words. Big Brother cannot take action temporarily. Emperor God Tian Shao waved his hands. Not long ago, Big Brother sent me a message and told me that he had found an opportunity in the second layer. This opportunity was exceptional, and if he were to be able to obtain it, his abilities would skyrocket. Although he would not be able to become a great emperor, he would be able to reach a level similar to that of the Underworld God. The Underworld God? The few Sir Gods below were all shocked. The Underworld God, the person recognized as the #1 among the Emperor Gods by the Eternal Chaotic World. He was a super existence who could kill top Emperor Gods easily. Moreover, his position among the Emperor Gods was just like the position of Emperor by among the great emperors. If Emperor God Tianling were to be able to reach a level similar to that of the Underworld God, it would be a very delightful thing to the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Big Brother has been thinking of ways to obtain that opportunity. Now, he is at the critical moment, so how can he be interrupted by Jian Wushuang like this? Emperor God Tian Shao said, "Since Lord Tianling is unable to take action, what about the high-level experts in the Sanctuary Alliance? After all, our Soaring Heaven King Palace is a member of the Sanctuary Alliance. If we were to get them to come, Sir God Xingfu said, forget about the Sanctuary Alliance. Emperor God Tianling shook his head again. This Jian Wushuang is different from the others. He is an inverse cultivator who is extremely talented with unlimited potential. If he were to continue growing, there is even the hope of him achieving a level similar to that of Emperor Bai in the future. At the least, he will become a new great emperor. An expert like him with such potential is valued highly by the Sanctuary Alliance. If there is no need to, the old bastards in the Sanctuary Alliance will definitely not take action against Jian Wushuang. For example, although he is currently massacring real gods wantonly, he himself is still a real god. A real god massacring real gods. Moreover, he is only massacring the real gods of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Furthermore, the grudge acts as an appropriate reason for him to do so. As such, no matter how many real god he kills, the high-level experts in the Sanctuary Alliance will naturally not care about it. Moreover, there is another point. This Jian Wushuang has always been acting alone. From start to finish, the lineage of Star behind him has never shown themselves. Emperor God Tian Shao's expression turned gloomy. Jian Wushuang alone was already very difficult to deal with. According to logic, if there were the lineage of Star on top of that, there would be even more pressure on the soaring Heaven King Palace. However, in actual fact, that was not the case. After all, the lineage of Star was a big powerhouse, and there were many real God and universe God disciples under them. If the lineage of Star were to be involved, they could absolutely give them a taste of their own medicine. For example, if Emperor God Tian Shao were to charge into the Star land and massacre the real gods of the lineage of Star wantonly, the lineage of Star might not be able to stop him. With that, there would be a balance and the actions of both of them would be restricted. As such, Jian Wushuang would definitely not dare to continue his massacre. However, at that time, Jian Wushuang had always been acting alone and the lineage of Star had never shown themselves before. Hence, the clash this time around was Jian Wushuang's own personal matter, and it was unrelated to the lineage of Star. Under such circumstances, if the soaring Heaven King Palace were to fight all the way to the lineage of Star, they would start a great battle right away. Moreover, for this great battle, the soaring Heaven King Palace would be in the wrong and probably none of the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance would stand on their side. Chapter 1776, Appointment. If so, Soaring Heaven King Palace can't do anything about Jian Wushuang? Everyone in Soaring Heaven King Palace looked distressed. If we want to kill him, it is impossible as of now. But it isn't difficult if we only want Jian Wushuang to retreat. Emperor God Tian Shao squinted his eyes. Send down my command. For the rest of the time, we of Soaring Heaven King Palace shall stay put in the old lair. Without my permission, no one gets to leave. Yes, the underlings immediately took the order. In Soaring Heaven Land, Jian Wushuang's massacre continued. However, as Soaring Heaven King Palace summoned all their experts back, it was very difficult for Jian Wushuang to find a target. However, Soaring Heaven King Palace's action shook Sanctuary Alliance. Soaring Heaven King Palace summoned all their experts back to Soaring Heaven Land and Sea Continent? Does Soaring Heaven King Palace intend to ostrich and have all the experts under their command hide in their old lair? Impossible. Soaring Heaven King Palace has always been arrogant. Their foundation and power is extraordinary. With Jian Wushuang alone, it will be impossible for him to force Soaring Heaven King Palace into such a position. If I'm not mistaken, Soaring Heaven King Palace definitely has their way to deal with Jian Wushuang. We shall see. The experts from various forces watched quietly. The time flew past. 1 month, 2 months, half a year. Soaring Heaven King Palace was extremely peaceful, and there were no experts above real god level who left the old lair. The experts from all forces in Sanctuary Alliance was confused. Soaring Heaven King Palace really can't do anything about Jian Wushuang, and they decided to be an ostrich? Just as most experts thought, Soaring Heaven King Palace finally made a move. Soaring Heaven King Palace spread news that Emperor God Tian Shao would throw a banquet in Clear Sky City on Soaring Heaven Land in 1 month's time to see Jian Wushuang personally. The moment the news spread, everyone was shocked. Some said that soaring Heaven King Palace meant that they had already set up a trap to kill Jian Wushuang, and they were only waiting for his arrival. Some even said that soaring Heaven King Palace couldn't do anything about Jian Wushuang. Hence, they had no choice but to talk to Jian Wushuang. In other words, soaring Heaven King Palace yielded to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was the main character of the incident, naturally received the news at the first instant. To meet me? Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose, and there was a malicious smile. Jian Wushuang, soaring Heaven King Palace has always been barbaric. Ever since Emperor God Tianling and Emperor God Tian Shao established soaring Heaven King Palace, they have only bowed to great emperors or experts like Underworld God. But now, although you have made soaring Heaven King Palace suffered a great loss, the two greatest authorities, especially Emperor God Tianling, are still alive. They definitely won't yield to you so easily. Hence, this meetup might be a trap, Hall Master Yuan said. Trap? Jian Wushuang thought for a while and asked, Hall Master Yuan, is there any news about Emperor God Tianling's return? No. I have someone to guard at the second lair. I am sure that Emperor God Tianling is still in the second lair, Hall Master Yuan answered. How about the other experts on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? Jian Wushuang asked. It's strange. The experts of Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, besides the Sir God who was further back on the list that has always stayed in Soaring Heavenland, there aren't any other experts who have returned to Soaring Heavenland, Hall Master Yuan said. When Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace had fought head-on, Hall Master Yuan utilized Lineage of Star and used the resources in Sanctuary Alliance to keep watch of experts who could threaten Jian Wushuang. However, he didn't receive any news about any experts who went to Soaring Heavenland. Emperor God Tianling didn't return, nor did the experts on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list come back. How can Soaring Heaven King Palace kill me? Could it be with other trump cards? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. No way. If Soaring Heaven King Palace could really play any trump cards that could threaten me, they would have played them long ago. They definitely wouldn't wait until now. What could it be? Even Jian Wushuang had no idea what Soaring Heaven King Palace's intention was. Regardless of Soaring Heaven King Palace's intention, it's best that you don't go for the meetup, Hall Master Yuan advised. No, Soaring Heaven King Palace invited me sincerely. How can I not go? No matter what their plot is, even if there is a trap, I, Jian Wushuang, will deal with it. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. One should know that, even when he was the target of a scheme by Acheron Palace back in Buddhist Demon Sea, he made a narrow escape and survived. His power increased tremendously too. If Acheron Palace was capable of that, Jian Wushuang didn't think Soaring Heaven King Palace could be more clever than Acheron Palace. Plus, Jian Wushuang was confident in his trump cards too. If you insist to go, go ahead. But just in case, I will report this to Palace Master and have Palace Master make a trip to Soaring Heavenland. If there were to be any unexpected events, Soaring Heaven King Palace wouldn't dare to attack hastily if Palace Master were to be there, Hall Master Yuan said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and made a decision. 1 month later, it was clear and fresh. On Soaring Heavenland, in Clear Sky City, countless cultivators were gathered. The cultivators were naturally there to watch Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace's meetup. In the void above Clear Sky City, there was a pedestal floating in the air quietly. On the pedestal, there were 2 long, narrow tables. In front of one of the tables, a man in a golden robe sat with his eyes closed. The man in the golden robe was Emperor God Tian Shao's original body. The cultivators gathered in Clear Sky City saw Emperor God Tian Shao, and they looked at him in awe. Emperor God Tian Shao is one of the founders of Soaring Heaven King Palace. Such a legendary figure. I can finally see him with my own eyes. I can die with no regrets now. Although Emperor God Tian Shao is amazing, I admire Jian Wushuang more. He is only in the realm of real God, and he can shake Soaring Heaven King Palace. It is said that Emperor God Tian Shao could only be evenly matched with him. Countless cultivators were talking among themselves. Just then, haha, Emperor God Tian Shao, I'm sorry to make you wait. There was a burst of hearty laughter that reverberated in the universe. Then, there was a figure in a crimson robe that appeared and walked over from the void far away. He was walking slowly, but every step he took brought about a mysterious, boundless divine might that was not second to Emperor God Tian Shao. It spread along his footsteps. Countless cultivators lifted their heads simultaneously. Looking at the incomer, their eyes were filled with admiration and passion. It took a while until the figure in crimson reached the pedestal and came before Emperor God Tian Shao. Emperor God Tian Shao, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang solemnly and waved his hand. "Take a seat." Jian Wushuang then sat down by the side of the empty long, narrow table in front of him. Chapter 1777. Unable to do anything as Jian Wushuang took his seat, the huge, clear sky city quietened down completely. Everyone had raised their heads, and they were looking at the stage on top. Only two people remained in their lines of vision. These two people were naturally Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Tian Shao, two super experts who were in the heaven and earth supreme ranking list, two super existences who could frighten the eternal chaotic world. Apart from the two of them, the small number of Sir Gods who had come with the soaring Heaven King Palace did not have the right to stand on that stage. Atop the stage, Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Tian Shao were 100 meters apart from each other, their eyes looking at one another and glowing with a shrill light. The space had frozen completely a long time ago. After a long time, Emperor God Tian Shao was the first to speak. "Jian Wushuang, even I have no choice but to admire you. You actually dared to come for this appointment. Aren't you scared that I would set a trap here and besiege you? No matter what traps and trump cards your soaring Heaven King Palace has, go ahead and bring all of them out. No matter what they are, I, Jian Wushuang, will wipe them out by myself." Jian Wushuang said coldly. "Is that so?" Murderous intent shone in Emperor God Tian Shao. At that moment, he wanted to take action right away and combine his attacks with some of the techniques that he had prepared in their current location previously to kill Jian Wushuang on the spot. "If I were to take action, there would only be a 30% chance of me getting my way." Emperor God Tian Shao was hesitating. However, his expression changed abruptly. "The old monster of the Star Palace?" Emperor God Tian Shao's eyes shrank violently. He had already noticed the Star Palace Master who was in the void nearby. However, the Star Palace Master did not show himself. "Seems like you have made some preparations as well," Emperor God Tian Shao laughed coldly. He knew that since the Star Palace Master was nearby, it would be impossible for him to take action and kill Jian Wushuang straight away. Firstly, even if he were to go all out, he was only 30% sure that he could do it, and 30% was not high. Moreover, even if his luck were good and he was able to kill Jian Wushuang, at the critical moment, the Star Palace Master would probably not stand by and look on. However, as long as Jian Wushuang was not in a situation where he would die, the Star Palace Master would probably not take action at all. "Emperor God Tian Shao, tell me bluntly, why did you get me to come here personally?" Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. "It's simple. I want you to leave the soaring heavenland and the sea continent," Emperor God Tian Shao said. "Haha, my massacre has only just begun, and you want me to leave now? On what grounds?" Jian Wushuang sneered. With regards to the soaring Heaven King Palace which had attempted to kill him many times, Jian Wushuang would absolutely not show them any mercy. At that moment, although he had killed quite a number of experts in the soaring Heaven King Palace, and he had forced the experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace to hole up in their base, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. His flames of fury were not something that could completely subside by just killing a number of Sir Gods and some real gods. He wanted to fight the soaring Heaven King Palace until they were struck with fear and fight them until they knelt down on the ground to beg for forgiveness. If he had the ability to do so, he even wanted to eliminate the soaring Heaven King Palace completely. At that moment, Emperor God Tian Shao wanted to stop him with just his words alone. Would that be possible? "Jian Wushuang, your techniques are indeed impressive. Even if the soaring Heaven King Palace wanted to kill you, it would be absolutely difficult for us to do so. However, this does not mean that the soaring Heaven King Palace will really be afraid of you. The background of the soaring Heaven King Palace is not something that you can imagine." Emperor God Tian Shao's voice was ice cold. With a flip of his palm, He took out a token. Jin Wushuang's eyes squinted. Jin Wushuang, didn't you ask me on what grounds? Let me tell you that it's this token in my hand. Emperor God Tian Shao laughed coldly. After that, he exerted force in his palm and crushed the token right away. The moment the token was crushed, there was no frightening power that was expected to burst forth. It was obvious that the token did not contain any technique that could kill Jin Wushuang. However, after the token was destroyed, an aura spread slowly. The aura was completely different from that of a Sir God or an Emperor God. It was a supreme aura which could stand at the top of the eternal chaotic world. The aura only belonged to one kind of realm, and it was called Great Emperor. The aura of a Great Emperor expert? Jin Wushuang's expression changed abruptly. Under his attention, a huge, cold, and arrogant figure took shape slowly. She was more than 5 meters tall and curvaceous. Moreover, she had a beautiful face and possessed indescribable elegance and nobility. As soon as she appeared in the void, her eyes, which could cause serious injuries to everything by looking down at them, swept over the area. Everyone, including the Star Palace Master as well as Emperor God Tian Shao, who her eyes swept past, could not help but lower their heads. Even if it were Jin Wushuang, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only lower his head at that moment. I am Tian Shao. Greetings to Colored Glaze Emperor. Emperor God Tian Shao was the first person to bow down and greet the elegant woman. Greetings to Colored Glaze Emperor. Similarly, many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace greeted her respectfully. Jin Wushuang's expression was a bit ugly. However, he still bowed to her respectfully. There was no choice. The abilities of a great emperor-level supreme existence were right there. Not mentioning Jin Wushuang, even if the underworld god who was the #1 among the emperor gods was present, he would need to greet her respectfully. You are Jin Wushuang? The colored glaze emperor's eyes was not filled with any feeling at all. She was looking down at Jin Wushuang as though she was looking down at an ant. That's right, Jin Wushuang nodded his head. The Soaring Heaven King Palace once forced you into a hopeless situation. However, you have already killed 4 Sir Gods as well as many real gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hence, the grudge is resolved. From today, unless the Soaring Heaven King Palace provokes you again, you shall not kill any experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace within the Colored Glaze Sanctuary. If you go against this, you'll die. An ice-cold voice reverberated across the universe. Every word contained an infinite amount of god power, and so much pressure was exerted on everyone that they were suffocating. After her words left her mouth, the Colored Glaze Emperor's figure dissipated slowly and completely turned into nothingness in the end. It was not until the Colored Glaze Emperor's shadow dissipated that the large number of cultivators present heaved a long sigh of relief. Jin Wushuang got up. As he looked in the direction that the Colored Glaze Emperor had left in, his expression turned gloomy. Haha, Jin Wushuang, did you hear the Colored Glaze Emperor's words clearly? Emperor God Tian Shao's laughter, filled with ridicule, could be heard. His eyes then looked at Jin Wushuang with disdain. I have said before that the background of the Soaring Heaven King Palace is not as simple as you think. The Soaring Heaven King Palace has been dominating the Colored Glaze Sanctuary for many years. Moreover, we have occupied 2 pieces of land. For us to be able to do this, how would we not be related to the Colored Glaze Emperor at all? Jin Wushuang had an ugly expression. He had not expected the Soaring Heaven King Palace to make such a move. Since a great emperor had come personally, even if it were him, he would be worried about it. Jin Wushuang. Emperor God Tian Shao's voice could be heard again. The Colored Glaze Emperor's orders are clear. If you dare to continue killing the experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace in the Colored Glaze Sanctuary, even without the Soaring Heaven King Palace taking action, the Colored Glaze Emperor will definitely take action personally to kill you. Jin Wushuang, although you are strong, won't it still be easy for a great emperor to kill you? Now, it's time for you to make a decision. Will you fight, or will you retreat? Chapter 1778 Decision, War or Retreat. Emperor God Tian Shao's voice reverberated in Clear Sky City, and also in Jian Wushuang's heart. In Clear Sky City, countless cultivators fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. Everyone was waiting for Jian Wushuang's decision. Before everyone's gaze, Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy. There was chilliness in his eyes as murderous intention soared from his body. Die! 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 Jian Wushuang was dying to continue the massacre. He wanted to strike terror into soaring Heaven King Palace's heart and kill until no one dared to leave the lair anymore. However, his rationality was telling him clearly that Great Emperor Colored Glaze would come forward personally, and he would definitely be set against Great Emperor Colored Glaze if he were to continue the massacre. With his power then, it was no doubt a hopeless battle if he were to fight with a Great Emperor. He didn't even have the space to struggle, nor could anyone save him. Even the Master of Star Palace might not stand a chance to stay alive in the hands of a Great Emperor, let alone Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, hold on. You must hold on. King of Venomous Worm's voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang, don't act on impulse. The Master of Star Palace, who was hidden in the dark, sent him a message too. The dignity of a Great Emperor does not allow provocation. Great Emperor Colored Glaze came forward personally to give an order. If you were to go against her, Great Emperor Colored Glaze definitely wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, but his tightly clenched hand slowly loosened before everyone's attention. The soaring murderous intention instantly dispersed into the air, while his face grew calm as though nothing happened. The cultivators at the scene were impressed by the sight. Jian Wushuang has such a strong mental state. He was still raging with murderous intentions. He instantly reined them in and became calm. His emotional intelligence is almost perfect. Jian Wushuang doesn't seem to be carried away by resentment and rage. The cultivators were amazed. They could tell that Jian Wushuang had already reined in his murderous intention, and he naturally didn't intend to continue the massacre. In their viewpoint, it was the wisest choice. Emperor God Tian Shao's smile stiffened, and there was a glimpse of chilliness in his eyes. There was also a tinge of regret. At first, he had wanted to provoke Jian Wushuang, so that Jian Wushuang would pound at him under anger. Then, the Great Emperor Colored Glaze could kill him and remove the enemy of soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang obviously wasn't fooled by him. Humph, Jian Wushuang, I thought a top genius like you would never yield. But it seems like you are only SOSO, Emperor God Tian Shao sneered. Tian Shao, what's there to be happy about? Jian Wushuang spoke, and his voice sounded cold. Huh. Emperor God Tian Shao looked at him. Soaring Heaven King Palace, the top force in eternal chaotic world, was cornered into such a position by me, a real god. I even killed 4 of your Sir Gods, many real gods and universe gods, but you didn't utter a word about it. In the end, you pleaded to Great Emperor Colored Glaze to come forward on your behalf. Even so, you are not embarrassed to be happy about this? Jian Wushuang smirked. If I were you, I would have found a hole to hide. I wouldn't dare to come out and make a fool out of myself. Be *starred. Emperor God Tian Shao was angry. Why? Isn't it true? If you soaring Heaven King Palace didn't plead for Great Emperor Colored Glaze to come forward, do you think you would have a chance to stand in front of me and speak to me? The experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace get to return alive, Jian Wushuang teased. Emperor God Tian Shao was raging with anger, but he suppressed his anger. He knew that Jian Wushuang was provoking him. If he were to take action against Jian Wushuang would instantly stand a chance to counterattack. Humph, I can't be bothered to talk to you. In short, if you kill anyone from Soaring Heaven King Palace again, just you wait and bear Great Emperor Colored Glaze's rage, Emperor God Tian Shao bellowed. Hee, Emperor God Tian Shao, I think you misunderstood Great Emperor Colored Glaze. She said that under the circumstance where Soaring Heaven King Palace doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, I can't kill the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace within Colored Glaze Sanctuary. In other words, out of Colored Glaze Sanctuary, Great Emperor Colored Glaze won't care who I want to kill, Jian Wushuang said coolly. Emperor God Tian Shao stunned. Yes, Great Emperor Colored Glaze did say so. Great Emperor Colored Glaze only restricted Jian Wushuang within Colored Glaze Sanctuary. She prohibited him to continue the massacre in her territory, But if he were to head to other places, Great Emperor Colored Glaze couldn't get involved. As long as Colored Glaze Sanctuary settles down, you can't tell who will be the one killing when you run into experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace wandering outside, Emperor God Tian Shao said. Emperor God Tian Shao was confident. His brother Emperor God Tianling was in a crucial period. As long as he gave Emperor God Tianling some time, he would be able to reach the level of Underworld God. By then, when Emperor God Tianling returned, wouldn't it be an easy task to kill Jin Wushuang? If so, I shall wait and see. Jin Wushuang glanced at Emperor God Tian Shao. Then, he turned and walked out of the city. The cultivators in Clear Sky City saw that Jin Wushuang was leaving, and they became quiet. They knew that Jin Wushuang had no alternative. They could accept the outcome. However, what they didn't know was that Jin Wushuang's face immediately turned gloomy the moment he turned around. Soaring Heaven King Palace and Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Jin Wushuang's eyes glistened. Power. It comes down to the fact that I'm not powerful enough. Experts of Great Emperor level came forward personally, and I couldn't go against her instruction but could only obey. If I were to become more powerful, it would be needless for me to become a Great Emperor, and I would only need to reach the level of Underworld God. Then I'd be able to fight against a Great Emperor. I could even survive in the fight with a Great Emperor. By then, I can't be fearless before Great Emperor Colored Glaze. Even if she wanted to stop me, I can just ignore her. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands. He possessed the fighting power of a Sir God, and he was on the 61 place on Heaven and Earth's Supreme ranking list. He was already on the peak of Eternal Chaotic World. However, Jin Wushuang thought that he wasn't powerful enough. He still couldn't fight with a Great Emperor. When Great Emperor Colored Glaze gave an order, even though he harbored great resentment and felt aggrieved, he could only suppress it in his heart and leave. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I shall let you off the hook this time. However, it doesn't mean our resentment has ended. Just you wait. In no time, I will attack again. By then, I will flip Soaring Heaven King Palace upside down and kill all experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. And Great Emperor Colored Glaze, you are stronger than me today. I have no choice but to retreat when you ask me to, but it's only a matter of time. I will crush you, a Great Emperor, under my foot. This day definitely won't be too far away. Chapter 1779, Ancient Mystery Land. Under the attention of many people, Jin Wushuang left the Colored Glaze Sanctuary. When the news spread to the Thunderbolt Island, experts from countless powerhouses were all extremely shocked. However, no one would look down on Jin Wushuang due to his choice. Instead, all of them admired and commended him. Quite a number of people thought even more highly of Jin Wushuang. After all, a Great Emperor had come personally. Who would dare to go against her? Jin Wushuang was quite powerful, to the point that he had gotten onto the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, he was not a hothead who would act recklessly. It is only by bearing with it for a short period of time one will have the chance to get to that supreme level in the future. This was what Sir God Mad Dog, who was on good terms with Jin Wushuang, said when he got the news. For this battle, be it talents, abilities, or nature, Jin Wushuang has no doubt shown us all of them. If he doesn't die along the way, he will definitely become a Great Emperor in the future. If he is able to obtain the training method for the 7th step of an inverse cultivator, it will not be difficult for him to achieve the level of a Great Emperor. Moreover, there might even be hope for him to reach a level close to Emperor by in the future. Jin Wushuang is the #1 genius of the current era. Countless experts were gasping in admiration, and all of them had very high expectations of him. 10 days after Jin Wushuang had left the Colored Glaze Sanctuary, the attention of the experts of all the powerhouses in the Eternal Chaotic World shifted from Jin Wushuang to something else. An even bigger incident had occurred in the Eternal Chaotic World. The ancient Mystery Land is about to appear. This piece of news was like a storm which spread instantly. In the Purple Moon Sanctuary, there were tens of figures standing in the vast Milky Way of the Starland. These figures were all deacon elders of the Starland, as well as some chaotic real gods. As for the 3 people in front, they were the 3 Hall Masters. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Shi Yun were all standing over there, and all their faces wore smiles. In no time, two shadows appeared on a void that was far away. They were Jin Wushuang and the Star Palace Master. Haha, let's welcome our hero back. Hall Master Yuan laughed heartily. As for the elder deacons behind, they revealed scorching hot eyes which were filled with admiration. They had long known the news of Jin Wushuang massacring many experts of the Soaring Heaven King Palace wantonly in the Soaring Heavenland and Sea Continent. With regards to that, all the elder deacons were naturally inspired. It should be known that the Soaring Heaven King Palace had always been very unreasonable. Throughout the ages, they had always been the ones bullying others. Hence, when had they been bullied by others to the point that they had to use their trump card and that many of their experts were massacred? Thus, this had helped to vent the anger of the lineage of Star, as well as many experts of the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance who had once suffered losses in the hands of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. In particular, when they knew that Jin Wushuang had fought all the way to the Soaring Heaven Masnian alone and had killed 4 almighties of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, all of them had been extremely shocked. Every almighty was a super existence. Even if it were a big powerhouse like the Soaring Heaven King Palace, they only had a total of 11 almighties, and 4 of them had been killed by Jin Wushuang in such a short amount of time. Even though Jin Wushuang had no choice but to stop his massacre due to the Colored Glaze Emperor coming personally later on, he could already be considered brilliant with these accomplishments. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Shi Yun. Why are the 3 of you here? Jin Wushuang appeared in front of everyone. We have come here to welcome you and the Palace Master back. Hall Master Yuan laughed. Hall Master Wushuang alone has killed 4 Sir Gods of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and his power can match the power of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Hee, impressive. Hall Master Shi Yun gasped in admiration. Hall Master Wushuang, you are really admirable. Hall Master Gu Xian looked over. Please stop mocking me. Jin Wushuang laughed indifferently. All right, let's continue talking in the cave, the Star Palace Master who was by the side said. Hall Master Yuan and his group of people nodded their heads. After that, everyone headed inside the Milky Way. Within the extremely exquisite and spacious cave, the Star Palace was sitting at the highest point. As for the 4 Hall Masters, which included Jin Wushuang below, they were sitting around randomly. Jin Wushuang, this time around, you have killed 4 almighties of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and you can be said to have inflicted heavy losses on them. Although the Soaring Heaven King Palace is unable to do anything against you for now, and they can only request the Colored Glaze Emperor to come personally to get you to stop, you cannot underestimate the Soaring Heaven King Palace just because of this. The Star Palace Master looked at Jin Wushuang. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded his head and said, currently, Emperor God Tian Shao is the strongest person in the Soaring Heaven King Palace. This Emperor God Tian Shao is considered nothing. The real person that the Soaring Heaven King Palace relies on should be Emperor God Tianling. It's good that you know. The Star Palace Master nodded his head. Emperor God Tianling is ranked 22nd on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. I have fought with him before, and his abilities are indeed considerably stronger than mine. Moreover, I have obtained information that this Emperor God Tianling seemed to have found some opportunities in the second layer over the past few years. Hence, his abilities might have risen. If he were to come out from the second layer in the future, there is a very high possibility of him coming to find you. As such, you had better take some precautions as well. Understood. Jin Wushuang nodded his head again. He was not concerned about Emperor God Tian Shao. However, Emperor God Tianling indeed had the right to attract his attention. In addition, I have a matter that I need all of you to know. The Star Palace Master's expression turned grave abruptly. I have just gotten a piece of news from the Sanctuary Alliance. In 10 years, the Ancient Mystery Land will open. Ancient Mystery Land? Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Shi Yun were all shocked. Only Jin Wushuang did not understand why it was so shocking. He had never heard of the Ancient Mystery Land. However, since the word ancient was mentioned, it was definitely related to the ancient past. The ancient past is the most powerful and prosperous era of this universe. There were countless experts. During that era, even great emperors were considered nothing. However, For whatever reason, a great battle burst forth in the ancient past, and this caused the whole era to collapse completely. Moreover, even many territories of the ancient past were completely reduced to a battlefield. These ancient battlefields contain many secrets and opportunities of the ancient past. As such, to cultivators of the second era like us, they are extremely attractive. In the eternal chaotic world, there are quite a number of known ancient battlefields. The second layer to eighth layer are probably territories from the ancient past that have been destroyed. For example, the Buddhist Demon Sea in the sixth layer has been said to come about due to an ancient battlefield collapsing. The Star Palace Master's voice reverberated within the cave. Upon hearing the Buddhist Demon Sea, Jian Wushuang could not help but recall the two shocking experts who were hidden in the deepest part of the Buddhist Demon Sea. To Jian Wushuang, those two experts were so powerful that it was earth-shaking. Even if there were a great emperor expert, he would be considered nothing in front of them. As for the one-star man who was one of the two experts, he had rescued him and given him an opportunity. At that time, from what the Star Palace Master had said, Jian Wushuang could confirm that the two experts, which was inclusive of the one-star man and the Buddhist Demon Sea, were experts from the ancient past. However, they had always been in a deep sleep. They were the same as Long Qi's master, the seven-star Black Sect super expert who had been in a deep sleep in the standalone space in the dark region of the 8th layer's core region. Chapter 17, 80 Great Opportunity. In the cave dwelling, the master of Star Palace continued casually. Of course, no matter if it is Buddhist Demon Sea or other places, they are only miniature territories that broke from the true ancient battlefield, just like a drop of ocean water from a boundless ocean. In Eternal Chaotic World, there are two known boundless ancient battlefields that are more complete. First, there is the first layer. The first layer is an ancient battlefield that contains boundless opportunity. However, the first layer was conquered by the Star Demon tribe long ago, and it is the Star Demon tribe's old lair. Even a great emperor would have scruples and not rush in easily. Over the years, Sanctuary Alliance has only searched through a small part of the territory in the first layer. Besides the first layer, there's another ancient battlefield, which is the Ancient Mystery Land that will only open every 5 million years. Ancient Mystery Land is much bigger than the first layer, and the opportunities within are countless. Every time it opens, it will attract many experts to flood in. Same goes for this time. Then, the Master of Star Palace paused and overlooked. Then, among the 4 Hall Masters, Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nie Yun revealed passionate expressions, especially Hall Master Nie Yun. His eyes were bloodshot. Ancient Battlefield had a great attraction for great emperors, let alone Hall Master Nie Yun. If the first layer wasn't conquered by star demons and was too dangerous, many Sir God would go into the first layer to try their luck without hesitation. Ancient Mystery Land didn't have any star demons, and it was much bigger than the first layer, and also had more opportunities. The 2 Sir Gods were, of course, crazy about it. However, in contrast to the 2 Hall Masters, Hall Master Yuan looked cold and remained aloof about Ancient Mystery Land. He wasn't a Sir God, nor did he want to go to Ancient Mystery Land. As for Jian Wushuang, he looked equally unmoved. Ancient Mystery Land isn't as dangerous as the first layer. Hence, even Sir Gods can head in. You might get a lot of opportunities if you are lucky. So, of the 4 of you, would anyone like to head into Ancient Mystery Land? The Master of Star Palace asked. Hall Master Nie Yun stood up without hesitation. I'd like to go too, Hall Master Gu Xian said. As for Hall Master Yuan and Jian Wushuang, neither spoke. To Hall Master Yuan, the Master of Star Palace didn't ask much, but he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, among almighties in lineage of Star, your power is second to mine. If you were to wander in Ancient Mystery Land, you would stand a higher possibility of getting an opportunity. Unless you are not interested in Ancient Mystery Land? I'm definitely interested, but not now. I have been fighting all this while, and I am really tense. I want to relax, and it has been very long since I left my hometown. I plan to return to my hometown to take a look. As for Ancient Mystery Land, let's talk about it after I return from my hometown. Jian Wushuang smiled and said. You were first besieged by Soaring Heaven King Palace in the 8th layer, then Acheron Palace tried to assassinate you in Buddhist Demon Sea. Now, you have been fighting with Soaring Heaven King Palace. You really should relax for a bit. The Master of Star Palace was understanding. Palace Master, you would go personally during this opening of Ancient Mystery Land, right? Hall Master Yuan suddenly said. The Master of Star Palace nodded. I will wander personally during the opening of Ancient Mystery Land, and I intend to explore the 7-star realm. 7-star realm? Jin Wushuang was surprised. It's named after 7-star. Could it be related to 7-star Black Sect? Hall Master Nye Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian were confused too. Things have reached this stage, so I shall not keep it a secret to all of you. Many years ago I received secret skill of 7-star, secret skill of Star Palace, in 7-star realm, and also a unique treasure. The Master of Star Palace smiled. Hall Master Nye Yun and Hall Master Gu Xian were surprised. 7-star realm was left behind by an ancient force called 7-star Black Sect. The opportunities contained were far beyond secret skill of 7-star. It's a pity that 7-star Black Sect set up a lot of prohibitions in 7-star realm, including many killing formations. I was already lucky enough to obtain secret skill of 7-star and the unique treasure. All these years, although 7-star realm was open many times and I went in to explore as well, I didn't find much. Until 5 million years ago, which was the previous opening of the Ancient Mystery Land, I finally found a new opportunity in 7-star realm, and the opportunity was extraordinary. It's a pity that there's a prohibition outside the opportunity. Then, I didn't prepare much, so I didn't get my hands onto the opportunity even until Ancient Mystery Land closed. However, it's different this time. In the past 5 million years, I have been well prepared. If there's no accident, I should be able to resolve the prohibition and obtain the opportunity within. By then, my overall power will definitely increase tremendously, and I might even reach the level of Great Emperor. The Master of Star Palace beamed with joy. Jin Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and Hall Master Nye Yun looked surprised when they heard him. An opportunity greater than the secret skill of 7-star? If the Master of Star Palace got his hands on it, he stood a chance to become a Great Emperor. Great Emperor was one of the strongest people in Eternal Chaotic World. If there were to be another Great Emperor in Lineage of Star, the overall power would definitely reach another brand new level. They might even overtake forces like Soaring Heaven King Palace. After all, although Soaring Heaven King Palace was strong, they were nothing in front of a Great Emperor. A Great Emperor could easily destroy the entire Soaring Heaven King Palace alone. 7-star realm is unusual. Palace Master has to be extremely cautious in his actions, Hall Master Yuan said. Don't worry. I know. The Master of Star Palace smiled, and he was obviously confident in his trip. Gu Xian, Nye Yun and I will be heading to Ancient Mystery Land, while Jin Wushuang will be returning to his hometown. You will have to take care of Lineage of Star alone for now, the Master of Star Palace said. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. All right, we shall finish here. Gu Xian and Nye Yun, both of you get ready. 10 years later, head to Ancient Mystery Land with me, the Master of Star Palace exhorted. Hall Master Gu Xian and Hall Master Nye Yun nodded simultaneously. Then, the 4 of them left. In the cave dwelling, there was only the Master of Star Palace left. The Master of Star Palace then fixed his gaze in the distance, and he pondered, in deep thought. Lineage of Star has too many enemies in Eternal Chaotic World, especially the possession of the secret skill of Star Palace. Countless experts and forces hankered for it. Even experts at the level of Great Emperor have thoughts about it. In addition to that, Jin Wushuang's sudden rise led to more people who have scruples about Lineage of Star. In such a situation, only if I become a Great Emperor could Lineage of Star be safe and sound. The opening of Ancient Mystery Land this time is a turning point. I definitely have to get the opportunity in 7-star realm. Chapter 1781. Going back to take a look. In the Lineage of Star, someone sent a message to Jin Wushuang the moment he came out of the Star Palace Master's cave. The person who sent him a message was King Gu Tong. Jin Wushuang, I heard that you have already gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list of the human territories. Congratulations, King Gutong said. Human territories and the territories of special clans were completely separated. For example, the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list of the human territories only had human experts in it. As for the experts of the special clans, they were not in it. Of course, the most important thing was that there were very few interactions between human territories and the territories of special clans. King Gutong was a 7-star royal ancient god and was a person who was highly respected. Hence, he had some knowledge regarding the human territories. Naturally, he knew about the matter where Jin Wushuang had gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. King Gutong, what is the progress of the recovery of your abilities? Jin Wushuang replied with a laugh. Comparing abilities, his current abilities were stronger than those of King Gutong. Thus, he could naturally communicate with King Gutong on equal footing. I have more or less recovered. Moreover, after a short while, I will be going for 8-star ancient god, King Gutong said. Oh! Jin Wushuang's expression changed. An 8-star ancient god was equivalent to the level of a human emperor god. Furthermore, King Gutong was a royal ancient god. As soon as he made a breakthrough, his abilities would be out of the ordinary. Congratulations, Jin Wushuang said. Let's not talk about that now. I have contacted you because of a certain matter. King Gutong's voice turned serious. Since you are already one of the top experts of the human territories, you should know about the news of the ancient mystery land appearing soon, right? Yes, I just got to know it. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. The ancient mystery land has a huge implication. To special clans like us, it is extremely attractive. Hence, some of the experts of my ancient god clan, as well as a few other top special clans, will be going there to travel. Moreover, back then, I told you that the space crack that leads to the battlefield that your hometown is at is in the ancient mystery land, King Gutong said. Jin Wushuang's eyes and expression turned grave immediately. When he had encountered King Gutong in the ancient god sanctuary in the past, he got to know that King Gutong had gone to the battlefield that his hometown was at via the space crack of a special mystery land. King Gutong has said before that the space crack is extremely well hidden. Back then, he found it by chance. Apart from him, no one else in the whole eternal chaotic world should know about the existence of that space crack. However, now that the ancient mystery land is about to open, there is no guarantee that the space crack will not be found by someone, Jin Wushuang murmured. The space crack was a huge hidden trouble. If someone were to find it and spread the news of it, a great number of experts would definitely rush to the battlefield that his hometown was at. By then, it would be extremely troublesome. Jin Wushuang, I am merely telling you this so that you can take some precautions. However, you need not worry. After so many years, the ancient mystery land has opened so many times. In the end, I am the only person who has gone to the mystery land where your hometown is before. Even if other people wanted to go, they might not be so lucky as to come across it by chance, King Gutong said. All right, thank you very much for telling me this. Jin Wushuang thanked him and cut the transmission. In the Milky Way, Jin Wushuang heaved a light sigh of relief. I hope no one discovers the existence of the space crack when the ancient mystery land opens this time around. If they were to really find it by accident, a great number of experts will descend upon the battlefield in my hometown. By then, I would at most give away all the resources of the battlefield. It will be all right as long as I can keep the green fire world. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He had made up his mind. After knowing that, Jin Wushuang did not delay any further, and he made preparations to return to his hometown right away. However, this time around, Jin Wushuang did not plan to return alone. In a star in the boundless Milky Way. The star was a huge, open space, and it was used especially for duels. At that moment, two figures were fighting one another in the open space. One of them was holding a giant axe with both his hands. Towering axe shadows were being unleashed in succession, and they were like tidewater which came forth in a steady flow. The towering axe shadows filled the universe and caused many disciples who were observing the battle by the side to exclaim in admiration. However, while facing the axe shadows which were heading toward him, the young man who held a sword in his hands unleashed many strokes one by one randomly. Although it looked simple and random, he managed to block all the axe shadows easily. Moreover, the sword essences had forced his opponent into an unusually miserable state. After just a short while, the disciple holding the giant axe was defeated. "You have lost." Hishio's voice was cold, and he wore an indifferent smile. As for the disciple who he had defeated, he forced a smile. He had already given his all by unleashing all his tricks. However, he had still been defeated by Hishio easily. Too strong. Senior brother Hishio is really too strong. Among universe gods of the third heaven like us, senior brother Bai Hao is considered one of the top 3. Similarly, he has the right to get into the universe god ranking list. However, in senior brother Hishio's hands, there is no room for him to struggle at all. When senior brother Hishio fought with him, he defeated him easily without even unleashing his unique skills and sword principles. These are the fighting capabilities of the top 10 on the universe god ranking list. No wonder countless hall masters valued him highly, and he was accepted as a registered disciple. Currently, no one among the disciples of the lineage of Star is more talented than senior brother Hishio. Registered disciple? Why have I heard that he is a lineal disciple? Many disciples in the Star were having a discussion. As for Hishio, he was not concerned with those comments, and he was about to leave. All of a sudden, a message was sent to him. "Master is looking for me?" Hishio's expression changed, and he headed to the Sword Star without hesitation. In a vast hall in the Sword Star, Jin Wushuang was sitting on the throne, which was at the highest point. Although he was not emitting any aura, the invisible pressure that he exerted was still enough to make chaotic real gods shiver with fear. In the big hall, Qiuyu, who had already become a real god and had gotten herself established among the void real gods, was standing quietly. In no time, a shadow rushed over. "Greetings to Master," Hishio bowed respectfully. "You may get up." Jin Wushuang waved his hands, and Hishio got up right away. "I heard that you got into the 9th position of the universe god ranking list 300 years ago?" Jin Wushuang was looking down at his disciple. "That's right," Hishio answered. "However, that was 300 years ago. For the past 300 years, with the aid of the real God Hall, my abilities have risen considerably. Hence, I am confident that I can get into the top 5 of the universe god ranking list now." "Oh, not bad," Jin Wushuang praised him and nodded his head. With regards to his disciple Hishio, who he had accepted in the holy kingdom of real Wushu, Jin Wushuang was quite satisfied. In particular, for the past 7,000 years, ever since he had come to the lineage of Star, he had improved greatly. He was already the number 1 among the disciples of the lineage of Star. Moreover, he was ranked 9th on the universe god ranking list, and he had a great reputation in the eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1782 Descend, Snow Kingdom. Hearing Jin Wushuang's compliment, Hishio clenched his hand but didn't get carried away. He knew his master's capability. In terms of the improvement that he had made over the years, he was naturally much better than an ordinary genius. However, if he were to compare himself with his master, he was far behind. They were not at the same level at all. Hishio had always treated his master as his goal. In the hall, Jin Wushuang looked down at Hishio and Qiuyu. "Today, I called the 2 of you over to inform you that I will make a trip back to my hometown for a while. As for how long, I have no idea. So, I am giving you 2 a choice. If you are willing, you may head back with me," Jin Wushuang said. "I am your maidservant. Wherever Mr. goes, I will naturally follow," Qiuyu replied without hesitation. As for Hishio, he kept quiet for a while, then he nodded heavily. "I am willing to follow Master anywhere." Then, Jin Wushuang smiled. Actually, he could have returned to his hometown alone, but it was inevitable that he would run into some trouble along the way. Because of his identity, he naturally couldn't just take action hastily. Hence, it'd be best if 1 or 2 persons of the highest position followed him. Qiuyu was his maidservant, and Hishio was his disciple. They could be said to be the 2 closest people to him. Jin Wushuang, of course, chose to bring the 2 of them. If so, let's depart now. On that day itself, Jin Wushuang left Starland. He took his ancient spaceship and traveled to the direction of his hometown, Green Fire World. Back when Jin Wushuang had come to the 10 sanctuaries from Green Fire World, he had spent a total of a few thousand years there. Along the way, he had come across countless hardships and he nearly died a few times. Then, the threats and dangerous places along the way were almost non-existent before an expert with fighting power of an emperor god. The spaceship that Jin Wushuang was on constantly traveled at a terrifying speed. In less than 100 years' time, he arrived at Snow Kingdom. Snow Kingdom was the first holy kingdom that Jin Wushuang had stepped foot on after arriving in Eternal Chaotic World. The Holy Kingdom was much further from the 10 sanctuaries in the core of Eternal Chaotic World. It was located in a remote area. Hence, the experts weren't as many as in the Holy Kingdoms closer to the sanctuaries. The Holy Kingdoms closer to the 10 sanctuaries, such as Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu and Jiugong Holy Kingdom, had dozens or even hundreds of real gods. However, there were only over 10 real gods in Holy Kingdom. As for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, he was only an ordinary chaotic real god. There were 2 places in Snow Kingdom where they nurtured geniuses. One was Universe God Palace, and the other was Snow Dojo. At first, the 2 genius campsites in Snow Kingdom were evenly matched. However, there had been some changes in recent years. In a lofty palace in Snow Dojo, over 10 golden deacons of Snow Dojo gathered there, and they were standing in groups of 2 to 3 as they chattered. It could be seen that the faces of the golden deacons weren't great. Lost. Snow Dojo lost the ranking battle again. Like the previous term, all 3 ranking battles were won by Universe God Palace. Sigh. We were defeated so badly. I reckon the outside world sees Snow Dojo as a laughingstock now. No choice. We have lost 4 terms continuously, and we lost all 3 battles for 4 terms. It is a crushing defeat. We are both genius campsites of Snow Kingdom, but Universe God Palace suppressed us Snow Dojo so badly. All these years, the geniuses and experts that Snow Dojo raised were far behind Universe God Palace. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom is already unhappy with us. For the 10 ranking battle that took place in the past 100,000 years, Snow Dojo only won once, and it was won with the assistance of a genius that we invited at the last moment. The genius wasn't brought up by Snow Dojo. With such achievements, how do we face the monarch of the Snow Kingdom? The ranking battle between Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace only happened every once in 10,000 years. In the ranking battles for the past few years, Snow Dojo had suffered crushing defeat. Then, there was suddenly a figure that substantiated at the uppermost throne in the hall. The moment the person appeared, his real god aura spread across. Everyone in the hall immediately stood in humble reverence. Looking at the cold-looking man who was raging in anger, everyone kept quiet. Rubbish, a bunch of rubbish. Master of Silence Gloriette cursed angrily. For 4 terms of ranking battle continuously, every term has 3 battles. There are a total of 12 battles, and you lost all 12. You could have just won one. With such battle achievement, how will we of Snow Dojo be worthy of all the resources provided by the monarch? Master of Silence Gloriette reprimanded, and the golden deacons below lowered their heads in embarrassment. Looking at how the golden deacons behaved, the Master of Silence Gloriette got even more furious. Listen up, the monarch already said that he will give us another chance. If Snow Dojo were to lose the next ranking battle again, it wouldn't be necessary for us to exist. The moment he said that, the golden deacons were shocked. Not necessary for us to exist? Does it mean that they are going to close down Snow Dojo? In the future, Snow Kingdom will only have Universe God Palace? How can it be? There's someone who exclaimed. Why? Now you're panicking? What did you do then? Master of Silence Gloriette glared at the golden deacons under him. Then, he sighed. Forget it. The genius disciples in Snow Dojo are failing, and that has to do with me too. It's hard for me to absolve myself from the blame. Now, I won't force you, but let me clarify this. If you want Snow Dojo to continue to exist, please give your all for the next 10,000 years. Regardless of the method, you must nurture disciples who are more outstanding than Universe God Palace. Yes, the golden deacons nodded heavily. Very soon, everyone was dismissed. There was only Master of Silence Gloriette left on the throne alone, and he sighed. Then, in Snow Kingdom, outside Snow Sacred World, there was an ancient spaceship that was moving over slowly. There were 3 figures in the spaceship cabin. Mister, according to star map that I have, in front should be where Snow Kingdom is located. Is Mister's hometown here? Qiu Yu asked. No, Jian Wushuang shook his head. My hometown is in a small eternal world, but not this holy kingdom. The reason why I came here was to see some old friends. Jian Wushuang had stayed in Snow Sacred Land for a while. He had even joined Snow Dojo, and he still carried the identity of a disciple of Snow Dojo. Chapter 17, 83 Little Kid. After just a short while, an ancient spaceship descended in the Snow Sacred Land. After descending, Jian Wushuang's frightening soul power spread through the area right away, and almost the whole Snow Sacred Land was covered by it. At the same time, many higher-ups of the Snow Sacred Land became alarmed straight away. A great number of figures then flew over from all directions and came to the edge of the Snow Sacred Land. Among the people who had come, there were many experts from the Snow Dojo and Universe God Palace where many geniuses were gathered. Moreover, there were some experts from the top clans in the Snow Sacred Land. In addition, quite a number of the Snow Kingdom's imperial family had come. At that moment, the large number of cultivators raised their heads, and they were looking at the ancient silver spaceship in front of them with a great amount of shock. Too frightening. This spaceship is really too frightening. What a frightening aura. I feel that if this spaceship were to collide with something, many seals of the Snow Sacred Land would probably be useless. Whose spaceship is this? Many cultivators present were gasping in admiration. They had gotten information that a strong spaceship had descended. Hence, they hurried over right away. Master, your abilities are powerful. Have you seen such a frightening spaceship before? Among the crowd of people, a golden deacon from the Snow Dojo questioned the Master of Silence Gloriette. I have never seen this before. The Master of Silence Gloriette shook his head and he was extremely terrified. In actual fact, this silver spaceship had been obtained by Jian Wushuang from the Qian Kuren Ring of the Soaring Heaven King Palace's Sir God Qi Xing after killing him. To date, this was the best spaceship that Jian Wushuang had come into contact with, and it was worth no less than 10,000 doctrine gems. Not only was the spaceship's speed of traveling in the dark void shocking, it had powerful attack moves. Even if it were a simple collision, a chaotic real god would not be able to bear the impact. Hence, this spaceship could turn a mere Snow Sacred Land into pieces by crashing into it. At that moment, a big group of people was rushing over from afar, and the person in front was a golden-robed man who was 2 meters tall. It's the monarch. Even the monarch is alarmed. Many cultivators present revealed a respectful expression. When the monarch of the Snow Kingdom came to the crowd, he saw the ancient silver spaceship which was floating in front right away. This spaceship, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom revealed a fearful expression. After that, he cupped one of his hands in the other before his chest and his loud voice resounded across the universe. I am the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. I am not sure which friend of mine has come, but I request to have an audience with you. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom got off his high horse. After his words spread, 3 shadows floated down from the ancient spaceship. Among the 3 of them, the person standing to the left was a cold youth who was carrying a sharp sword on his back. The eyes of the cold youth were penetrating. Although the aura that he emitted was extremely rare among the universe gods of the third heaven, no one in the Snow Sacred Land was too concerned about it. As for the person standing on the right, she was a woman with a beautiful, bewitching face. This woman had a humble expression, and she was standing to the side respectfully. As such, she should have just been a maid. However, this maid was a genuine real god. As for the person in the middle surrounded by these 2 people with one on the left and the other on the right, he was a crimson-robed man. Similarly, the crimson-robed youth was carrying a sword on his back. He had a gentle expression, and he wore an indifferent smile. He was different from the 2 people beside him, and he was not emitting any aura at all. There was no aura at all, and he was just like a normal person. However, if everyone were to close their eyes, they would absolutely not discover the existence of this crimson-robed man. Instead, They could only feel a vast constellation. It was as if he possessed everything in the universe. Everyone's eyes could not help but be fixed onto the crimson-robed man in the middle. It was the same for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. Since the monarch of the Snow Kingdom was able to become the monarch of a holy kingdom, his abilities should have achieved the level of a chaotic real god. However, the instant he saw the crimson-robed man, he seemed to have seen an illusion. It was as if with a thought, the other party could kill him countless times. Such a feeling had only been felt by the monarch of the Snow Kingdom from one person before. "Greetings to Lord." The monarch of the Snow Kingdom greeted respectfully right away. "Greetings to Lord." Many cultivators from the Snow Sacred Land greeted the person who had come. Upon seeing everyone in front of him, Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. However, all of a sudden, when he swept his eyes past everyone, he saw a person in the crowd. "Oh, Master of Silence Gloriette? Long time no see." Jian Wushuang laughed. You are." The Master of Silence Gloriette opened his eyes widely and stared at Jian Wushuang unrelentingly. A figure then appeared in his mind at once. It was a little kid from 40,000 years ago. That little kid had looked for him for the map to go to the 10 sanctuaries. In no time, the two figures were superimposed onto one another. "You are that little kid from back then?" The Master of Silence Gloriette cried out in alarm. "Little kid?" Jian Wushuang stroked his nose, and he had a puzzled expression. "How impudent!" The monarch of the Snow Kingdom berated immediately. The Master of Silence Gloriette noticed that he had made an indiscreet remark, and he asked for forgiveness at once. "It's all right." Jian Wushuang waved his hands, and he was not concerned at all. At that moment, a figure floated over. "She has come?" Jian Wushuang placed both his hands behind him and looked over. The person who had come was a Taoist-robed married woman. As she walked over, every step contained special magic power. The moment she appeared at the void, many cultivators in that piece of universe became completely stunned, as if they had become idiots. After a long time, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom was the first person to react, and he shouted with respect right away, "Lord Tianyuan! Lord Tianyuan!" Everyone in the area was dumbfounded. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom was the master of a holy kingdom. In just a short amount of time, he had actually shouted, "Lord," twice in succession. Jian Wushuang should be a super expert from outside the Snow Kingdom. Hence, it was very normal for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom to address him as Lord. What about Lord Tianyuan? Didn't she come from inside the Snow Sacred Land? Tianyuan? Tianyuan Mystery Land? The Master of Silence Gloriette's eyes shrank abruptly. It is rumored that the cave of a lord is in the Tuanyuan Mystery Land, and even the monarch needed to treat her with respect. Could she be this person in front? Without caring about the reactions of anyone in the area, after the Taoist-robed married woman appeared, she looked at Jian Wushuang immediately. "You should be the little friend Jian Wushuang who has gotten into the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right?" The Taoist-robed married woman laughed gently and modestly. "I am Jian Wushuang. Greetings to Sir God Tianyuan." Jian Wushuang greeted. "Little friend, you are being too modest," the Taoist-robed married woman said right away. "Little friend has gotten into the 61st position of the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. With such abilities, even if there were 3 of me, we would still be defeated with a flip of your palm, so how could I accept a greeting from you?" Chapter 1784 Favor. The ordinary cultivators in Snow-Scared World had heard what the Taoist-robed woman said, and they didn't find it strange, but the monarch of the Snow Kingdom's heart skipped a beat. He knew the Taoist-robed woman's capability, but she had said that 3 of herself combined wouldn't be the crimson-robed man's match. Just how strong was the crimson-robed man? Almighty. He must be an almighty, and he must be a super expert among almighties. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom's facial expression changed. "Little friend, let's find a place and continue to chat," the Taoist-robed woman said. "Sure." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Snow, lead the way." The Taoist-robed woman glanced at the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom immediately led the way in front, but didn't bother with his identity as the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. Just as Jian Wushuang and the others left, it immediately stirred a hubbub among the crowd. All the cultivators were discussing Jian Wushuang and the Taoist-robed woman's identities. In a lofty hall, Jian Wushuang sat side by side with the Taoist-robed woman. As for the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, He Xiao and Xiao Yu sat below. Wushuang, the last time I saw you, you were in my Tian Yuan mystery land. You were only a universe god then. In the blink of an eye, you already became the top existence in eternal chaotic world, and you are even listed in heaven and earth's supreme ranking list. I am really impressed, the Taoist-robed woman, Sir God Tian Yuan, said. I am just lucky, Jian Wushuang smiled humbly. He roughly knew the Taoist-robed woman. Sir God Tian Yuan was a Sir God expert that was good at soul attacks. She wasn't famous in eternal chaotic world, but her soul attack was unusually fierce. It was said that she could even pose as a threat to the top Sir Gods. For instance, although Jian Wushuang's fighting power was strong, his soul strength wasn't strong. If Sir God Tian Yuan were to launch a full soul attack, it could put him into a threatened position too. Speaking of Tian Yuan Mystery Land, Sir God Tian Yuan never revealed yourself, and you didn't even know me, but you gave me an opportunity. This favor, I remember it by heart. If you need anything in the future, if it's within my capability, I'll never refuse to help, Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang was very grateful for what Sir God Tian Yuan had done. Back in Snow Sacred World, Jian Wushuang had joined the ranking battle as a disciple from Snow Doho and had won himself a chance to enter Tian Yuan Mystery Land for cultivation for 10 years. In the 10 years, not only did Jian Wushuang's soul power increase tremendously, most importantly, he had received an opportunity from Sir God Tian Yuan. Secret skill of Tian Yuan. Even though the secret skill of soul attack was nothing much to Jian Wushuang, he could even get any other stronger secret skill of soul attack easily. However, back when Jian Wushuang was still weak, the secret skill helped him a lot. There were even many times when Jian Wushuang had run into danger. He had resolved it through secret skill of Tian Yuan. The secret skill was extremely helpful when he had still been a universe god. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know who had provided him the secret skill in Tian Yuan Mystery Land, he remembered the favor in his heart. He was a person who attached importance to friendship and emotions. He was also a person who made a clear distinction between kindnesses and wrongs. He would definitely take revenge if there was resentment, and repay if there was a favor. Sir God Tian Yuan had done him a favor. Hence, when he passed by Snow Sacred Land, he wanted to express his gratitude to Sir God Tian Yuan personally. Haha, back then I noticed that you were an inverse cultivator and carried the bloodline of an ancient god. I happened to be friends with a 7-star ancient god. So, I gave the secret skill of Tian Yuan to you to befriend you. I never thought you could reach such a level today, Sir God Tian Yuan smiled. A favor to an expert on heaven and earth's supreme ranking list. I made a great investment. Without the opportunity that Sir God Tian Yuan provided me, I might not be able to achieve what I have today, Jian Wushuang smiled. The secret skill of Tian Yuan that Sir God Tian Yuan gave him helped him to head off disasters many times. Jian Wushuang repaid the favor, as was only right and proper. Oh yeah, little friend, you came to Snow Sacred Land today just for me? Sir God Tian Yuan asked. There are 2 purposes of my visit to Snow Sacred Land. Mainly to express my gratitude to Sir God Tian Yuan. Secondly, to meet an old friend, Jian Wushuang said. You have a friend in Snow Sacred Land? I wonder who it is, Sir God Tian Yuan asked. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom immediately looked. After he had found out about Jian Wushuang's power, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom had been thinking of ways to curry favor with him. However, with Jian Wushuang's identity, no matter how much effort he put into it, he couldn't be in contact with him. But if it was Jian Wushuang's friend, it would be different. No matter who your friend is, Snow Kingdom will try our best to be on friendly terms with him, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. I only have one friend in Snow Sacred Land. His name is Wu Dong. 40,000 years ago, he was a golden deacon in Snow Dojo. I wonder how he has been, Jian Wushuang said. Wu Tsong. He had brought Jian Wushuang to Snow Sacred Land and joined Snow Dojo back then. On the way there, Wu Tsong had taken care of him, and he shared a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. Hold on, The monarch of the Snow Kingdom immediately sent a message to the information department of Snow Kingdom. Very soon, there was a reply. Mr. Wu Tsong doesn't hold a position in Snow Dojo anymore, and he left Snow Sacred Land, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked at the monarch of the Snow Kingdom and realized that he didn't look too good. Humph! There was a cold humph and a divine might spread from Jian Wushuang's body and pressed onto the monarch of the Snow Kingdom. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom felt as though the sky was falling and his internal organs were going to break apart. At the same time, he felt his body unable to endure it, and he knelt down. Snow, what's going on? Sir God Tianyuan looked at him. To Jian Wushuang and Sir God Tianyuan, who was high above the masses, a monarch of a holy kingdom was a nonentity. If they wanted to, they could have killed the monarch of the Snow Kingdom easily and appointed another person to be the monarch. Something happened, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said anxiously. 30,000 years ago, Wu Tsong had a fight with a lineal disciple of mine. Then, Wu Tsong was forced to leave by the lineal disciple, and he was told to never enter Snow Sacred Land ever again. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Humph. Sir God Tianyuan looked at Snow coldly. Snow, your lineal disciples made an impressive show of power? Huh? They relied on your might as a monarch and cornered Jian Wushuang's friend? Chapter 1785 The Snow Dojo's Disciple. I have already sent an order down to get people to capture that lineal son of mine, and he is all yours to handle, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. Jian Wushuang tapped the chair that he was sitting on with his hands. After remaining for some time, he said, Currently, where is Wu Tsong? I have gotten news that he is currently in the Dayu world. It is said that one of his good friends has gotten into some trouble over there, and he went over to help him, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. The Dayu world? Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. His hometown, the Green Fire World, was in the Dayu world. Hence, he had stayed there for quite a period of time as well. As for Wu Tsong's good friend, Jian Wushuang knew that it was the Dayu Palace Master. The Dayu Palace Master is the overlord of the Dayu world. Since he has come across some trouble, does that mean that some unforeseen events have occurred in the Dayu world? Jian Wushuang murmured, and he spoke after that. I will go to the Dayu world right away. As for the lineage son under you, I will let Wu Tsong handle him after he comes back. Understood. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom nodded his head immediately. Oh right. I saw the Master of Silence Gloriette of the Snow Dojo just now. Back then, when I set off from the Snow Kingdom to the 10 sanctuaries, he was the one who gave me the map. During that time, I was indeed a little kid to him. Hence, he did not offend me just now when we were outside. As such, you must not make trouble for him. As for the Snow Dojo, I was once a disciple of the Snow Dojo. Thus, you should also treat its disciples well, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom nodded his head again. After having a simple chat, Jian Wushuang did not continue, and he left at once. Lord, please have a safe trip. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom led many cultivators of the Snow Sacred Land to send Jian Wushuang off to his spaceship. After Jian Wushuang left, Snow, you have heard little friend Jian Wushuang's instructions. Therefore, you should think over how you are going to do things. If you really have no idea, you should step down from your position of monarch. After Sir God Tianyuan spoke, she returned to the Tianyuan Mystery Land immediately. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom had broken out in a cold sweat while standing in his position. After Sir God Tianxian had left as well, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he turned his head and looked at the large number of cultivators. In the end, his attention was focused on one person. Master of Silence Gloriette, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. Monarch, the Master of Silence Gloriette said right away. Quite a number of the surrounding people looked at the Master of Silence Gloriette with sympathy and ridicule. They had seen with their own eyes that the Master of Silence Gloriette had offended the Lord moments ago. What was the position of that Lord? Even the monarch of the Snow Kingdom trembled with fear when he saw him, and the Master of Silence Gloriette had actually called him little kid in front of so many people. Wasn't he courting death? Although it was unintentional, there was no guarantee that the other party would not be concerned? Let's look. Let's look at how the monarch will punish him. After all, the Master of Silence Gloriette has a high position. Hence, the monarch will probably not kill him. However, there will definitely be a punishment. Quite a number of people were thinking about that. The Master of Silence Gloriette was also extremely fearful. However, all of a sudden, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, who had been staring at him, revealed a smile. Master of Silence Gloriette, your snow dojo has indeed not disappointed me. Great going. What? The Master of Silence Gloriette was stunned. The surrounding people also looked at the monarch of the Snow Kingdom with surprise. Shouldn't the monarch of the Snow Kingdom be enraged and punish the Master of Silence Gloriette straight away? Why did he commend the Snow Dojo instead? Why? Don't you understand yet? The monarch of the Snow Kingdom laughed. You know that lord from just now, right? Of course I do. The Master of Silence Gloriette nodded his head. It was more than 40,000 years ago. To date, it should have been 50,000 years already. Back then, he was only a universe god, and he had once represented the Snow Dojo to take part in that ranking competition. Due to his participation, the Snow Dojo was victorious in the ranking competition. You're wrong about that. The monarch of the Snow Kingdom laughed heartily. That lord is a super existence who is exceptionally talented, and his power has completely exceeded your expectations. Moreover, such a super expert was actually once a disciple of your Snow Dojo? Just now, he also told me personally to treat the Snow Dojo well. This means that his impression of the Snow Dojo is not too bad. How honored do you think you are? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The lord from before actually came from the Snow Dojo. Such an earth-shaking super expert had actually been born from the Snow Dojo. I have already made up my mind. From today now, I will give the Snow Dojo twice the amount of resources. As for the upcoming ranking competition, you just need to do your best. The end result is not important, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom said. What? Everyone was shocked again, especially the people from the Universe God Palace. They had finally suppressed the Snow Dojo to the point that even the monarch of the Snow Kingdom wanted to close down the Snow Dojo. However, at that point, just because of the arrival of an expert who was slightly related to the Snow Dojo, not only did the monarch of the Snow Kingdom stop thinking about getting rid of the Snow Dojo, he had also decided to give them twice the amount of resources. This was twice the amount of resources. Even when their Universe God Palace had won the ranking competition in succession for the past few years, the monarch of the Snow Kingdom had never been so generous. My Snow Dojo is about to change for the better. The Master of Silence Gloriette was extremely delighted. It was the same for the Golden Deacons of the Snow Dojo who were at the back. They had originally thought that it was the end of the line for the dojo. However, in the end, due to the arrival of Jian Wushuang, the Snow Dojo had achieved its peak instantly. Moreover, its position in the mind of the monarch of the Snow Kingdom had risen higher than never before. It was all because of Jian Wushuang. In the dark void, the silver spaceship that Jian Wushuang and the two other people were riding was moving at a shocking speed continuously. As it was only from the Snow Sacred Land to the Daiyu world, the distance was not too far. With the spaceship speed, they reached the Daiyu world in just a few months' time. This time around, Jian Wushuang did not attract so much attention by riding the spaceship into the Daiyu world. Instead, he stopped the spaceship outside the Daiyu world. Both of you shall wait for me here. I will be going in to greet some of my old friends, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. He Xiao and Qiu Yu nodded their heads with respect. After that, Jian Wushuang's body turned vague and he disappeared from the spaceship. The Daiyu world was a normal region under the Snow Kingdom. As a normal region, their experts were normally universe gods of the third heaven. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had been traveling in the Daiyu world, everything in the Daiyu world had been controlled by the Daiyu Palace Master, a universe god of the third heaven. Moreover, he was the only universe god of the third heaven in the whole region. Hence, he was the most powerful person. Back then, to Jian Wushuang, the Daiyu Palace Master had been considered a super existence which was impossible to surpass. However, at that time, forget about a mere universe god of the third heaven. Even if it were real gods, Jin Wushuang had already killed an innumerous number of them. After entering the Daiyu world, Jin Wushuang knew that some unforeseen events had indeed occurred in the Daiyu world. Chapter 1786, Tianju City in Daiyu Palace in Daiyu World. Jin Wushuang stopped in the void above a lofty hall in Daiyu Palace. In the void, Jin Wushuang could clearly feel the auras in the hall below, and there were quite a number of them that he was familiar with. There are quite a lot of old friends here, Jin Wushuang smiled, and he flew towards the hall. In the hall, many universe gods had gathered. Among the universe gods, the master of Daiyu Palace and Wu Tsang were leaders. Then, they were followed by experts from Scarlet Island, Golden Sun Sect, and Holy Prefecture. In Daiyu World, 1 monarch and 3 overlords, the representatives of 4 major forces were gathered. Palace Master, there are news saying Tianju City's troops already departed. They will arrive in 6 hours' time at most, a white-dressed universe god reported politely. 6 hours? The master of Daiyu Palace grew distressed. The universe gods at the scene didn't look good either. I never expected Tianju City to grow so fast, the master of Scarlet Island said. D*M in Tianju City, they didn't even give us a chance, the master of Golden Sun Sect said. Tianju City has just risen, and they wanted to punish one as an example to others. Daiyu World seemed to be the one. One of the masters from Holy Prefecture said. Humph, Tianju City wants the forces in Daiyu World to yield to them. It won't be that easy, a universe god in the second heaven from Daiyu Palace humphed. The universe gods higher-ups in Daiyu World united as one against the same enemy. Just then, what made everyone so furious? A calm voice spread and a crimson-robed figure substantiated in the middle of the hall. The universe gods were stunned when they saw the crimson-robed figure. They were having a discussion, and they had set up prohibition surrounding the hall, but this person had barged in quietly. You are. The master of Scarlet Island was the first who stood up and looked at the incomer. Jin Wushuang, it's you. Jin Wushuang. The master of Daiyu Palace and Wu Tsang looked at him too. Haha, master of Scarlet Island, master of Daiyu Palace, brother Wu Tsang. Long time no see. How have you been? Jin Wushuang let out a hearty laugh. It's really you. The master of Daiyu Palace and Wu Tsang walked down. Jin Wushuang, long time no see. The master of Scarlet Island was the most surprised one. After all, Jin Wushuang was from Scarlet Island, and he carried the secret skill of Scarlet Kingdom. He belonged to lineage of Scarlet. As for the master of Golden Sun Sect and the few masters of Holy Prefectures, they didn't look quite good. Jin Wushuang shared resentment with Golden Sun Sect and Holy Prefecture, especially Golden Sun Sect, as Jin Wushuang killed the master of Golden Sun Sect's brother. Back then, the master of Golden Sun Sect had wanted to kill Jin Wushuang, but in the end, they had had no choice but to get the master of Daiyu Palace involved and settled the resentment between them. As they met again, his emotions were naturally complicated. After a brief exchange of conventional greetings, Jin Wushuang found a seat and sat down casually. Listening to your conversation earlier, Daiyu World seems to be in trouble? Jin Wushuang asked casually. Yeah, we ran into some trouble. The master of Daiyu Palace nodded faintly and looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, your aura is distinguished. I can't see through it at all. I believe you must have improved tremendously, right? I did. Jin Wushuang nodded. To what level exactly? Have you passed your 3rd inverse cultivation test? The master of Daiyu Palace asked closely. Yes, I have already passed it, Jin Wushuang answered. That's great. The master of Daiyu Palace was thrilled and the universe gods in the hall beamed with joy. Even the master of Golden Sun Sect and the few masters of Holy Prefecture who harbored grudges against Jin Wushuang looked happy too. Jin Wushuang, as you are a cultivator of Daiyu World as well, I will be frank with you. About 1,000 years ago, there was a force that rose abruptly near Daiyu World. The force called themselves Tianju City. The master of Daiyu Palace told him the ins and outs of the story. Then, Jin Wushuang understood. The danger that Daiyu World was facing derived from Tianju City. Not long ago, Tianju City had spread news to all forces and sects in Daiyu World, and over 10 surrounding worlds to yield to them. All worlds naturally wouldn't agree. Hence, Tianju City wanted to take action, and the first was against Dayu World. Then, the city was under siege. 6 hours later, the troops from Tianju City would arrive. Hence, the master of Dayu Palace had gathered the 3 overlords in Dayu World to unite to fight against Tianju City. Tianju City is extremely powerful. It is said that they have more than 10 universe gods in the third heaven, and they have more than 1,000 universe gods. Against a powerful force like them, with our strength in Dayu World alone, we wouldn't be evenly matched. But now that Jian Wushuang has returned, it is a different story. The master of Dayu Palace beamed with joy. Jian Wushuang, you are an inverse cultivator. You should be extremely strong compared to those of the same level. As you have passed your third inverse cultivation test, there shouldn't be any universe gods who are your match. If you were to partake in the battle, we Dayu World might be able to win the battle against Tianju City. Yes. Wu Tsong, master of Scarlet Island, and the others nodded simultaneously. Then, Jian Wushuang smiled. I was from Dayu World. As Dayu World is in trouble, I naturally couldn't just stand and watch. Everyone heard that Jian Wushuang had agreed to help, and they instantly saw a sliver of hope. 6 hours later, the army from Tianju City really came. In the void outside Dayu Palace, Tianju City's army gathered. There were at least 4,000 people. Among the 4,000 people, the weakest aura was Universe God in the first heaven. A total of 4,000 universe gods. There were over 200 universe gods in the second heaven and over 30 universe gods in the third heaven. Looking at the sight, the universe gods in Dayu World who saw a string of hope earlier, their faces instantly grew pale as a sheet, with no color in their cheeks. How is it possible? How could it be? The master of Dayu Palace muttered. According to the information, it isn't as such. The others were dumbfounded too. The information that they had obtained about Tianju City previously had said that they had over 1,000 universe gods, and there had less than 10 universe gods in the third heaven. But in the end, Tianju City's power was a few times greater than what they knew. A few times. If their fighting power was as the information they obtained had said, they might have stood a chance because of Jian Wushuang's return. But then, no hope at all. Although Jian Wushuang has returned, no matter how strong he is, he could at most fight with 10 universe gods in the third heaven alone. The rest of Tianju City's power could still easily massacre all the experts in Dayu World. Chapter 1787. Mister. We're finished. We're really finished. Many universe gods in the Dayu World howled in grief. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air before the great army of the Tianju City. It was a black-armored middle-aged man who looked a bit arrogant. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with coldness. After he looked at the universe gods of the Dayu World, he wore a smile that was filled with ridicule. Upon seeing the arrogant middle-aged man, the universe gods of the Dayu World gave up all their hope completely. A real god? They actually had a real god? The Dayu Palace Master gave a bitter smile. Palace Master, shall we surrender? A master from the Holy Prefecture could not help but say, surrender? Upon hearing that, the expressions of the universe gods present changed. With such a great difference in abilities, they would definitely die if they were to continue going against them. Hence, surrendering was indeed a good idea. It's useless. The Dayu Palace Master forced a smile and shook his head. If the Dayu World had surrendered right away at the start, the Tianju City might still accept us. However, now, the full force of the Tianju City is here, and even a real god expert has shown himself. As such, what they want now is no longer the Dayu World surrendering. Instead, they want to destroy the Dayu World completely and frighten the other regions. Hence, even if we were to surrender now, they would definitely not accept it. Then what can we do? The universe gods in the Dayu World started to feel anxious. What else can we do? The Dayu Palace Master said with grief, all of you, as soon as the Tianju City makes a move later on, please escape straight away. I hope that as many of you as possible can escape. We shall not resist them fearlessly, as it would be useless. Everyone became silent. Brother Wutsong, for you to come this time around, I am extremely grateful to you. If we really fight later on, please leave quickly as well, the Dayu Palace Master said. Dayu Wutsong sighed lightly. I'm sorry that I'm unable to help you in this battle. The Dayu Palace Master waved his hands and did not have any intention of blaming Wutsong. After that, he looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, you should not have returned during this period of time. Dayu Palace Master, the great battle has yet to begin. Thus, you should not be so pessimistic. What if there are some other unforeseen events? Jian Wushuang laughed. I really admire you for still being able to joke around at this period of time. The Dayu Palace Master was in sorrow. However, at that moment, Palace Master, look! An alarmed cry could be heard abruptly. The Dayu Palace Master, Wutsong, and the large number of universe gods present looked over immediately. With that, all their eyes shrank fiercely. From the void far away, two figures were speeding over. Although they had not reached them yet, their two frightening auras had already spread across the area. Among the two auras, one was that of a universe god of the third heaven, while the other was that of a real god expert. This is... The Dayu Palace Master was puzzled. No one else understood either. However, the two figures had already appeared in front of the great army of the Tianju city. The eyes of the cold youth who was carrying a sword in his hand and emitting the aura of a universe god of the third heaven were ice-cold. As he passed by the great army of the Tianju city, his ice-cold voice resounded across the universe. Tianju city, leave immediately. If not, die. The voice was like the fury of a thunderbolt, and it did not dissipate even after a long time. Upon hearing the voice, the large number of universe gods of the Dayu world became extremely dumbfounded. Who are they? The Dayu Palace Master opened his eyes wide. From the looks of it, the other party obviously wanted to force the Tianju city to retreat. However, he had never seen those two people before. Hence, it was impossible for him to have friendly relations with them. Why would they help him for no reason? As for the large number of universe gods in the Tianju city, all of them were enraged. The leader of the Tianju city, the black-armored middle-aged man, became furious right away. Where did this reckless idiot who dared to be impudent in front of my Tianju city's great army come from? Men, kill him. Tens of universe gods of the third heaven of the Tianju city attacked with lightning speed at once. Since you are unwilling to retreat, you shall die. A voice that was filled with shocking murderous intent could be heard from the cold youth. At the next moment, his sword came out of its scabbard, and he attacked with his sword immediately. As for the beautiful woman beside him who had already reached the level of a real god, she did not move. A great battle burst forth instantly. Swish! A crimson sword shadow which was filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent and looked as if it came from the abysmal hell attacked. The sword light flew wantonly and swept past the bodies of 6 universe gods of the third heavens instantly. With that, 6 bodies fell at the same time. After that, the cold youth unleashed another stroke. With the same stroke, a few icy cold bodies fell again. With one face-off, the tens of universe gods of the third heaven which had headed for the cold youth were killed. How is this possible? He is so powerful. Such a scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The leader of the Tianju city flew into a rage at once. Die! Boom! The aura of a real god was unleashed. The leader of the Tianju city took action personally, and he headed for the cold youth. With a real god coming personally, everyone in the Dayu world thought that the cold youth would retreat and the beautiful woman behind him, who was also a real god, would fight. However, in actual fact, the cold youth did not even retreat by a half a step. He still held his sword and continued to fight with the leader of the Tianju city alone. The end results were, everyone present became silent. The whole universe became deathly silent. It was extremely silent. Dead. A real god was actually killed by a universe god on the spot? How is this possible? If not for them seeing it with their own eyes, almost no one present would think that it was true. After killing the leader of the Tianju city, the cold youth spoke again, scram. Although it was just one word, it contained an enormous amount of prestige. The large number of universe gods from the Tianju city had already been shocked to the point that they had lost their courage. As such, they escaped in all directions at once. In just an instant, the great army of the Tianju city, which was originally vast and mighty, escaped, and not even a single one of them was left. The Daiyu world's danger this time around was taken care of easily, just like that. What exactly is going on? The large number of universe gods of the Daiyu world had not even reacted yet. No idea. The Daiyu Palace Master also nodded his head repeatedly. To date, he still did not know who those two experts were and why they helped his Daiyu world. He only knew that among the two experts, only one of them was sent out. Moreover, it was a universe god. However, even with that, he threw the great army of the Tianju city, which had caused all the powerhouses in the Daiyu world to give up all hope into chaos. Killing a real god with the power of a universe god. This is a real super expert. In the whole Snow Kingdom, no, in the whole eternal chaotic world, he is definitely a top genius. Such a super expert has actually come to our Daiyu world? The Daiyu Palace Master murmured. At the next moment, he reacted. Brother Wutsong, Jin Wushuang, and everyone present, quick, follow me to greet those two people together. The Daiyu Palace Master said immediately. Everyone present had planned to go and greet them. Only Jin Wushuang laughed instead. No need. They will come here themselves. As expected, the two experts who had defeated the great army of the Tianju city were already flying toward them, and in an instant, they appeared in front of them. Greetings to two lords from Daiyu, as well as the large number of universe gods of the Daiyu world. Thank you so much for helping my Daiyu world to resolve our danger this time around. My Daiyu world is extremely grateful to the two of you, the Daiyu Palace Master said. At the same time, he, as well as everyone else beside him, bowed to the people who had come with respect. Everyone bowed to greet them. Only Jin Wushuang remained standing indifferently. Both his hands were also behind his back, and he had no intention of greeting them. Jin Wushuang, please greet them quickly. The Daiyu Palace Master lowered his voice and shouted. Jin Wushuang, Wutsong, and the Scarlet Island Master urged as well. Greet them? Jin Wushuang stroked his own nose, and he had a puzzled expression. At that moment, the two experts who had defeated the great army of the Tianju city and caused the Daiyu Palace Master, Wutsong, and the rest of the people to revere them lowered their heads at the same time. Greetings to Master from your disciple. Greetings to Mister from your maid. They did not conceal their voices at all, and their voices resounded across the quiet void. The Daiyu Palace Master, Wutsong, and the rest of the people who were originally urging Jin Wushuang to greet them immediately were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1788 Disciple, Maidservant, Master, Mister? The universe gods in Daiyu world were confused. They wondered who were they greeting. Just as they looked in the direction they bowed at, they saw Jin Wushuang, who stood there proudly. They were astonished by the sight. The two of them were bowing at Jin Wushuang? It's impossible. Everyone found it unbelievable. Until Jin Wushuang waved, "Get up." The two of them immediately got up and stood behind Jin Wushuang politely. Looking at the sight, no matter how stupid a person was, they should be able to tell that the person that the two of them bowed to humbly was Jin Wushuang. Wushuang, my friend, what's going on? The master of Daiyu Palace asked with his eyes wide. He even changed the way he called Jin Wushuang immediately. He had called Jin Wushuang by his name earlier, and he had talked to Jin Wushuang on equal terms. However, in his voice then, there was reverence and respect. Everyone else looked at Jin Wushuang simultaneously. They were all confused and hoped that Jin Wushuang would clarify. Let me introduce to you. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. He first pointed at the cold-looking young man carrying a sword. It was the cold-looking young man who had killed many universe gods in the third heaven from Tianju City alone. He also killed the leader of Tianju City, a real god expert. He is Hishio. He's my disciple, Jin Wushuang said casually. Hishio smiled and nodded at everyone in respect. He could tell that his master was friends with the surrounding people. His master, who was a superb existence who spoke modestly when he talked to the universe gods. He naturally didn't dare to act haughtily. He's your disciple? The master of Dayu Palace gulped. Wushuang, my friend, you are so lucky. You found such a monstrous lineal disciple, Wu Tsang complimented with envy. Hsiao immediately corrected when he heard that. You misunderstood. I am only master's registered disciple. As for lineal disciple, I'm afraid I do not qualify with my current ability. The universe gods from Dayu world gawked at his correction. Such an unbelievable genius. Even in the core of the 10 sanctuaries in eternal chaotic world, they reckoned he would be a super genius as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But he was only Jian Wushuang's registered disciple? He didn't even qualify to be his lineal disciple? Is this a joke? Wushuang, my friend, this is. The master of Dayu Palace looked at Qiuyu by the side. She is Qiuyu. She's my maidservant, Jian Wushuang said. Maidservant? The universe gods felt their throats grow dry. Hsiao, a universe god who had killed a real god and was definitely a super genius in their eyes, was only Jian Wushuang's registered disciple. The real god expert who looked slightly stronger than the master of Tianju City was only Jian Wushuang's maidservant? Then, Jian Wushuang, who was Hsiao's master and Qiuyu's mister, just how strong was he? Everyone couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Their gazes were different from before. Just then, swoosh, 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 there were suddenly 5 figures that sped over from afar. Among the 5 figures, there were 4 universe gods in the 3rd heaven, and the one leading was a woman in red, a real god. The 5 figures stopped in the void in front of Jian Wushuang, and they bowed simultaneously. I am Finyu under the monarch of Snow Kingdom. Greetings. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang glanced at the woman in red. He could get down from his high horse before the master of Dayu Palace, Wu Tsang, the master of Scarlet Kingdom, because of their relationship before. However, to Fanyu, who he didn't share any relationship with, he behaved differently. The woman in red, Fanyu, took a deep breath and replied politely, Mister, we came under the order of the monarch. We rushed over from the nearby territory at our fastest speed possible. The monarch knows that Dayu world shared a close relationship with you, and he heard of the Tianju city's plan to come to attack. He was worried that you couldn't make it in time to Dayu world, so he sent us to dismiss Tianju city. But he never expected Mister to arrive before us. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. He could tell that the monarch of Snow Kingdom cared about his matter a lot. Mister, although Tianju city's troop has retreated, they offended you, and they shall not be forgiven. The monarch has already sent 3 real gods with the 10th and 11th troops to destroy Tianju city entirely within 10 days. They will exterminate all higher-ups, Fanyu reported. You can take care of that, Jian Wushuang waved. Yes, Fanyu nodded politely. The universe gods in Dayu world saw the sight, and they were dumbfounded. Real god Fanyu? The 2nd military commander of Snow Kingdom? Wu Tsang looked at Fanyu, and he looked surprised. Snow Kingdom was a huge holy kingdom, and they ruled countless worlds. The monarch of Snow Kingdom mainly controlled over the Holy Kingdom, and he naturally required a huge troop. It was said that Snow Kingdom had 20 military troops in total, and every troop had 10,000 soldiers. All the soldiers were made of universe gods. The 20 military troops were under the command of 4 commanders. In terms of position, even Master of Silence Gloriette from Snow Dojo was slightly below them. Real God Fanyu was one of the 4 commanders. She was truly a big figure, and such a big figure was behaving so politely before Jian Wushuang. Then, Real God Fanyu looked at Wu Tsang and she flashed a gentle smile. You must be Mr. Wu Tsang, right? Wu Tsang, mister? Wu Tsang was shocked. He was only a universe god in the 3rd heaven. Even when he was a golden deacon in Snow Dojo, he definitely wasn't in the eyes of Real God Fanyu. But then, not only had Real God Fanyu called him by his name, she had referred him as Mister? Mister? It was an extremely respectful title. Normally, they would only refer to someone stronger than themselves as Mister, or at least someone who was on equal level. But then, I am, Wu Tsang nodded. According to the monarch's order, from today on, Mr. Wu Tsang will be Snow Kingdom's guest. Your position is equal to Master of Silence Gloriette from Snow Dojo. Not only ago, there was a lineal disciple of his who offended Mr. Wu Tsang. The lineal disciple was captured and imprisoned in the prison of Snow Sacred Land. As for his punishment, whether to keep him alive or dead will be decided by Mr. Wutsong, Fan Yu said with a smile. Wutsong was dumbfounded by her comment. He had been kicked out from Snow Sacred Land because he had offended the lineal disciple, and he was told to not step foot there anymore. But then, the change was too drastic. Of course, he knew clearly that, with him alone, or even 10 of him combined, he wouldn't have such power. There was only one person possibly with such power at the scene. Wutsong couldn't help but look at the person. This person was, of course, Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1789, The Frightening Spacetime Storm. Lord, the monarch wanted me to give you this token. Fan Yu handed a token to Jian Wushuang with respect. This is the token to control the 10th Legion. After the 10th Legion has completely destroyed the Tianzhu city, they will be stationed near the Daiyu world throughout the year. Hence, by using this token, Lord can mobilize the 10th Legion to do anything. Of course, Lord's abilities are monstrous. In Lord's hands, the 10th Legion will probably be destroyed with a flip of a palm. However, it is impossible for Lord to do everything himself. With the 10th Legion showing up on your behalf in the Snow Kingdom, there will be less trouble for you. In addition, you can also give this token to your loved ones or friends. Similarly, they can mobilize the 10th Legion as well. Even if you were to leave, with the 10th Legion at hand, no one would dare to disrespect your loved ones and friends. For example, it will be impossible for today's matter, where the great army of the Tianzhu city fought all their way here, to happen again. Understood. Help me to thank the monarch of the Snow Kingdom for his good intentions by saying that I will accept this token. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said. Seeing that Jian Wushuang had accepted the token, Fan Yu became delighted at once. As for Jian Wushuang, he turned his head to look at a person beside him. Scarlet Island Master. Lo, Lord, the Scarlet Island Master said with respect immediately. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. I was born in the Scarlet Island, and I am also someone from the bloodline of Scarlet. Hence, you do not need to be so respectful to me. Understood. The Scarlet Island Master nodded his head. However, his expression was still respectful like before. With regards to that, Jian Wushuang stopped forcing him. I am thankful to the Scarlet Island for protecting me back then when I came out from my hometown and was traveling in the Daiyu world. Therefore, I shall give you this token now. Jian Wushuang tossed the token to the Scarlet Island Master. Such a scene caused the eyes of quite a number of the surrounding universe gods to turn red. It should be known that the token was the token to control the 10th Legion. With the token on hand, one would be able to mobilize the whole 10th Legion. That was 10,000 universe gods. Moreover, they were elites. In addition, they were proficient in group attacks and their formations as well as fighting capabilities were extremely powerful. For example, the 10th Legion could destroy a powerhouse like the Tianzhu city easily. By being able to control such a powerful force, the power that the Scarlet Island Master possessed surpassed that of the Tianzhu city when it was at its peak instantly. In the future, even if it were the Daiyu Palace Master who was the most powerful person in the Daiyu world, he would also need to lower his head when facing the Scarlet Island. Oh right. During this period of time, did Big Brother Fiery King return to the Scarlet Island at all? Jian Wushuang asked. He had returned before. However, that was 20,000 years ago. Moreover, he only stayed for a short period of time. After leaving some resources for the Scarlet Island, he left and continued to travel, the Scarlet Island Master said at once. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at the surrounding people right away. Everyone, I am in a rush to return to my hometown to take a look. Hence, I cannot accompany all of you any longer. Lord, please have a safe trip. Fan Yu saluted immediately and sent him off. The Daiyu Palace Master, Wutsong, the Scarlet Island Master, and the rest of the people looked on with respect as Jian Wushuang and his people left. After Jian Wushuang and his people were far away, the large number of universe gods present heaved a sigh of relief. Those universe gods were looking at each other, and they only felt that they were still in their dreams. Lord Fan Yu, Wutsong spoke with respect carefully. Mr. Wutsong, You do not need to be so modest. You can just call me by my name. Otherwise, you can also call me military commander. Fenyu laughed gently. He knew that Wu Tsong, as well as quite a number of people present, were on good terms with the Lord from before. Although they were not really very close to one another where they were sworn friends, as long as they were on good terms, they were worthy of being treated earnestly by the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, let alone him. Military commander. Wu Tsong took a deep breath and asked, "What exactly is Jian Wushuang's current identity? Why are you so respectful of him? Moreover, from the looks of it, even the monarch is paying a lot of attention to him." Paying attention to him? Fenyu laughed. "Mr. Wu Tsong, you're wrong. The monarch is not paying attention to Lord Jian Wushuang. Instead, he is respecting him." Respecting him? Wu Tsong was stunned. The Dayu Palace Master and his group of people around the area looked over with astonishment. What kind of existence was the monarch of the Snow Kingdom? Even with that, he still revered Jian Wushuang? Let me tell all of you the truth. The Lord just now has already achieved the level of an almighty. Fenyu said earnestly. Almighty? Everyone was puzzled. However, Wu Tsong and the Dayu Palace Master were dumbfounded. The two of them had a lot of experience, and they knew what an almighty meant. It was a supreme existence of the eternal chaotic world. For such a super existence, real God would normally kneel down if he were to see them. Even if it were a chaotic real God like the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, he was merely an ant to an almighty. No wonder. No wonder even the monarch of the Snow Kingdom would be so fearful and respectful of him. So Jian Wushuang has already become an almighty? In just tens of thousands of years, the little kid from back then has actually grown to such a level? Wu Tsong and the Dayu Palace Master were filled with disbelief. After leaving the Dayu Palace, Jian Wushuang rode the spaceship to his hometown, the Green Fire World, immediately. In the void, which was in complete darkness, an ancient spaceship was moving hastily. Inside the spaceship's cabin. "I'm almost there. I'm almost home." Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists, and his expression was obviously filled with excitement. This caused He Xiao and Qiu Yu, who were at the side, to be extremely surprised. It was their first time seeing Jian Wushuang so excited. On normal days, Jian Wushuang had never been so excited before, even when he had made a huge breakthrough or achieved some kind of opportunity. They were totally unable to understand Jian Wushuang's current feelings. The Green Fire World was his hometown. It was his roots. That place was the very center of his life. No matter how high his abilities rose to or what place he would go to in the future, all of them would always be incomparable to the Green Fire World. Moreover, he had left his own hometown for far too long. It was reckoned to be more than 50,000 years. After so many years, Jian Wushuang also had no idea how his hometown was doing. He had no idea how his parents, his brothers, his loved ones and good friends were doing. "Just a while more, and I will be able to return to see all of you," Jian Wushuang murmured as he recalled the memories in his head. In no time, Jian Wushuang came before the vast space-time storm which his hometown, the Green Fire World, was at. In the space-time, which was already distorted completely, there was a frightening storm rolling about madly. Back then when Jian Wushuang had come out of the Green Fire World, he had been shocked when he saw the space-time storm as he absolutely could not see its edge at all. However, at that time, "I am actually unable to see the edge already? It's too big. This space-time storm is too big. How much distance has it covered? Moreover, how strong is the power it contains?" Jian Wushuang was filled with shock and his heart twitched continuously. At that moment, he was a top existence in the eternal chaotic world, and his name was on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. However, when he saw the space-time storm, he still could not help but have jitters. Chapter 1790 Home. Even Jian Wushuang was astonished, let alone He Xiao and Qiu Yu. "Master, what are we doing here in front of the space-time storm?" He Xiao couldn't help but ask. "My hometown is in the space-time storm," Jian Wushuang said. "What?" He Xiao and Qiu Yu were shocked. In such a terrifying space-time storm, would there be a world where human resided in? How was it possible? "Disciple, Show you, Jin Wushuang looked at them. Follow me in later. But after you enter, no matter what you see, do not reveal it to anyone in the future. Otherwise, even though the two of you are close to me, I will definitely kill you. I will obey Master's order. He Xiao and Qiu Yu nodded heavily. Both of them worshipped and were in awe of Jin Wushuang. Plus, Jin Wushuang had given them a new lease on life. They definitely wouldn't go against Jin Wushuang's order. Come on, let's head in. Jin Wushuang immediately drove the ancient spaceship towards the space-time storm. The space-time storm was terrifying, but the spaceship was equally barbaric. It hit a hole in the space-time storm forcefully, and the spaceship was immersed into the space-time storm. In the cabin, Jin Wushuang spread his soul power and felt the power of the surrounding space-time storm. The power is so scary. Luckily, the space-time storm formed a balance long ago. Otherwise, if it were to explode, it could even turn Snow Kingdom into ashes in a split second. Even I do not stand a chance to survive the space-time storm, Jin Wushuang muttered. However, due to the existence of the space-time storm, his hometown was never exposed. On the battlefield where his hometown was located, there shouldn't be a second person who knew besides King Gutong. The ancient spaceship continued to plunge to the other side of the space-time storm. Just as the spaceship drove past the entire space-time storm, a huge formation appeared before Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang saw the formation and he revealed a wide smile. The formation was created by his master Xian Yi. Then, the cultivators in Green Fire Palace and him set it up. When the formation was first set up, Jin Wushuang could tell the formation was unusual. Then, when he saw it again, he was even more astonished. The formation was far more sturdy than his had imagined. Plus, the formation had blended into the space-time storm completely and driven the entire space-time storm. Unless one possessed the power to move the space-time storm, no one could move the formation, not even Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang was one of the people who had set up the formation, and he was from Green Fire World. Naturally, the formation wouldn't hinder him. Jin Wushuang waved, and a bolt of divine power appeared in the huge formation in front of him. The formation suddenly shook, and there was a space tunnel that appeared. Through the space tunnel, Jin Wushuang drove the spaceship and entered the huge battlefield where his hometown was located. Even after he entered, Palace Master Yun in Green Fire World, who had been using the formation to keep watch of experts who entered from outside world, didn't notice at all. That day, Jin Wushuang, who had left Green Fire World for more than 50,000 years, returned. It was still the same boundless battlefield. When the spaceship appeared on the battlefield, Jin Wushuang immediately put the spaceship into Qin Kuren Ring, and he stepped foot into the void. Jin Wushuang towered in the void as he looked at the surroundings. The familiar battlefield and the familiar aura made Jin Wushuang take a deep breath. But suddenly, Jin Wushuang looked surprised. That's not right. The soul aura on the battlefield. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. He could feel the abundant spiritual energy of the battlefield. The intensity of spiritual energy was stronger by 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold compared to when he had left back then. So intense. Even Dayu World and Snow Kingdom didn't have such intense spiritual energy as the battlefield did. He was guessing that only spiritual energy in the 10 sanctuaries would be that intense. How could it be? Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. The intensity of spiritual energy represented the worth of a cultivation realm. To cultivate at a place with intense spiritual energy, the effect was naturally better than at other places. Like 10 cultivation sanctuaries in Eternal Chaotic World, the reason why people yearned to visit it was not only because it was highly concentrated with experts, but because the spiritual energy was the most intense in the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Hence, its name of cultivation sanctuaries. But then, on the battlefield where Green Fire World was, the intensity of spiritual energy could barely be compared to favorably with the 10 sanctuaries. The battlefield should be from ancient times, and it is extraordinary. In the tens of thousands of years when I left Green Fire World, the battlefield in Green Fire World definitely went through some incident. Jin Wushuang's face grew solemn. Disciple, Qiu Yu, let's go. Jin Wushuang beckoned. He Xiao and Qiu Yu could feel the spiritual energy that the battlefield contained as well, and they were amazed, but they didn't ask any questions. They heard Jin Wushuang and they followed Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang knew which part of the battlefield he had landed on, and he knew where Green Fire Palace was. He didn't delay any further, but walked to Green Fire Palace. Soon, he arrived at Green Fire Palace, in front of the huge war fortress. The huge war fortress was covered in layers of formation. The formations carried power to a certain extent. It was at least a few times stronger than the formation that Jin Wushuang had set up before he left. Any layer of the formations could hinder an ordinary universe god. When Green Fire Palace had had a war with Jin Kingdom 50,000 years ago, Green Fire Palace had had such a huge formation. There had been no need for them to pay such a great price to defeat Jin Kingdom. Jin Wushuang stood in the void and overlooked the war fortress. He swept out his soul power and covered the entire war fortress. Although the war fortress could hinder ordinary universe gods, it was merely nominal to Jin Wushuang. His soul power could see through the internals of the war fortress clearly. The auras were in the war fortress. Jin Wushuang saw a few auras that he was familiar with, and he was thrilled. However, the few auras were much stronger than before. Haha, it seems that in the tens of thousands of years when I was away, Green Fire Palace has been through drastic changes. The overall power has increased tremendously. Jin Wushuang felt the auras below and revealed a smile. Chapter 1791. Your son has returned. In the past, the strongest people in the Green Fire Palace were the Universe Masters. Moreover, there were so little Universe Masters that it was pathetic. Before Jin Wushuang had risen to prominence, the Green Fire Palace had only had 5 Universe Masters. As for Heaven Masters, there were only about 200 of them. Such fighting capabilities were so weak that it was depressing. Due to that, they were forced by the Jin Kingdom to be unable to compete against the Jin Kingdom even after paying huge prices in the final great battle. If not for Jin Wushuang making a breakthrough at the critical moment in the end and killing the monarch of the Jin Kingdom, who was at the level of a universe god of the first heaven, the Green Fire Palace would have been destroyed a long time ago. Moreover, the Green Fire world would definitely not exist either. However, on that very day after tens of thousands of years, the Green Fire Palace was a lot more powerful than before. At that moment, among the large number of cultivators who were gathered in the war fortress below, there was actually a total of 18 universe gods of the first heaven. As for universe masters, they were everywhere. If not for him knowing that the big formation that Xianyi had deployed was still present, and that no one from the outside was able to come in, Jin Wushuang would really suspect that the current Green Fire world was occupied by the powerhouses which came from the eternal chaotic world. Both of you, wait for me here. After giving out his instructions, Jin Wushuang floated toward the Green Fire Palace below. In an open space in the Green Fire Palace, a fatty who wore a luxurious, loose and long robe was lying down and drinking wine. Beside him stood a bald-headed old man. Boring. The days are getting more and more boring. The fatty was drinking wine, and he felt extremely gloomy. I have told you before that this world is too small, and you should travel in a universe that is more vast. With that, it will be more interesting. However, you refuse to listen. As of now, it will not be so easy to leave even if you want to, the bald-headed old man said. How would I know that things would become like this? The fatty curled his lips. If I had known that this would be the case, I would have gone along with Old 3 to travel outside 50,000 years ago. Stop complaining. It's useless even if you complain, the bald-headed old man said furiously. Ah, the fatty sighed and his eyes filled with recollection. Speaking of Old 3, I wonder how he is doing outside. And now, I wonder what level he has achieved. Stop thinking about that brother of yours. The universe of the outside world is filled with danger. When he left, he barely possessed the fighting capabilities of a universe god. In the outside world, there are countless people who can kill him. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, who knows if he is still alive? What an inauspicious remark. Old 3 is so impressive, he must still be alive. Moreover, he will definitely return in the future. The fatty had absolute confidence in Old 3. Just then, Boss Wang Yuan. A voice could be heard abruptly. Who called me? The fatty was stunned. This voice is so familiar. It's Old Three's voice. The fatty stood up abruptly. In front of him, a figure came into view slowly. It had a familiar face and aura. It was the Old Three who the fatty had mentioned. Old Three, it's really you? Wang Yuan revealed a delighted expression at once. At the same time, he pinched his own face as he wanted to find out whether he was dreaming. Haha, I'm not dreaming. It's real. Great. Wang Yuan laughed loudly, and his huge body ran toward Jian Wushuang immediately. Without hesitation, he hugged Jian Wushuang. Boss Wang Yuan, even after not seeing you for so many years, you are still the same as before, and you are still so smooth and round as well, Jian Wushuang teased, and he had an extremely good mood. Boss Wang Yuan. He was his genuine good brother who had gone through thick and thin with him. Old Three, let's find a place and have a good drink. Wang Yuan took Jian Wushuang and headed to the imperial palaces, which was far away. No problem. Let's get the rest of the people as well, Jian Wushuang laughed. As the bald-headed old man who was by the side looked on as Wang Yuan and Jian Wushuang left, he became dumbfounded. This Jian Wushuang has actually returned for real? Moreover, his aura? The bald-headed old man squinted his eyes slightly. The bald-headed old man was a weapons spirit of the Loyalty Palace, and he had always followed Wang Yuan. As for the Loyalty Palace, it was born from the ancient battlefield nearby. Hence, the bald-headed old man was extremely knowledgeable. He could tell that Jian Wushuang's current aura was many times more powerful than it had been before. In no time, the news of Jian Wushuang's return spread with shocking speed. In a split second, the whole Green Fire Palace and the whole Green Fire world were in an uproar. Jian Wushuang had become a legend in the Green Fire world a long time ago. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, this legend was still imprinted in the minds of many people, especially those experts who had gone through the decisive battle with the Jin Kingdom. That great battle had depended on Jian Wushuang's power alone to save all of them from a desperate crisis. In a vast courtyard, a large number of people had gathered. Most of them were the experts who had gone through that battle. Quite a number of them had interacted with Jian Wushuang before, and at that moment, they were chatting with Jian Wushuang joyfully and harmoniously. Old Three. An extremely emotional voice could be heard. After hearing the voice, Jian Wushuang looked over. When he saw the extremely beautiful black-robed young lady, he revealed an elated smile. Ha ha, Old Four. The two of them hugged each other right away. To Jian Wushuang, Su Rou was like his biological sister. In no time, Xueling Tian brought a woman over. Xueling Tian was Jian Wushuang's brother, and he was also Xian Yi's lineal disciple. He also had an extremely good relationship with Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing his own senior, Jian Wushuang was also extremely delighted. As for that woman, she cried tears of joy the moment she saw Jian Wushuang. At the same time, she knelt down. Greetings to Master from your disciple, Lin Lan. Master, you have finally returned. Little girl, please get up. Jian Wushuang laughed and waved his hands. In his life, he had only accepted 2 people as his disciple. In particular, Lin Lan was the first disciple he accepted. She was also someone who Jian Wushuang owed greatly, because he, a master, had almost never guided Lin Lan before. He only gave her some resources so that she would grow by herself. It should be known that for He Xiao, his registered disciple, he would give him some advice occasionally back when they were in the lineage of Star. However, Lin Lan did not disappoint Jian Wushuang as well. In terms of realm, she had become a universe master. Although that naturally meant nothing in the eternal chaotic world, it was already very shocking in the Green Fire world. Jian Wushuang was chatting with his senior and disciple. At the same time, he was asking them something about the ancient sect. With the disappearance of Master Xian Yi and him leaving the Green Fire world, the ancient sect had always been under Xuelingshan's control and everything was all right. Just then, all of a sudden, a man and woman appeared in the courtyard. As the two of them appeared, the voice of Jian Wushuang, who was chatting with Xueling Tian, disappeared. He then stood up and he looked at the two of them with mixed feelings. Similarly, the man and the woman were looking closely at Jian Wushuang. Father, mother, your son has returned. Chapter 1792 Shocking Change. The courtyard was in total silence. Before everyone's gazes, a man and woman walked forward slowly. Jin Nantian, with silvery white hair, gave out a unique aura. He extended his hand to pat Jian Wushuang's shoulder. "It's great to have you back," Jian Nantian smiled. Looking at his smile, Jian Wushuang felt his body and mind relax. Then, Jian Nantian and Ji Wuming sat in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was surprised as he noticed his father's aura. The aura was the strongest out of everyone at the scene. Universe God in the second heaven? Jian Wushuang was astonished. Forget about the fact that there were many universe gods in the first heaven. His father had become a universe god in the second heaven? "Father, everyone, what happened? How can all of your powers increase so tremendously? The spiritual energy in this battlefield, how did it become this intense?" Jian Wushuang asked. Listening to Jian Wushuang's questions, everyone exchanged a look and Wang Yuan laughed. "Old 3, we must give credit to your master for the battlefield's transformation." "My master?" Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he instantly responded, "Could it be the formation that my master created?" "Yes, that formation." Wang Yuan smiled. 50,000 years ago. Your mysterious master disappeared, but he passed you a formation. Then, you and Palace Master Yun from Green Fire World, and also the higher-ups, set up the formation. Then, the formation became the biggest defense for Green Fire World. Without Green Fire Palace's permission, no one could barge into the battlefield. Seems like the invasion of Jin Kingdom definitely won't happen again. However, the power of the formation doesn't just stop there. After the formation was set up, which was after you left, the battlefield, including the spiritual energy in Green Fire World, slowly became more intense under the influence of the formation. In the beginning, the spiritual energy didn't increase much, but as time went by, the spiritual energy grew more and more intense. Now, the spiritual energy in the battlefield has increased by 1,000-fold compared to before. As for Green Fire World, the battlefield gave birth to Green Fire World, and the transformation was even greater. You don't know. The spiritual energy in Green Fire World is 3 times more intense than the battlefield. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He could feel that the intensity of spiritual energy in the battlefield could be compared favorably with the 10 sanctuaries. But Green Fire World was 3 times stronger than the battlefield? How intense would it be? The cultivation environment in Green Fire World already overtook the 10 sanctuaries? Jian Wushuang muttered in disbelief. Besides, although the spiritual energy is much stronger than before, the battlefield, including Green Fire World, is in constant change. The intensity of the spiritual energy is constantly rising. Such intense spiritual energy naturally raises the probability of experts. Hence, in the 50,000 years that you were away, there was a big bunch of experts that flourished in Green Fire World. 50,000 years ago, Doctrine Masters were already considered as the top experts in Green Fire World. However, in Green Fire World now, there are Doctrine Masters all over. It was nothing. Even Heaven Master is not considered as a top expert in Green Fire World. Those who were qualified to stand at the peak would be Universe Master and Universe Gods. Now, Green Fire World has more than 30 Universe Gods. However, they are mostly Universe Gods in the first heaven. Only your father alone is extremely talented and stepped into Universe God in the second heaven, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang was amazed. The cultivation environment determined the standard and quality of expert from a place. Then, the cultivation environment in Green Fire World was much stronger by a few hundred, even a few thousand times. Naturally, the experts born were many more. Plus, there were many cultivators in Green Fire World, but they didn't have anyone to guide them. Previously, the strongest in Green Fire World was only a Universe Master. As for anything above Universe Master, no one knew how to cultivate or improve. They had merely depended on themselves to explore and comprehend. At most, they could receive some pointers from the surrounding ancient battlefields, but the pointers weren't complete. Under such circumstances, Green Fire World could reach such a level in 50,000 years. If they were to receive complete guidance from Universe Gods, Real Gods, or even Almighties, and they continued to propagate in the next 10,000 or 100,000 years, just how great would it be? Jin Wushuang was already amazed by the thought itself. Jin Wushuang, your hometown might stand a chance to become a new sanctuary, or even higher. King of Venomous Worms' solemn voice rang in Jin Wushuang's head. Jin Wushuang took another deep breath and calmed himself down from the surprise. Oh yeah, it has been so long. I didn't know you happened to visit too. Where's old two? Also, Tang Emperor and Uncle Xiao? Why aren't they here? Jin Wushuang asked with a smile. However, the moment he brought up about old two, Wang Yuan and Su Rao's faces stiffened. The surrounding people's faces changed. Why? Wang Yuan, Su Rao, and the other people at the scene naturally couldn't hide from Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows. What happened? Old 3, Wang Yuan paused and then clenched his teeth as he said, Old 2, he died. What? Jin Wushuang's face changed. Not just Old 2, but also Emperor Tang and Emperor Xiao. Both of them died too, Wang Yuan continued. Jin Wushuang couldn't hold back anymore when he heard that. Died? Old 2, Emperor Tang and Uncle Xiao died? How is it possible? Jin Wushuang's eyes were bloodshot. His roar reverberated in the courtyard, and he looked almost mad. He couldn't be blamed. The 3 people that had died were too important to him. Old 2, Yang Zishuan, was his brother. The same had happened to Wang Yuan and Su Rao. They were sworn brothers and sisters. They had been through life and death situations and shared an intimate relationship. Uncle Xiao, also Emperor Xiao. When he was weak, Emperor Xiao had treated him with kindness. Besides, he had another identity. He was also Long Rushuang's father, his father-in-law. As for Emperor Tang, he was the founder of Tang of the East. He was also one of the most ancient experts in Green Fire World. Back then, Jin Wushuang had yet to rise up, and there had only been 5 Universe Masters who were in commanding positions. Among the 5 of Universe Masters, there were 4 who had died. Only Emperor Tang was alive. He was the only survivor. Then, even the last ancient existence had died too? Who was it? Who killed them? Furious, Jin Wushuang was filled with rage. Jin Wushuang was raging with anger. Chapter 1793, 13 Devil Bloods. Before Jin Wushuang left, the Tang Emperor, Emperor Xiao and Yang Zishuan were already at a level higher than that of a Dao Master. They had a long lifespan, and they would definitely not die a normal death in just tens of thousands of years. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility. They were killed by someone else. Who was it? Jin Wushuang looked at Wang Yuan with his eyes filled with hatred to the point that they were about to crack. Wang Yuan's expression had a ghastly pale expression, and he only spoke after a long time. The people who killed second brother, Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Xiao, were the 13 Devil Bloods. The 13 Devil Bloods? Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. When he was still in the Green Fire World back then, he had never heard of the 13 Devil Bloods. Old 3, please calm down. I will fill you in slowly, Wang Yuan said. Jin Wushuang suppressed his fury and murderous intent forcefully to calm himself down so that he could listen to Wang Yuan. I have just told you. After you left, the Green Fire World underwent a great change where an unending stream of experts were born. Second brother is extremely talented, and he is only inferior to you among the 4 of us. As for Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Xiao, they were the earliest batch of experts and their abilities rose the most. Moreover, as the Green Fire World had just experienced a great battle with the Gene Kingdom, many experts were extremely united. Hence, at the start, everything was going in the right direction. However, thousands of years ago, the Green Fire World underwent a great change and the 13 Devil Bloods appeared. There is a total of 13 people in the 13 Devil Bloods, and they did not have any reputation in the past. After they appeared, they fought all the way into Tang of the East. Tang of the East had long been the Green Fire World's first country, and its abilities were extremely powerful. Moreover, with the second brother, the Tang Emperor, Emperor Xiao and other similar experts keeping watch, Tang of the East was rightfully impregnable. However, in the end, Tang of the East was massacred by the 13 Devil Bloods easily. In the end, Elder Tang Emperor, Emperor Shao, and second brother were killed by the 13 Devil Bloods. At the same time, the whole Tang of the East was completely occupied by the 13 Devil Bloods. The movements of the 13 Devil Bloods were too fast. They were so fast that even the Green Fire Palace was unable to react. After that, the 13 Devil Bloods created a devil church and looked for believers wantonly. With that, their abilities got stronger day by day. Could it be that the Green Fire Palace allowed the devil church to continue getting stronger? Jin Wushuang asked with a low voice. Of course not. Before Tang of the East underwent the Great Change, the Green Fire Palace stepped in. However, it was useless as the 13 Devil Bloods were too strong, Wang Yuan said bitterly. Many people beside him also could not help but lower their heads. Too strong? Jin Wushuang's eyes shrank. They are really too strong. Among the 13 Devil Bloods, none of them are someone who the Green Fire Palace can compete with. For example, currently, the strongest person in the Green Fire Palace is your father, Palace Master Jian Nantian. However, even if it were him, he would be completely helpless when he comes across the 13 Devil Bloods, Wang Yuan said. Jin Wushuang could not help but look at his own father. Jian Nantian was a proud person, and he considered himself the best in the world. However, as he listened to Wang Yuan, he nodded his head. It was obvious that he acknowledged that fact. Before the gap in terms of abilities, even if the Green Fire Palace wanted to take revenge for second brother, Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao, what can we do? Wang Yuan sighed lightly. Abilities, right? Jin Wushuang clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I will avenge second brother, Elder Tang Emperor and Emperor Shao. Boss Wang Yuan, where is the base of the Devil Church? Jin Wushuang had already stood up. Old 3, don't be reckless. Wang Yuan stopped Jin Wushuang right away. Shuanger, Jian Nantian also frowned. It's useless. The 13 Devil Bloods are really too powerful. According to Dan Zin's predictions, the 13 Devil Bloods have already achieved the level of a real god. Moreover, they are not normal real gods. Even when placed in the vast eternal chaotic world, any one of them would be considered a first-class expert, let alone the 13 Devil Bloods teaming up. Wang Yuan sighed lightly. Old 3, I know that you are filled with sorrow and that you wish to avenge second brother and the rest of them. All of us wish to do so as well. However, no matter how much we want to avenge them, we cannot send ourselves to our deaths. Send ourselves to our deaths? They are merely trash. What right do they have to kill me? Jin Wushuang laughed disdainfully. Old 3, they are real gods, Wang Yuan said in an imperative tone. Everyone by the side also looked at Jin Wushuang. They had gotten some information from the ancient battlefield nearby, and they knew that the pure Sun Realm, which was also the real God Realm, was after the Universe God Realm. With regards to real gods, they also had some knowledge about them. Real gods were super experts. For example, for a universe god of the second heaven like Jian Nantian, the weakest real god could kill hundreds upon hundreds of him with a flip of his palm. In the current Green Fire world, real gods were invincible. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Jin Wushuang laughed, although he was extremely furious. Haha, real gods, bullshit. Forget about real gods. Even if an almighty at the level of a Sir God or Emperor God were to kill my brothers, I would want him dead as well. Jin Wushuang's words caused everyone present to be shocked. From Jin Wushuang's words, they could also tell that Jin Wushuang seemed to not spare a glance for real gods. Old 3, you are able to kill real gods? Wang Yuan opened his eyes wide and asked. Jian Nantian, Su Rou, and the rest of the people also looked at Jin Wushuang in succession. Humph, real gods, in the years that I have traveled in the eternal chaotic world, I have already killed so many real gods that I have lost count of them. Even almighties, who are above real gods, I have also killed more than 5 of them. For these 13 Devil Bloods, or whatever they are called, even if they were top chaotic real gods, it would be easy for me to kill them, Jin Wushuang said in a deep voice. Upon hearing that, everyone was first stunned. After that, they were over the moon. Wang Yuan cried tears of joy. That's great. That's great, Old 3. We must avenge them. You must really avenge second brother. Old 3. Old 2 cannot die for nothing. Suro also said earnestly. Kill all of them. Destroy the 13 devil bloods. The 13 devil bloods had done all kinds of evil. For many years, the whole Green Fire Palace has been crushed under their feet, and we only dared to be furious, but not say anything. If not for us controlling the great space-time formation nearby which caused the 13 devil bloods to be worried, they would have gone on a killing spree and killed all of us a long time ago. And now kill. They have to die. Everyone in the area unleashed shocking murderous intents in succession. In the Green Fire world, countless cultivators hated the 13 devil bloods to the bone. However, they suffered from a lack of abilities. However, at that time, Jin Wushuang, the savior who had turned things around with his power alone at the critical moment back then in the great battle with the Jin Kingdom, had returned. This had allowed them to see hope. Just then, Jin Nanshan's expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? Jin Wushuang looked at Jin Nantian. The people from the Devil Church have come to our doorstep, Jin Nantian said. Oh. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold at once. Chapter 1794, Devil Church Green Fire Palace. Outside the huge war fortress, over 10 crimson-dressed figures stood there arrogantly. The 3 leading figures were all universe gods, and the rest were all universe masters. Swoosh! A gray-dressed elderly flew out from the war fortress. The gray-dressed elderly was a universe god from Green Fire Palace. Devil Church, what are you doing here? The gray-dressed elderly looked at over 10 people before him, and he looked distressed. The master of Devil Church told us to pass you this list. Our master instructed Green Fire Palace to gather all the treasures on the list within a year. If you fail to do so, we will compensate it with the lives of the experts from Green Fire Palace. A purple-haired universe god that led the group from Devil Church said coldly. Be *starred. The gray-dressed elderly looked at the treasures on the list and grew furious. Why? You Green Fire Palace has the guts to go against our Mr. Blood Devil's order? The purple-haired universe god glanced at the gray-dressed elderly, and he looked in disdain. Hearing Mr. Blood Devil's name, the gray-dressed elderly quivered in fear. He held back his anger, but didn't lose his temper. Then, in the war fortress, many figures gathered and watched the scene outside with layers of prohibition behind the war fortress. These are the people from Devil Church? Jin Wushuang's gaze grew cold. Yes, Wang Yuan nodded. All these years, Devil Church grew stronger day by day. Besides the strongest 13 blood devils, there are many experts under their command. The experts are mostly people who are of an evil disposition. For instance, the universe god who was talking just then is truly a demon. He once massacred wantonly in Green Fire World. Then, Void Temple got angry and wanted to kill him. He was a person hated by everyone. After that, he joined Devil Church and has 13 blood devils as his backers, so he behaves even more wantonly. As for the list he gave, Devil Church will give us a list every once in a while, and they want Green Fire Palace to gather the treasure and resources on the list in a given time. In the beginning, the treasure and resources that they asked for weren't much, so Green Fire Palace dismissed them like the plague. However, the treasure and resources that Devil Church asked for are becoming more and more. They are simply treating Green Fire Palace as a treasury. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. Tell the universe god from Green Fire Palace to come back. Wang Yuan nodded and sent a message to the gray-dressed elderly. Very soon, the gray-dressed elderly returned to the war fortress. The experts of Devil Church awaited Green Fire Palace's reply. Just then, swoosh, swoosh, there were 2 figures that appeared in front of the experts from Devil Church from nowhere. Die! A low bellow and a cold-looking young man who was carrying a sword attacked. Just a simple swing lit up the universe. There were over 10 experts from Devil Church, and the strongest among them was only a universe god in the first heaven. In Hishio's eyes, they were a non-entity. They had yet to respond, and they were killed by the sword light straight away. Over 10 experts from Devil Church died with one stroke. Then, He Xiao and Xiao Yu walked into the war fortress. He Xiao and Xiao Yu walked through the prohibition and came before Jian Wushuang to bow politely. Old 3. These two are? Wang Yuan looked at the two of them in shock. One of them is my disciple, and the other one is my maidservant, Jian Wushuang introduced calmly. Disciple? Maidservant? Everyone was surprised. His disciple was already this strong. Just how strong was he, as the master? Boss Wang Yuan, get me detailed information about Devil Church, including the locations of the 13 blood devils, their relatives, friends, and experts under their command, Jian Wushuang said. Sure, Wang Yuan nodded and said, Old 3. Those people earlier were sent by the 13 blood devils. Now that they're dead, the 13 blood devils definitely know. If not mistaken, in no time, they will be here. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smirked coldly. Let them come then. Green Fire Palace was well founded in Green Fire World. Even though they were suppressed by Devil Church all these years, the inside information was not something Devil Church could compare to. In terms of information, they were far ahead of Devil Church. According to Jian Wushuang's instructions, Green Fire Palace's huge information system immediately started to operate. At the same time, the 13 blood devils in Green Fire World had already received the news that the people that they had sent were killed. The 13 blood devils were furious. Humph, Green Fire Palace, they have guts. They thought they control the formation and we of Devil Church would not dare to touch them? Such a joke. It seems that we didn't attack for many years and Green Fire Palace isn't as fearful of us as before. Let's carry out a massacre. Old 9, you take care of this. Among the 13 blood devils, the one who was in the 9th place departed personally to Green Fire Palace. Although they only sent one person, the blood devils weren't worried at all. After all, the 13 blood devils were all supreme existences in Green Fire World. One person's strength alone was sufficient to wipe out the entire Green Fire Palace. In no time, the blood devil in the 9th place arrived outside the war fortress. Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, you two rubbish, come and die. A hoarse yet disdainful voice was heard from the blood devil's mouth. It rang across the universe and traveled into the war fortress. Green Fire Palace was led by Jian Nantian and Wang Yuan. Jian Nantia was the strongest while Wang Yuan was best at making elixirs. In the war fortress, under the layers of prohibitions, there were a large number of figures standing there. These were all experts from Green Fire Palace. There was a total of a few thousand people. The experts could see the blood devil with the prohibition in between. They could feel the terrifying aura soaring from the blood devil, and they looked pale. Too strong. The 13 blood devils, any one of them is an unrivaled existence. It is said that when the 13 blood devils destroyed Tang of the East, only one blood devil fought. He killed all the higher-ups of Tang of the East with a snap of his fingers. With us Green Fire Palace alone, how could we withstand the blood devils? Most of the people in Green Fire World didn't know Jian Wushuang had returned. Even if they knew, they weren't confident. After all, they had never seen Jian Wushuang in action. However, they had experienced the scariness of the blood devil in Green Fire World long ago. Just as everyone was quivering in fear, there was a figure in the war fortress that flew out. He flew in front of the blood devil. He was in a crimson robe, carrying a sword. His face was cold, as though it had been covered with a layer of frost. The moment he appeared, he immediately became the attention of the universe. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Chapter 1795, Ruthless Massacre, When the Devil Blood, who originally did not spare a glance for the Green Fire Palace, saw Jian Wushuang walking toward him slowly, his eyes shrank. Who are you? The Devil Blood questioned, and he was surprised. It should be known that he was a real god. Moreover, he was a top eternal real god. In the end, he could not see through the other party's aura. My name is Jian Wushuang. You might have heard of me before. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Jian Wushuang? The Devil Blood was stunned. After that, he laughed loudly. I thought that you were someone else. So it's the top genius who has killed the monarch of the Gene Kingdom 50,000 years ago with his power alone. Even though you have left the green fire world to travel in the eternal chaotic world, you are still able to return alive. You are indeed somewhat capable. After knowing Jian Wushuang's identity, the Devil Blood did not have any more concerns. It should be known that Jian Wushuang had only just had the fighting capabilities of a universe god 50,000 years ago. How powerful could he be after 50,000 years? At best, wouldn't he just be a normal real god? Jian Wushuang, you should not have returned. The green fire world is no longer the green fire world that you were once in, the Devil Blood laughed. To me, it's the same, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Is that so? The Devil Blood grinned. Forget it. I shall stop talking to you unnecessarily. Instead, I shall get rid of you straight away so that you will understand that the green fire world changed a long time ago. Go to hell. As soon as his words left his mouth, the Devil Blood moved fiercely. The enormous amount of aura from an eternal real god was then unleashed, and it exerted pressure on Jian Wushuang. The Devil Blood swung his palm with lightning speed. A crimson sharp claw then ripped open the universe and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The moment the Devil Blood attacked, the large number of experts in the war fortress of the green fire world became dumbfounded at once. The abilities that the Blood Devil unleashed caused them to give up all hope. However, just then, as the crimson sharp claw of the Devil Blood was about to come into contact with Jian Wushuang's head, Jian Wushuang raised his head. Die! An icy cold voice was blurted out. Jian Wushuang did not make any movements at all, and he only said one word. However, that word alone contained the frightening god power of an emperor god. The god power was very impressive, and it exerted pressure as though a giant constellation had fallen. Bam! The Devil Blood's body burst open straight away and turned into a huge amount of blood mist. The Devil Blood did not experience any pain. In addition, his consciousness had not even reacted as well, and he burst open instantly. When the large number of experts in the war fortress saw the great amount of blood mist falling to the bottom, all of them were extremely dumbfounded. He's dead. The invincible Devil Blood has been killed? He didn't do anything? Indeed, he did not do anything. Instead, he merely relied on the pressure in his aura to burst open a Devil Blood. Countless sounds of gasping could be heard. At the next moment, they burst into an uproar as well as cheers. Quite a number of experts still doubted Jian Wushuang's abilities. However, at that moment, all their doubts were gone. Old 3. Wang Yuan and Su Rou were over the moon. This is the son of me, Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian clenched both his fists tightly and looked at Ji Wuming, who was beside him. Both of them were extremely emotional. This junior of mine, Shueling Tian gasped in admiration. Everyone was filled with an excitement that could not be concealed. Only he Xiao and Xiao Yu were extremely calm. This piece of trash is merely an eternal real god. Yet, he still dared to attack Master. He Xiao laughed disdainfully. Just then, Jian Wushuang, who had killed the Devil Blood, returned to the war fortress. Boss Wang Yuan, has the information on the Devil Church been prepared? Jian Wushuang questioned. It has been prepared and it is here. Wang Yuan handed a token over to Jian Wushuang. After receiving it, Jian Wushuang glanced through it. He then nodded his head and said, "Let's go to the green fire world." Why are we going there? Wang Yuan asked subconsciously. To kill people. Jian Wushuang's voice was calm and low. The two continents, the Samsara continent and the Void continent, still existed in the green fire world. The two former overlords, the Void Temple and the Samsara Temple, were still present as well. However, their power and positions were no longer like the past. At that moment, the Devil Church had the most authority in the green fire world. In a garden in an extremely huge castle, a crimson-haired stalwart man was lying on the grass lazily. He wore a gentle smile and looked very understanding toward others. However, the tens of surrounding maids serving him knew very well how frightening and evil in existence the stalwart man was. In the Devil Church, there were 13 Devil Bloods. With respect to his abilities, although this crimson-haired stalwart man was ranked 11th, he was the most evil Devil Blood. All of a sudden, a gust of cold wind blew by. The body of the maid, who was originally massaging the legs of the crimson-haired stalwart man, shook and she exerted some extra force in her hands. The crimson-haired stalwart man looked at the maid abruptly, and the gentle smile that he wore on his face was charming. However, he raised his finger slightly. Upon seeing that, the maid's expression turned ghastly pale at once. Swish! A saber light swept past the arm of the maid right away and cut off her whole arm. After that, the crimson-haired stalwart man grabbed the maid's arm and started to eat it by biting it. After some time, he had eaten the arm completely, to the point that his whole mouth was filled with blood. Haha, the taste is not too bad. After the crimson-haired stalwart man finished eating, he laughed loudly. After that, he moved his finger again and cut off the other arm of the maid. He then started to eat it. The surrounding maids who served him trembled with fear, and they did not dare to say anything. As for the maid whose arms had been cut off, her face was filled with hopelessness. Just then, buzz! An astonishing power came. All of a sudden, the crimson-haired stalwart man's smile froze and his eyes became filled with fear. After that, his consciousness dissipated right away. A crimson-robed figure appeared behind the crimson-haired stalwart man abruptly, and he extended his big hands to grab the crimson-haired stalwart man's head. After twisting his head off, he disappeared again. The maids around him were completely stunned. As they looked at the headless body in front of them, they became shocked. However, they were delighted. Dead. This devil is finally dead. The maid whose 2 arms had been cut off laughed loudly at once. In the void, Jian Wushuang's body appeared again, and his hands were holding a head. Upon seeing the head, the thousands of experts from the Green Fire Palace who had hurried over became extremely astonished. This is the second one. Jian Wushuang had an ice-cold expression. After putting the head in his hands into his Qin Kuan ring, he set off again. The massacre was still ongoing. The Devil Church had a total of 13 devil bloods. In particular, a portion of them had always stayed in the base of the church. However, some of them stayed in different places and became the tyrants of that place. As for who Jian Wushuang was currently looking for, he was looking for those tyrants. With Jian Wushuang's absolute abilities, the devil bloods who had dispersed everywhere were killed mercilessly. Chapter 1796, Devil Church's Lair. In a day's time, Jian Wushuang went to a few places and killed a total of 7 blood devils. The experts from Green Fire Palace were even more astonished. One should know that a day's time, to them, it wasn't even enough for them to rush their journey, let alone kill the blood devils. Next is to Devil Church's Lair. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. According to the information that Green Fire Palace had found, the remaining 6 blood devils from Devil Church were in the lair. Jian Wushuang then led the experts from Green Fire Palace to Devil Church's Lair. Devil Church's Lair was originally in Tang of the East, the imperial city in Tang of the East. Old 3, that's where Devil Church's Lair is at. Wang Yuan pointed at a huge city engulfed in a crimson fog in front. It was originally the imperial city in Tang of the East, but it was renamed to Devil City. Theoretically, Devil City has blood devils attending to garrison duty personally, so there is no one from Green Fire World that dares to act wildly here. However, somehow or other, the 13 blood devils from Devil Church still joined forces to set up a huge formation in the city. The power of the formation is impressive. Is it? Jian Wushuang looked calm. He glanced at Devil City, then he raised his palm and pointed at Devil City from afar. He pointed. Hong. The huge formation that covered Devil City instantly cracked without any struggle. The formation broke, and the experts from Devil Church and Devil City were immediately startled. Countless figures soared into the air. Those leading were, of course, the remaining 6 blood devils. Be *starred. Green Fire Palace, how dare you? The 6 blood devils were angry, and they let out roars. But very soon, their attentions were caught by the person in front of the people from Green Fire Palace. This person, the 6 blood devils exchanged a look, and they were surprised. The 6 of them were the higher ranked among the blood devils. Among the 6 of them, there were 3 who had already reached the level of chaotic real god. But they couldn't see through Jian Wushuang's aura. They could feel that Jian Wushuang was powerful, but they couldn't tell which level Jian Wushuang was at. "Hey, who are you?" A bald man among the 6 blood devils asked in a deep voice. The bald man was the #1 boss among the 13 blood devils. "Green Fire Palace, Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang said calmly. "It's you?" The 6 blood devils were surprised, and they had obviously heard of Jian Wushuang before. "Humph, I never expected you to return from eternal chaotic world." The bald man smirked coldly. "Jian Wushuang, I think you are a genius. Why did you return when you were doing so well in eternal chaotic world?" "I came back to take revenge." Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. He then waved, and there were heads that were thrown out. "There were 13 blood devils, and I have killed 7. Now, there are only 6 of you left." Looking at the heads floating in the void, the 6 blood devils who were originally calm were raging. "Be *starred. How dare you kill our brothers?" The bad man was angry. "Not only them, but all of you also have to die." Jian Wushuang looked expressionless. A simple reply seemed to have announced a death sentence for the 6 of them. "Humph, don't think you are unmatched after you killed my 7 brothers. Today, I will turn Green Fire Palace into a bloodbath and take revenge on the behalf of my 7 brothers." The bald man let out a cold humph. "Let's do this together and kill him." Hong, 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 hong. 6 fierce auras instantly exploded. Any one of the 6 auras could make countless experts from Green Fire Palace feel hopeless. However, to Jian Wushuang, they were too weak. "Die." With just one word, it wasn't the pressure of divine might but 5 fine sword intentions that appeared in front of him. The 5 fine sword intentions swept out, and the speed was so fast that the few real gods couldn't even see the shadow. Pust, 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 pust. 5 sword lights pierced the eyebrows of 5 blood devils. Instantly, there were 5 bodies falling. The 6 blood devils were soaring with rage and wanted to attack Jian Wushuang, but there were 5 of them that died instantly, and only the bald man was left standing there. How is it possible?" The bald man's eyes were wide, and he looked at Jian Wushuang with a horrified look. It was as though he had seen a ghost. It stirred billowing waves in the bottom of his heart. He had heard about Jian Wushuang before, and he knew about Jian Wushuang's outstanding achievements. Even though Jian Wushuang had once brought about a radical change in the war against Jin Kingdom, Jian Wushuang was nothing in his eyes. Because Jian Wushuang had only been a universe god then, and he was already a real god, a chaotic real god. He had thought killing a universe god was as easy as killing an ant. Hence, he didn't care about Jian Wushuang at all in the beginning. Even when Jian Wushuang had returned, he had reckoned that Jian Wushuang was only slightly bigger than an ant, and he didn't care. But who would have guessed that Jian Wushuang had become so ferocious? He had become so powerful. The 13 blood devils were like babies before Jian Wushuang. "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Jian Wushuang took one step forward and stood 10 meters before the bald man. His cold gaze fixed onto the bald man, and he was looking at him as though he was looking at an ant. No, even worse than an ant. Why? The bald man stuttered. "Because I don't want you to die so easily," Jian Wushuang said coldly. "Back when you 13 blood devils destroyed Tang of the East, you were the one who killed the higher-ups of Tang of the East, right? You did it personally, right?" I, the bald man stuttered, and he was at a loss for words. "Do you know that among the people that you killed, there was my benefactor, my wife's father, and my brother?" Jian Wushuang uttered every word clearly, and there was boundless rage and hatred in his eyes. Old Tuyang Zishuan, Emperor Tang, Emperor Shao, which one of them were not related to him? They had died because of the 13 blood devils, because of non-entity-like people. For them, I will not let you die so quickly. I have to torture you for 1,000 years, no, for 10,000 years. I want you to live in complete agony. Try this, Jian Wushuang said, and there was crimson light that burst out of his eyes. The crimson light was brilliant, and it looked just like a crimson sun. The moment the bald man saw the crimson light, he was dumbfounded. Suddenly, rumble. A boundless prison engulfed him. Secret skill of soul attack. 18 Azura Hell descended. Chapter 1797. The Mastermind. The 18 Azura Hell was a soul attack secret skill that was used specially to torture people. For the person who was attacked, if his consciousness were not strong enough and he was unable to block or fight his way out of the secret skill, what awaited him would be endless torture. For this secret skill, Jin Wushuang used it frequently when he was still a universe god. However, ever since he had made a breakthrough to become an ultimate real god, he rarely used it. Although he did not use it frequently, he had long mastered this secret skill completely when his absolute abilities were combined with his current soul level. By unleashing it then, what awaited the bald-headed man was torture from 18 hells. Ah! Hysterical roars could be heard from the bald-headed man. The bald-headed man's eyes had turned a scarlet color a long time ago, and he was completely insane. No, no. Spare my life. Please spare my life. I beg of you. The bald-headed man had started to beg for his life crazily. As Jian Wushuang's soul level increased, the tortures would become more frightening when the secret skill was unleashed. It was unleashed with Jian Wushuang's full power, and even top experts in the real god ranking list might be unable to endure the hell's torture in the secret skill, let alone the bald-headed man. Madness and hysteria. Everyone that moment could see the bald-headed man's expression clearly. With regards to that, no one from the Green Fire Palace pitied him in the slightest. Instead, they were extremely delighted and excited like never before. For the past few years, the Green Fire Palace had been suppressed badly by the Devil Church. Their hatred of the Devil Church was definitely not weaker than of the Jin Kingdom back then. As for the bald-headed man, he was the boss of the 13 Devil Bloods in the Devil Church, and he was experiencing a great amount of pain from the torture. As for his 12 other brothers, all of them were killed. After a long time, the bald-headed man experienced all kinds of tortures in the 18 hells, and his consciousness had also started to recover slowly. However, at that moment, he was completely exhausted and his face had long become twisted to its maximum. Moreover, his eyes were still scarlet like before. Kill me. I beg of you to kill me. A soft voice could be heard from the bald-headed man. He had already lost all hope. At that moment, he only wished to die quickly. With that, he would be freed. Do you think that it will be so easy for you to die? Jian Wushuang laughed coldly. After that, the Blood Mountain sword behind him left its scabbard abruptly. Buzz. The Blood Mountain sword turned into a lofty mountain instantly and suppressed the bald-headed man, the first devil blood, right away. With the first devil blood suppressed, the whole universe became deathly silent temporarily. However, at the next moment, there was a huge uproar. The uproar naturally came from the Green Fire Palace. At that moment, a large number of experts in the Green Fire Palace were roaring hysterically, and quite a number of them were crying tears of joy. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A great number of figures headed toward Jian Wushuang at the same time. Old 3. Wang Yuan and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang with tears. Similarly, everyone else was extremely emotional. Dead. The 13 devil bloods are all dead. The 13 devils are finally dead. Haha, great, this is great. With the death of the 13 devil bloods, the Devil Church can be destroyed in a split second. With that, the Green Fire world will regain its peace. A huge number of experts spoke in succession, and their eyes which were looking at Jian Wushuang were scorching hot and also filled with adoration. However, upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang shook his head. This matter has not come to a complete end yet. Jin Nantian and the rest of the people looked at Jian Wushuang with surprise. The 13 devil bloods were already dead. Hence, wouldn't the Devil Church not have any room to struggle at all? Why had it not ended yet? Jian Wushuang did not say anything. Instead, he turned his body slowly and continued heading toward the lofty Devil City. In no time, he appeared at the void on top of the Devil City, and he looked down with his icy cold eyes. Even though you have witnessed your subordinates being killed by me one by one, you still remained indifferent. You are really able to bear with all of this? Jian Wushuang's loud voice resounded across the whole universe. His voice spread in all directions and flooded each and every corner of the Devil City. Upon hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Everyone from the Green Fire Palace opened their eyes wide. Weren't the strongest people in the Devil Church the 13 Devil Bloods? Could it be? Wang Yuan's heart beat fiercely. After Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated across the area, the Devil City below him was still extremely peaceful like before, and there were no changes. Haha, you are still trying to deceive yourself and all of us. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to come out, I shall drag you out. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. Divine power then gathered in his hands, and he swung his palm out toward the bottom abruptly. Rumble. The palm expanded quickly in the void, and it became a big hand which could blot out the sky and the run instantly, covering the whole Devil City as a result. The giant palm descended, and countless buildings of the huge Devil City, as well as some cultivators of the Devil Church who still stayed in the Devil City, were turned into fine powder. Frightening power spread in all directions madly, and in just an instant, the Devil City disappeared. What replaced it was a huge and boundless pit. The pit was in complete darkness and bottomless as well. However, at the same time that the pit appeared, an extremely powerful aura which was similar to that of a gigantic dragon awakened slowly at the deepest part of the pit. Frightening aura flooded the whole area. In no time, the color of the universe changed, and the whole void was covered with a kind of dense crimson cloud instantly. After that, a tattered, Taoist-robed, stalwart old man rose slowly and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the end. Upon seeing the person who had come, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. As for the experts of the Green Fire Palace, all of them turned pale with fright. As expected, the Devil Church still had someone who was more powerful. I thought that my way of concealing myself was extremely superb, and I should be able to escape your soul's examination. How did you notice me? The stalwart Taoist-robed old man asked. It's simple. Firstly, it's the 13 Devil Bloods. Although they had become real gods, their auras were a lot weaker than other people's who were of a similar realm as them. Moreover, their foundations were extremely weak. If my guess is not wrong, they had entered the realm of real gods with the help of some great techniques of someone else. As for the abilities that they originally possessed, they should be so weak that it was depressing. In addition, the most important thing was the big formation of the Devil City. While the big formation looked as though it was a defensive formation deployed to guard against anything unexpected, I could tell with a glance that it was a huge, spirit-collecting great formation that collected the infinite amount of spiritual power of the universe. Moreover, the location that the spiritual power was gathered to was not outside the Devil City. Instead, it was at the deepest part of the Devil City. By combining the 2 points above, I came to the conclusion that a real expert definitely existed in the deepest part of the Devil City. As for the 13 Devil Bloods, they were merely puppets. Looking at it now, I was right. However, the only thing that I did not expect was that the expect who controlled the 13 Devil Bloods would actually be you. Dao Yuanzi. Murderous intent emerged in Jian Wushuang's eyes hastily. Chapter 1798. Dao Yuanzi. Looking at the evil-looking elderly in Taoist robe, Jian Wushuang's murderous intention increased to its maximum. Dao Yuanzi. This was a name that Jian Wushuang would never forget in his life. A long time ago, there was a war during the contest of son-in-law to marry Long Rushuang. Back then, Emperor Long, who had controlled Tang of the East, his greatest trump card was the teacher of the state, Dao Yuanzi. The war had involved many people, and even King Gu Tong came forth personally. In the end, Dao Yuanzi had revealed his bucktooth and exposed his intention to refine all living things in Tang of the East in order to recover his power, and made Tang of the East fall into an impasse. In the end, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate to absorb the blood essence of King Luozhen ahead of time, and had exploded a terrifying power to make use of River Mountain Map. Then, he had managed to make a drastic change in the situation. During the battle, Dao Yuanzi should have been killed by Jian Wushuang. However, Dao Yuanzi was standing before him now, and his power had reached a brand new level. Just like the 13 blood devils, the weakest was an eternal real god, and even a few chaotic real gods. They were forcefully leveled up by Dao Yuanzi with great measures. Dao Yuanzi could make 13 real gods so casually, and his power. Even Jian Wushuang didn't dare to belittle his power. He, Jian Wushuang. It has been so many years since we last met. The evil-looking elderly in Taoist robe, Dao Yuanzi, looked at Jian Wushuang with a malicious smile. You should have been killed by me back then. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. Killed? You only killed a blood devil clone that I substantiated. Dao Yuanzi sneered. Blood devil clone? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Humph, speaking of blood devil clone. Dao Yuanzi's voice suddenly became cold. I was trapped in the battlefield nearby and my power was at its weakest. I couldn't recover with my effort alone, so I spent many years to accumulate and finally substantiated a blood devil clone that could roam around freely. Although the blood devil clone was weaker, as long as I set up a formation and absorbed massive life force, my original Bodhis power could be recovered very quickly. At first, everything was going according to my plan. Even the life-devouring formation was already set up. But who would have known that I'd run into you? You exterminated my blood devil clone, and all my effort and accumulation over the years was in vain. Jian Wushuang, I really hated you to the bone back then. I was dying to slaughter you. Then, Dao Yuanzi's gaze let out boundless murderous intention, but it quickly dispersed. Luckily, God was good to me. Not long after my blood devil clone was exterminated, the spiritual energy of the battlefield gradually increased and became more intense. With such spiritual energy, my recovery rate naturally increased tremendously. In no time, my original body finally could leave the battlefield. As long as my original body is not restricted, isn't it easy to recover my power? As for what happened next, you should pretty much know, Dao Yuanzi smiled. Jian Wushuang knew. Next, Dao Yuanzi had naturally come to Green Fire World and controlled the 13 blood devils to plunder a large amount of resources. Relying on the resources and the formations that gather souls, Dao Yuanzi had been trying to recover his power until Jian Wushuang came. You have been trapped in the battlefield and never recovered your power over so many years. If so, you should be an ancient expert that was left in the battlefield at the border of Green Fire World? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Ancient expert? You could say so, Dao Yuanzi admitted. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard his reply. If so, everything made sense. Green Fire World was sealed off from the outside world. It was almost impossible for any ordinary people wanted to come in with normal method and not be noticed by experts from Green Fire Palace. In Jian Wushuang's knowledge, there were two that didn't belong to Green Fire World but Green Fire Palace didn't know. One was King Gutong. Second was Dao Yuanzi. King Gutong came to the battlefield via a gap in ancient mystery land. Jian Wushuang had already found out about that. As for Dao Yuanzi, Jian Wushuang had been curious until then. He finally found out that Dao Yuanzi had turned out to be an ancient expert. He wasn't from eternal chaotic world, but from the surrounding vast, ancient battlefield. Of course, besides Dao Yuanzi, Green Fire World had many other secrets, such as the existence of his master. On top of that, there was Star Foggy Sea. Star Foggy Sea had been created by the master of Star Palace, but it had appeared in Green Fire World, and King of Venomous Worms. Jian Wushuang had once asked King of Venomous Worms about how he had come to Green Fire World, but King of Venomous Worms' reply was that he had come along with Star Foggy Sea. There was definitely a unique relationship between them. Jian Wushuang. Dao Yuanzi looked at Jian Wushuang. I never expected that your power would increase to such a level within 50,000 years. Even the 13 blood devils that I created. You could kill them so easily. It's a pity that you came back too late. Too late? Jian Wushuang was surprised. If you had returned earlier, like 1,000 years earlier, I might have been fearful when I saw you. But now, Dao Yuanzi chuckled maliciously. Just as he stopped chuckling, rumble. The originally extremely fierce aura instantly increased once again. The speed of increment was terrifying fast. It immediately exceeded the range of the 13 blood devils and reached another level, and it continued to rise. Jian Wushuang focused his gaze. In his perception, Dao Yuanzi's aura had reached the top of chaotic real god and constantly rose to the extreme limit of a chaotic real god, and he broke through the barrier in the end and had reached the level of an almighty. Dao Yuanzi's aura had only slowed down at this stage. Sir God? Jin Wushuang looked cold. Dao Yuanzi's aura had already escalated to the level of an almighty, to the level of Sir God. However, if he was merely at the level of a Sir God, Jin Wushuang wouldn't be worried. It's a pity. Although Green Fire World's spiritual energy has reached a certain level, it only started to change not long ago and there wasn't a natural treasure. Without the assistance of natural treasure, my power could only recover to this level for now. However, it should be sufficient to kill you. Dao Yuanzi smiled faintly. He was confident in himself. Chapter 1799. Frightening abilities kill me? With just a mere Sir God like you? Jin Wushuang looked at Dao Yuanzi with cold eyes. Sir God? Haha, the era that I was in did not have anything like Sir Gods. Instead, we only had the pure Sun realm and chaotic realm. As for my current realm, it is the chaotic realm, Dao Yuanzi laughed. Perhaps the chaotic realm is similar to the Sir God realm that you mentioned. However, even in similar realms, let me tell you how big the gap between the chaotic realm and a Sir God is. As soon as his words left his mouth, Dao Yuanzi shook slightly. After that, his body disappeared from the void. Jin Wushuang's expression turned grave, and he spread his soul power completely. However, he was totally unable to find any traces of Dao Yuanzi. It was as though Dao Yuanzi had completely disappeared from the universe. As Jin Wushuang was looking for him with a frown, the void behind him broke open abruptly. After that, a stalwart figure came out from it, and an old palm headed toward Jin Wushuang's throat with an infinite amount of people. As the palm headed to Jin Wushuang, the sounds of the wind that it generated caused Jin Wushuang's heart to skip a beat. Behind you! Jin Wushuang reacted immediately. As his eyes turned grave, countless tentacles which could blot out the sky and cover the earth came out from behind his back at once and headed to the other party. However, the moment the tentacles touched Dao Yuanzi's palm, many of them were smashed into pieces as though they were dry weeds and rotten wood that could be crushed and smashed easily respectively. After that, Dao Yuanzi clenched his fist abruptly. With that, the space broke apart completely and space cracks which stretched across more than 100,000 miles started to spread like a spider web. Gosh! Retreat quickly. It's too frightening. A large number of experts from the Green Fire Palace retreated hastily at once. All of their eyes were also filled with fear and shock. To them, the power that Dao Yuanzi had unleashed by clenching his fist was enough to kill all of them. However, fortunately, Jin Wushuang had retreated to one side a long time ago, and this big hand did not touch him at all. However, all of a sudden, the big hand which was clenched tightly into a fist loosened up fiercely. Swish, 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 swish. 5 shrill, flittering lights were shot out from the 5 fingers of the big hand. They then pierced the void instantly and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's expression turned grave, and the Blood Mountain sword behind him left its scabbard at once. Reincarnation Sword Principle. First move. Swish. The sword light, which contained a great amount of reincarnation power, whistled and tore the void into pieces. At the same time, it repelled the 5 flittering lights which had been shot over. Oh! Dao Yuanzi raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jin Wushuang with surprise. Not bad. You are merely someone in the pure sun realm. However, in terms of the power of your divine power, it is able to rival that of a middle-stage chaotic realm. Even I am unable to compete against such a kind of power now. However, it's a pity that it's useless. Dao Yuanzi laughed nonchalantly. While standing at his original position, he swung his palm toward Jin Wushuang again. In no time, Jin Wushuang felt as if the space-time around him were completely sealed off and his body was under great obstructions and attacks. Such a feeling was similar to that of the moon-picking skill, the strongest secret skill of the ancient god that he could unleash. However, the only difference was that it was his opponent who had unleashed such a kind of move to attack him. Rumble. The void was suppressed to the point that it broke into pieces. A giant hand then appeared out of thin air and grabbed Jian Wushuang's body. With that, an enormous amount of power burst forth as if it wanted to crush Jian Wushuang's body. Humph! Jian Wushuang gave a cold snort, and the ancient god power in his body emerged hastily. At that moment, his body expanded abruptly. With his crazy divine power, the big hand which grabbed Jian Wushuang tightly also started to shake madly. Scram! With a furious cry, Jian Wushuang finally struggled free of the big hand. Moreover, the current him had already turned into a dark golden ancient god that was 100 feet tall. There were also 6 stars in the space between his eyebrows, and he was filled with murderous intent. An ancient god? Haha, it is merely some rare bloodline of the ancient clan. Dao Yuanzi laughed disdainfully. 50,000 years ago, during that shocking battle in Tang of the East, his crimson god clone had fought with King Gu Tong, who was also seriously injured and was in a weak state. Back then, he could tell that the ancient god's techniques were nothing much. Moreover, he was unwilling to expose the background of his real body and himself. As such, he had pretended to look extremely fearful of a 7-star ancient god. However, in actual fact, he did not care about a mere 7-star ancient god at all. Die! A strict cry resounded in the horizon, and a giant finger which looked as though it came from the past descended. The finger contained a tremendous amount of ancient god power, and it was the ancient god's 6th finger, the Sun Corrosion Finger, which Jian Wushuang had unleashed with his full power. Break! Dao Yuanzi merely uttered one word, and with a random swing of his big hand, Jian Wushuang's ancient god's 6th finger was dissipated immediately. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was extremely terrified. It should be known that he had already achieved Stage 3 Ultimate Real God. Hence, his divine power and body were at the level of an Emperor God. In other words, they were at the level of middle stage chaotic realm which Dao Yuanzi had mentioned. As for Dao Yuanzi, he was currently at the level of a Sur God, early stage chaotic realm. Hence, their powers were one level apart from one another. However, Dao Yuanzi had actually dispelled the attack that he had unleashed easily. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang found it very difficult to deal with the moves that Dao Yuanzi unleashed. Jian Wushuang, I have already said that you have returned too late, Dao Yuanzi sneered. If I had still not regained the abilities of the chaotic realm and I were still in the pure sun realm, you might still be able to kill me with your abilities. However, now, you had better accept your death obediently. Humph! Jian Wushuang had never talked even once, and he only gave a cold snort. After that, 2 brilliant rays of golden light beside him were shot out abruptly. The 2 rays of golden light were unusually fast. With one on the left and one on the right, they had already appeared in front of Dao Yuanzi. This is the Hongjun Golden Sword? Dao Yuanzi revealed a surprised expression. However, he shook his head after that. They are merely imitations of the Hongjun Golden Swords. Moreover, you are only able to control 2 of them. Hence, what use is there? Dao Yuanzi laughed with contempt, and 2 shrill lights burst forth from his fingertips. In an instant, the 2 Hongjun Golden Swords were sent flying for thousands of miles. I shall stop playing with you. Dao Yuanzi lost his patience, and a powerful power gathered slowly in his hands at once. After that, his finger pointed toward Jian Wushuang's position. When the finger was pointed out, the universe was destroyed. Jian Wushuang could see clearly that a pitch-black luster was heading toward his chest. The power that the pitch-black luster contained had caused even Jian Wushuang to be terrified. Ancient God's unique skill. 8 divine mountains. Bang, 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 bang. All of a sudden, 8 lofty, golden divine mountains descended, and they became 8 obstacles which stood in front of Jian Wushuang. However, the pitch-black luster pierced through the 8 divine mountains as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. After that, it struck Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang's body retreated tens of thousands of miles at once, and it was only after a long time that he regained his posture. Moreover, there was a clear white spot on his chest. Chapter 1800. Ancient expert, the power of one finger could shatter the 8 divine mountain that Jian Wushuang had performed with all his strength and continue to hit Jian Wushuang's body. Its impact made Jian Wushuang retreat 10,000 miles away. The power of the finger could be well imagined. You didn't die? Dao Yuanzi looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. It seems like not only did your divine power reach middle stage chaotic realm, but the same also goes to your divine body. Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. Dao Yuanzi was only a Sir God. How could he be so powerful? Jian Wushuang grew solemn. It was true. Dao Yuanzi was too powerful. He was definitely the scariest Sir God that Jian Wushuang had ever seen, far stronger than any Sir Gods he met before. Even Emperor God Shuego and Emperor God Tian Shao didn't strike Jian Wushuang with such ferocity. Jian Wushuang, don't belittle your opponent. Don't forget that he is an expert from ancient times. King of Venomous Worm's voice suddenly rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Yes, an expert from ancient times. The powerful and prosperous ancient times is beyond comparison to the eternal chaotic world that you are in now. Back in ancient times, there were many experts and countless geniuses. With the number of experts, they naturally created many secret skills, and they were all ridiculously strong. The person named Dao Yuanzi in front of you should be far beyond an emperor god when he is at his peak. He could only be stronger, not weaker when compared with a great emperor. Although his power has only recovered to the level of Sir God, the techniques that he has, such as secret skills, unique skills, and comprehension of doctrines, are definitely at the great emperor level or even higher. With this factor alone, his overall power will be much stronger than ordinary emperor gods. Hence, don't belittle him and don't compete with him in terms of close combat skills. You won't be his match. The best way is to utilize all your trump cards and suppress him with power and strength, King of Venomous Worms said. Suppress with power and strength? I happen to share the same idea. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Whatever King of Venomous Worms said, he thought about too. An expert from ancient times, even if he could only give play to the strength of Sir God level, his fighting power was definitely not measured according to an ordinary Sir God level. Then, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate but flipped his palm and a scroll painting appeared in his hand. As Jian Wushuang threw the scroll painting into the void, there was a beautiful and boundless scroll painting world that appeared in the sky above. A boundless aura spread down from the scroll painting world. Dao Yuanzi, you should be very familiar with this scene, right? Jian Wushuang said. Of course I am. Over 50,000 years ago, you used this treasure to kill my blood devil clone. Back then, I thought your treasure would be just an ordinary chaos divine treasure. But from what it seems, it isn't that simple. Dao Yuanzi squinted his eyes as he looked at the sky above. He could feel a supreme aura from the scroll painting world. Humph, then you should feel the power of this treasure again today. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. As he spoke, there was a lofty continent that extended from the scroll painting world. 9 province second seal, hack the earth, suddenly descended. This aura, Dao Yuanzi's face grew grave. Just as the lofty continent descended, he felt a familiar aura. The aura dated back to many years ago during the ancient war, when he had felt a similar aura. I remember now. This treasure is River Mountain Map. It's 7-star Black Sect's River Mountain Map. You're 7-star Black Sect's man? Dao Yuanzi looked at Jian Wushuang with a horrified look. 7-star Black Sect was the main participant in the ancient war. They were also one of the overlords in ancient times. An ancient and powerful sect, even Dao Yuanzi was fearful. But suddenly, Dao Yuanzi shook his head vigorously. No way. It's impossible that you're 7-star Black Sect's man. 7-star Black Sect should have been destroyed in the ancient war back then. Even if they survived by sheer luck, to be able to survive the war back then, one's power would definitely be above your level. You must have gotten this River Mountain Map by luck. It is definitely so. Dao Yuanzi instantly believed in his judgment. In the sky, the lofty continent descended and pressed on him. He smirked coldly, hee. Although the treasure is great, you must be able to give full play to its power. Watch me as I withstand your move and kill you next to get this treasure. Dao Yuanzi chuckled coldly, and there was a thick, crimson fog that soared up from his body. At the same time, he lifted his hands and moved his fingers as though he was playing a string musical instrument. Wow! 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 There was a total of 10 crimson lights that burst out. It almost hit the lofty continent that was descending instantly. The bottom of the lofty continent was immediately pierced, and there were 10 holes. Then, the entire continent started to collapse. Hack the earth that Jian Wushuang had performed with all his strength was shattered by Dao Yuanzi easily. Hee, 7-star Black Sect's River Mountain map. This treasure is wasted in your hands, Dao Yuanzi sneered. Jian Wushuang wasn't surprised by what happened. His divine power revolved madly and continued to flow into the sky above. Dao Yuanzi, isn't it too early to celebrate? A loud roar reverberated in the universe. Then, Jian Wushuang slapped a few palm prints in the sky above. Rumble. The universe shook and a brand new continent descended. The continent was much bigger than the one before, and the power was obviously much stronger. 9 Province Seal, the third move, Yang Province as the seal, was called Overwhelm the Rain. Ever since Jian Wushuang had broken through and become a third-stage ultimate real god, his overall power had increased tremendously and his divine power had transformed completely. Hence, he finally got to perform this move. In terms of power, Overwhelm the Rain was a few times stronger than the second move, Hack the Earth. At that moment, Overwhelm the Rain descended and the billowing pressure pressed the void. The entire void started shaking vigorously. Looking at the scene, Dao Yuanzi was surprised, but he wasn't concerned. Much stronger than the earlier move, but that's it? Don't be in a hurry. Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips. As he spoke, he suddenly patted in between his eyebrows with his right hand. Bang! Bang! 2 ancient god stars broke apart instantly. Secret skill of ancient god, star destruction skill. An ancient god would use this skill in the last critical moment when he went all out. It was also one of Jian Wushuang's trump cards. The more ancient god stars an ancient god broke, the more his power would increase in a short time. However, it would be more difficult to recover after as well. Chapter 1801. Give me a reason for the battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea. Back then, Jian Wushuang had used all his tricks and also destroyed all his 6 stars. In the end, even with the King of Venomous Worms helping him to recover with its full power, he had still used a total of close to 8,000 years to recover completely. This time around, although only 2 stars were destroyed, his abilities as a whole still increased greatly at once. The moment 2 of his ancient god stars were destroyed, Jian Wushuang's ancient god power skyrocketed. As for the lofty continent which was descending with a rumbling sound, its power also rose greatly. Upon seeing the changes in the lofty continent, even Dao Yuanzi's expression changed slightly. Looks like he has prepared to give his all. However, this is still not enough. Dao Yuanzi laughed indifferently. Not enough? Then how about this? Jian Wushuang's voice turned heavy, and an unusual power appeared from his body instantly. This power was the Star Power. Jian Wushuang's strongest trump card, the secret skill of Star Palace, was unleashed abruptly at this moment. Boom! The universe shook. With the addition of the Star Power, the power of the lofty continent, which was already extremely powerful to begin with, rose 100 times instantly. The third move of the 9 Province Seal with 100 times more power. It was Jian Wushuang's strongest attack. For this attack, Jian Wushuang even had the confidence that it could kill a top emperor god. As for Dao Yuanzi, who had always been extremely calm and collected, when he realized that the power of the lofty continent above him had increased by 100 times, his expression finally changed. The secret skill of 7-star. This is the secret skill of 7-star of the 7-star Black Sect. How is this possible? Dao Yuanzi was gasping with astonishment. He had absolute confidence in his own abilities. Even if Jian Wushuang were stronger than him in terms of power, he did not care at all. Even when Jian Wushuang took out the mountain river map and unleashed a powerful killing move, he could still be unconcerned as he could block it easily. For example, he had blocked the second move of the 9 Province Seal easily. As for the third move, it was still within his abilities to block it. However, if the power of such a move were to rise by 100 times, it would be completely different. He was no doubt an expert from the ancient past. However, in the end, his abilities had not recovered yet, and there was a huge gap between them in terms of power. As for Jian Wushuang's current attack, it relied completely on power to suppress him. Moreover, such a power had also caused Dao Yuanzi to be terrified. I will be unable to guard against this attack. Dao Yuanzi had already had such a thought. Jian Wushuang, please stop quickly. We shall call it a day here, and from now on, we shall mind our own business. I will not kill anyone from your green fire world again. Dao Yuanzi's voice, which was obviously filled with anxiety, resounded across the universe. What a joke! Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intent. If you were to really force me, after my abilities have recovered, I will definitely turn all the living beings in your green fire world into power. Dao Yuanzi continued shouting. Humph! Why not say that after you survive this attack of mine? Jian Wushuang ignored him. Damn it! Dao Yuanzi's expression changed greatly. As the lofty continent got closer and closer, he became even more frightened. Moreover, he had a strong feeling of death due to the incoming danger. Devil's heavenly hand. With cracking sounds, a scarlet giant arm appeared from Dao Yuanzi's body. The arm contained an enormous amount of demonic energy, and it attacked with lightning speed with the intention of smashing the lofty continent, which was descending into pieces. Bam! With a loud sound, the two attacks finally clashed head-on. As soon as they clashed, a tremendous divine power storm was generated, and it covered a range of 1,000,000 miles. Vast black holes then appeared continuously, and they destroyed everything in the surrounding mercilessly. As for the ground below them, it caved in completely. It was the end of the world. In a void which was extremely far away from the battlefield, many experts from the Green Fire Palace were looking at the scene in front of them with an unprecedented amount of shock. The scene in front of them was really too frightening. Within the range of 1,000,000 miles, a huge amount of divine power was jumping about madly. The large number of experts from the Green Fire Palace all felt that if they were to step into the 1,000,000 miles range, they would be sliced by the boundless divine power storm into pieces. Such a shocking battle had completely exceeded the standards that the Green Fire world could achieve. Is Dao Yuanzi dead? Countless people were murmuring, and they were all waiting for the results. After a long time, the divine power storm, which covered a range of 1,000,000 miles, finally subsided and everything dissipated. On the battlefield, there were still two figures standing. However, the only difference was that one of the figures still stood in the void while the other one had fallen into the underground, and he was barely standing deep inside the underground. Damn it! Dao Yuanzi's expression was ghastly pale, and his body was filled with blood. He was in an extremely miserable state. At that moment, he was gritting his teeth tightly, and his body was also shaking madly. Swoosh! The shadow in the void floated over slowly. Jian Wushuang's ice-cold eyes were staring at Dao Yuanzi. Under such a kind of attack, you are still able to remain alive. As expected of an expert from the ancient past, Jian Wushuang's voice was ice-cold. Damn it! If not for me being seriously injured to begin with, and the fact that I had only recovered to early-stage chaotic realm, do you think that you would be able to defeat me? Dao Yuanzi shouted furiously. Indeed, if you were at your peak where your abilities had recovered to the middle-stage chaotic realm that you mentioned, in a situation where our powers are equally powerful, I would definitely be unable to do anything against you even if I were to use all my trump cards. However, it's a pity as you will not have that opportunity. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He then moved his legs and moved toward Dao Yuanzi slowly. A shocking murderous intent also appeared from Jian Wushuang's body slowly. Upon seeing that, Dao Yuanzi's eyes shrank violently. At the same time, he was also terrified. During the clash moments ago, he was seriously injured by Jian Wushuang again. With him getting more injuries on top of his previous injuries, at that time, he was totally unable to unleash any more fighting capabilities. As for Jian Wushuang, although he had used his trump card, he still had an abundance of fighting capabilities. Hence, at that moment, it would be easy for Jian Wushuang to kill him. Jian Wushuang, let's have a discussion. Dao Yuanzi said immediately. Jian Wushuang did not stop moving and his ice-cold voice spread to him. Are you begging me to spare your life? Haha, give me a reason to not kill you. A reason? Dao Yuanzi was stunned. After thinking quickly, he said right away, I am willing to surrender to you. In the future, I will follow all your orders. No matter what you want me to do, I will not say no to you. If you are not confident in me, you can leave a seal or a soul stamp in my body. In the future, I will absolutely not dare to go against you again. Jian Wushuang's face was indifferent, and he did not stop walking. Jian Wushuang, you should know that when I was at my peak, I reached the limit of the chaotic realm. If my abilities were to recover completely, I could definitely be of great help to you. In addition, I could even help you to govern this era so that you will be able to become this era's strongest expert, Dao Yuanzi said pressingly. Haha, even though you have stayed in the battlefield nearby for so many years and have also used so much energy as well as time to treat your wounds, you have merely recovered to early-stage chaotic realm. Thus, who knows how long you will need to recover to your peak. If a day comes when your abilities have really recovered, then, even without you, I would still be able to stand at the peak of this era. Jian Wushuang sneered, and his murderous intent did not decrease in the slightest. Chapter 1802. Legend. Dao Yuanzi saw that Jian Wushuang remained aloof, and he felt terrified. He quickly thought in his head. Very soon, he spoke again, Jian Wushuang. I know that you carry the ancient god bloodline, but ancient gods actually only possesses a very thin bloodline of ancient tribe. I carry blood essence of a true ancient tribe expert. Besides, I know that there is an ancient tribe expert's dead body in the battlefield nearby. It contains the bloodline inheritance of an ancient tribe. I can bring you there. Ancient tribe? Bloodline inheritance? Jian Wushuang was curious. Humph. What ancient tribe? I have never heard of it before. I think you just made this up, and your goal is most likely for me to die at an extremely dangerous place. Do you think I'm stupid enough to listen to you? Jian Wushuang let his murderous intention run wild as he raised Blood Mountain sword in his hand. No. I'm telling you the truth. Dao Yuanzi screamed his lungs out, but Jian Wushuang didn't care and slashed with his sword. In the split moment of life and death, Dao Yuanzi suddenly roared, Jian Wushuang, do you want your brother to come back to life? Virum. The sword that already had slashed down suddenly stopped in the mid-air. The blade was less than half a meter away from Dao Yuanzi's head. Jian Wushuang looked solemn as he stared at Dao Yuanzi. What did you say just now? Come back to life. Dao Yuanzi continued, you are furious because one of your brothers and the other two close relatives died, right? Yes, they died, but they could come back to life. There's a legend that says that on the peak of the universe, there's a super existence on equal footing with Heaven Wei. They could reverse space-time and bring the dead cultivators back to life. Legend? Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Are you fooling me? No, I'm not fooling you. Back in my time, there was really this legend. If there's a legend, there must really be such a super existence. How could such a super existence pass away so easily? This super existence might be in one of the corners in the battlefield, but in a deep sleep, or in a unique condition, such as 7-star Black Sect. They are an example of a super sect. Among the top experts in this sect, there might be one who has already reached such a level. An existence of such level is far too ancient. Even if you were to run into them, you might not know them. However, I'm different. Although I was a non-entity back during the war, I was in charge of gathering information. I know many super experts that were involved in the war, and I can recognize them for you. Then, when you wander on the battlefield, it could save you a lot of trouble. I know a lot of information about the war back then, Dao Yuanzi continued. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes after listening to Dao Yuanzi. King of Venomous Worms, what do you think? Jian Wushuang asked for King of Venomous Worms' opinion. Reverse space-time? Bring dead experts back to life? Hee, I have never heard of such a technique. This is most likely a lie. Even if it was true, the chances are slim, King of Venomous Worms said. However, there's something Dao Yuanzi said that is right. He is an ancient expert, and he is knowledgeable. Hence, he must know quite a bit of secret about ancient times. As for experts from ancient times, he isn't wrong either. The surrounding ancient battlefield is a great treasure. Such a huge treasure, you can't just let it sit in vain. You definitely must wander around. With Dao Yuanzi around, he could save you some unnecessary trouble and danger. Of course, only with the prerequisite that you could control him. If you can't control him, it would be a disaster to you and to the entire Green Fire world. Jin Wushuang was deep in thought. After a short while, Jin Wushuang made up his mind. Dao Yuanzi, do not resist. Jin Wushuang swept out his soul power over Dao Yuanzi. Dao Yuanzi wasn't angry but thrilled. He naturally didn't resist. Very soon, Jin Wushuang left a soul stamp on Dao Yuanzi's soul fire. With the soul stamp, Jin Wushuang controlled Dao Yuanzi's life and death. Greetings, Master. Dao Yuanzi bowed politely at Jin Wushuang. Master, huh? Jin Wushuang smirked coldly. Then, Blood Mountain's sword turned into a lofty mountain. Master, what do you mean? Dao Yuanzi was shocked, but he couldn't resist. He was suppressed by the lofty mountain. Jin Wushuang smiled coldly. Dao Yuanzi thought I was stupid? He is an expert from ancient times. He could at least be a great emperor's match, or even beyond. Such an expert is powerful. He didn't have a choice, so he yields to me for now. But once he recovers his power gradually, he might be able to remove the soul stamp. By then, forget about controlling him. My life might be in danger too. Jin Wushuang wasn't sure if Dao Yuanzi had the power to remove his soul stamp, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Hence, even if Dao Yuanzi yielded to him, he would continue to suppress him. Unless there was a day when he could remove Dao Yuanzi's consciousness and soul control him. Just like Lei Chao back then. Lei Chao had been soul-controlled, and he was pretty much dead. He listened to the instructions of the controller completely. Only then, Jin Wushuang would be at ease. At the same time, he would consider himself to have taken revenge for Yang Zishuan, Emperor Tang, and Emperor Shao. However, Dao Yuanzi was an ancient expert after all. His soul was extremely strong. It would be impossible if Jin Wushuang wanted to soul control him in a short time. Before I am able to soul control you, you'd better stay in Blood Mountain Sword. As for your power, humph, don't even think about it, Jin Wushuang sneered. He definitely wouldn't give Dao Yuanzi any chance to recover his power. Even if one day he were to be in danger, he would activate the soul stamp at the critical moment to kill Dao Yuanzi. Phew. A cold breeze howled. The entire universe went quiet. After Jin Wushuang had suppressed Dao Yuanzi, he turned and walked to people from Green Fire Palace. Everyone from Green Fire Palace was extremely excited. Their excitement was not only because Devil Church had been destroyed completely, but also because of Jin Wushuang's power. Too strong. From everyone's view, Jin Wushuang was too powerful. Jin Wushuang was Green Fire Palace's man, and he was truly a mainstay of Green Fire World. With the existence of such a superb expert, Green Fire World was lucky. Chapter 1803. Reformation. The Devil Church was destroyed. In just a few days' time, after the 13 Devil Bloods were massacred by Jin Wushuang and the first Devil Blood as well as Dao Yuanzi were suppressed in the Blood Mountain Sword in succession, the Devil Church was destroyed completely. There was no room for them to struggle. After getting to know about this piece of news, the experts of all the powerhouses in the Green Fire world rejoiced at once. At the same time, a name which had long become a legend spread within the Green Fire world again. This name was Jin Wushuang. It was Jin Wushuang who had disappeared after becoming a legend 50,000 years ago. At that time, he had returned again. As soon as he returned, he destroyed the Devil Church with lightning speed. Within the vast palace in the Green Fire Palace, many higher-ups of the Green Fire Palace had gathered. Moreover, the person sitting at the position at the front, which was also the most central position, was Jin Wushuang. Moreover, even his throne was bigger than those of other people. With regards to that, no one present had anything to say. At the throne, Jin Wushuang took out a Qian Kuren ring with a flip of his palm. This Qian Kuan ring contains some items that I have arranged, and it contains many guides starting from Tao Master to Heaven Master, Universe God, and to Real God. These guides are very detailed. As long as the conditions are met by following the guides, it will not be an issue for all of you to make a breakthrough to become a Universe God or a Real God. Apart from that, there are quite a number of training resources which include many cultivation techniques, secret skills, and rare books. In addition, there are some treasures which are of great help to the comprehension of doctrines and unique skills. Father, I will give this Qian Kuan ring to you. In the future, please lead everyone slowly and hand down your knowledge. Jian Wushuang handed the Qian Kuan ring over to Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian took the Qian Kuan ring, and his eyes glowed brilliantly. As for everyone in the area, all of them revealed a delightful expression. It should be known that in the current Green Fire world, in terms of training environment, it was not inferior to that of the 10 sanctuaries in the eternal chaotic world. In such a good environment, the Green Fire world would be able to produce many genius experts continuously. Moreover, the Green Fire world was beside a huge ancient battlefield which contained an infinite amount of opportunities. Hence, they could explore it. The environment and opportunities were already present. However, if the Green Fire world really wanted to grow, they still lacked one component, and that was guidance. In the Green Fire world, apart from Jian Wushuang, no other experts were born. Currently, the strongest person was Jian Nantian, who was merely a universe god of the second heaven. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for him to reach such a stage. After all, he had relied on himself to explore blindly. However, if there were a complete guide, then it would be completely different. With the combination of such a good environment as well as opportunities, the Green Fire world's speed of growth from then on would definitely be extremely shocking. It's a pity that I did not know that the Green Fire world had already undergone such a huge change. Hence, I did not prepare enough. If not, during my trip of returning here, I could still think of ways to get even more comprehensive guides. Moreover, it will not just be from universe gods to real gods. There will also be guides for void real gods to eternal real gods, and then chaotic real gods. Furthermore, I might be able to obtain guides to become an almighty. On top of that, I might also be able to think of some ways to get many training resources that can assist all of you. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. With his current abilities, if he were willing to, it would be easy for him to create a big powerhouse easily by force. In addition, obtaining some complete guides to training as well as some training resources that acted as support or some places of opportunities that would be of great help to some geniuses would be possible as well. However, he did not prepare for it previously. However, there's no rush. After all, the Green Fire world has only changed for not too long. These guides that I have left behind should be enough for the experts of the Green Fire world to make a breakthrough to become real gods successfully. As for the guides and resources after becoming a real god, after a real god has been born for real in the Green Fire world, I will return to the lineage of Star and get some of them from Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang laughed. As for now, the Devil Church has been destroyed. Moreover, there are also no threats from experts from the powerhouses outside. As such, my Green Fire world will definitely enter a stage of high-speed growth. However, to allow them to grow, there definitely needs to be some form of competition. Hence, the Green Fire Palace. There must be some proper changes to it. Jian Wushuang tapped his chair and his eyes looked down. The large number of experts present looked at one another. All of them roughly understood Jian Wushuang's intentions. Presently, the Green Fire world was completely different from the past. Jian Wushuang had seen the huge potential that the Green Fire world had. To Jian Wushuang, if the Green Fire world were to grow up completely, it might even have an opportunity to be a new cultivation sanctuary that was similar to the 10 sanctuaries of the eternal chaotic world. Of course, before that, there was still a long way to go. Moreover, if a powerhouse or a sect wished to grow, there should be some form of competition. This kind of competition was not just a competition against the outside. There must also be competition within them as well. Naturally, it was the same for the Green Fire world. Jian Wushuang's intentions were to split up the power within the Green Fire Palace to become either many sects or powerhouses, and that they would compete against one another for resources. It was only with this that the green fire world would be able to grow at an even faster speed. Of course, no matter how great the competition for resources was, there would always be a premise, and that was the green fire world having absolute authority. Just like the Sanctuary Alliance, on normal days, the Sanctuary Alliance would not care about the competition between its powerhouses. Even if a big powerhouse were to destroy another big powerhouse, they would not care about it. However, at the critical moment, with a word from the great emperors who were the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance, all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance would unite as one to fight for the Sanctuary Alliance. What Jin Wushuang wanted was that he would transform the Green Fire Palace into a huge monster like the Sanctuary Alliance, so that the Green Fire world would achieve the greatest level of improvement and development over the long years. By using one word to summarize everything, he wanted reformations. Father, Boss Wang Yuan, I shall leave this matter to the both of you, Jin Wushuang said. No problem, Wang Yuan laughed. Jin Nantian also nodded his head. Before Jin Wushuang returned, Wang Yuan and Jin Nantian had always been the two people with the highest position in the Green Fire Palace. One of them was the #1 alchemist, and his elixirs had aided the breakthrough of many experts of the Green Fire Palace. As for the other person, he was the only universe god of the second heaven. With the two of them taking action, no one in the Green Fire Palace, or even the whole Green Fire world, would dare to go against them. In no time, the greatest scale of reformation in the Green Fire Palace and the whole Green Fire world began. Jin Wushuang had already stopped concerning himself with the reformation. He believed that his father and Wang Yuan would be able to take care of it well. On that very day, under the guidance of Palace Master Yun, Jin Wushuang came to a special space. In a dark void that was out of cultivation, there were only Jin Wushuang and Palace Master Yun. However, the front of the void that was out of cultivation was dusky. At the same time, there were also many light pearls. For the light pearls, every one of them was extremely important. It was because of the light pearls being joined together, and that they were combined in a special way, that they were able to cover the whole ancient battlefield. Moreover, they had also spread all the way to the space-time storm nearby, which was a giant formation. And the big formation was the Green Fire world's greatest power. Chapter 1804, whose head, Mr. Wushuang, the formation is controlled by these formation pearls. 50,000 years ago, when the formation first blended in the space-time storm, the power wasn't strong. But as time went by, the formation became more and more ferocious. Now, it has even become the biggest reliance of Green Fire World, and also Green Fire World's most lethal tactic, Palace Master Yuan said. Palace Master Yun had been in charge of controlling many formations in Green Fire Palace before the war with Jin Kingdom 50,000 years ago. Until then, Palace Master Yun also knew the changes that the huge formation brought to the entire battlefield the best. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard what Palace Master Yun said. Jin Wushuang could understand when he had mentioned the biggest reliance, but how had it become a lethal tactic? Mister, you can move your consciousness into the formation pearl to control the formation, Palace Master Yun said. Jin Wushuang nodded and followed Palace Master Yun's instruction. He spread his soul power and moved them into the formation pearls. With the formation pearls, Jin Wushuang quickly took control of the entire formation. The moment he controlled the formation, his heart quivered. Space-time storm. This formation could move about the strength of space-time storm? Jin Wushuang looked surprised. Including the space-time storm around the battlefield, the space-time storm definitely had the power to destroy everything. Previously, Jin Wushuang had thought his master Xianyi had only created the formation to blend into the space-time storm in order to stop outsiders from enter with the aid of space-time storm. Jin Wushuang had always thought it was so. But then, Jin Wushuang had realized that the formation had already almost taken full control of the space-time storm. With the formation, he could move about the strength of space-time storm. Just how terrifying was the power? Lethal tactic. No wonder it could be referred to as a lethal tactic. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands together. He also understood why Devil Church had had scruples with Green Fire Palace back then. They were worried about the formation. It's a pity that the space-time storm has balanced. Once we use the formation to move about the strength of the space-time storm, it will lose balance entirely. By then, it will destroy heaven and death, which means the end of the world. Unless there's a day where the formation can gain full control of the space-time storm completely. However, I wonder how long it will take until there's that level of control, Jian Wushuang muttered. Palace Master Yun by the side also said, the formation has yet to evolve to its maximum. It still has space for improvement. But before that, unless we intend to meet death together with our enemy, we won't use this lethal tactic. Jian Wushuang nodded. Oh yeah, Mr. Wushuang, as you are controlling the formation, you can look at the battlefield via the formation. Take a closer look. You might be surprised. Palace Master Yun smiled mysteriously. Surprised? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had been wandering in eternal chaotic world for so long, and he was even listed on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list. He had even watched a battle between ancient experts. What else could surprise him? With curiosity, Jian Wushuang started looking around. With the formation, Jian Wushuang could immediately see the entire ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was vast, boundless. Jian Wushuang reckoned that even if he were to plunge through the battlefield at his full speed without hindrance, he wouldn't be able to make a lap at the border of the battlefield without a few thousand years. In a huge ancient battlefield, there was a ruin with countless bumps and hollows that was filled with ancient yet mysterious aura. It was impressive. The location of Green Fire World is there. Jian Wushuang looked at the corner of a battlefield. When he looked in the direction of it, his facial expression quickly changed. He was originally calm, but he suddenly became shocked and then dumbstruck. In the end, he looked in disbelief. How is this possible? Impossible. Jian Wushuang let out a low bellow. He was an expert on Heaven and Earth's supreme ranking list, an existence who possessed the fighting power of an emperor god, and he was knowledgeable and experienced. But then, he couldn't conceal his astonishment. Not only him, but also king of venomous worms who was in harmony with his mind and blood. He was also dumbfounded. Looking at Jian Wushuang's expression, Palace Master Yun smiled faintly, and he wasn't surprised. In actual fact, anyone who saw the scene in the middle of the battlefield, or maybe the thing, would be astonished. Unbelievable. Jian Wushuang muttered as he gasped a breath of cold air. He saw the entire ancient battlefield through the huge formation. At the same time, he saw Green Fire World that was right in the middle of the ancient battlefield. But Jian Wushuang also saw that there was an unbelievably huge head there clearly. Yes, it was a head. Chapter 1805. The secrets of the ancient times. Eyebrows were the concentration point of the practitioner's soul and power. For the ancient god clan, for example, their ancient god stars were gathered in the eyebrows. And Jian Wushuang thought it was absolutely not a coincidence that the Green Fire World was just in between. Maybe the Green Fire World was not born from this ancient battlefield, but from this head? Jian Wushuang thought. Jian Wushuang shook his head, considering his own speculation to be crazy. After a more detailed understanding of the surrounding array, Jian Wushuang turned and left. In a secret room, Jian Wushuang sat alone, flanked by Qin Yu and He Xian. Jian Wushuang took the Blood Mountain sword out. Dao Yuanzi. Jian Wushuang's voice spread into the sword. In the sword, two people were suppressed. The two men were Dao Yuanzi and the first Sir God. What about other people who had been suppressed by the sword before? They had been killed by Jian Wushuang after being tortured. My devil, please figure out some ways to let us escape from this. The first Sir God cried and screamed. He thought Dao Yuanzi would save him when he was stuck in the sword. Unexpectedly, in the end, even Dao Yuanzi had been suppressed. Shut up, or I will kill you. Dao Yuanzi glanced at the first Sir God indifferently. Actually, Dao Yuanzi didn't care whether his subordinate would survive or not. But Dao Yuanzi did want to escape from here, but he didn't have that capability. Now, his own life was at the mercy of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was so vigilant. He left a soul stamp on my body, and I couldn't escape his control anyway. He still keeps me here, and won't allow me to go out. Yuan Daozi complained. As Jian Wushuang had guessed, Dao Yuanzi could not really surrender to him. The reason why Dao Yuanzi had allowed Jian Wushuang to leave the stamp was that there was no other way for him to survive. Dao Yuanzi was an ancient expert with many resources. As long as his strength was restored, he could easily revoke Jian Wushuang's soul stamp so that he could get rid of Jian Wushuang's control and do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, his tricks didn't work. Jian Wushuang knew his plan and didn't let him go. Dao Yuanzi. Hearing Jian Wushuang's voice, Dao Yuanzi was surprised but immediately responded with a humble and respectful attitude. Is there anything I can do to serve you, my lord? I have something to ask you. You are a strong talent of ancient times, so you must know a lot about the battles of the ancient time. I will answer with everything I know. Dao Yuanzi responded. Jian Wushuang sneered and thought, Dao Yuanzi is really good at flattering. Before he had been suppressed, he had been arrogant without even noticing Jian Wushuang. But now, he had bent down to Jian Wushuang. Don't expect me to release you. Jian Wushuang thought in private, but he didn't show it to Dao Yuanzi. He asked Dao Yuanzi, tell me, what was the cause of the war? This is the question that had haunted Jian Wushuang for a long time. That was a war so destructible that all things, including the most powerful era, had collapsed. What was the reason for that? And Jian Wushuang wanted to know whether it had something to do with his master. However, Dao Yuanzi shook his head and said, sorry, my lord. The war broke out suddenly and so quickly that many people, including the strong talents, had no idea of what happened, and I only had a tiny role in that battle. So I really don't know the answer? Jian Wushuang was not surprised about the answer. He had also heard from Long Qi that the war had broken out suddenly and many things were still unknown for many people. Dao Yuanzi said, but I know that in the war, many powerful sects united and attacked the terrain of the Seven-Star Black Sect, which mobilized all their power to fight the enemies. Though the enemies were so powerful, the Seven-Star Black Sect still managed to contain them. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Now Jian Wushuang could imagine how powerful the Seven-Star Black Sect was. So what was the final result of this battle? Jian Wushuang continued to ask. But Dao Yuanzi shook his head. Master, the battle was terribly fierce. I am just a nobody. At that time, I was so scared that I hid from the war. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Dao Yuanzi had been very powerful in his prime, equivalent to an emperor of the eternal chaotic world. But with that power, he was not capable of fighting in the war and had even had to hide. It seems that the ancient time was much stronger than I thought, Jian Wushuang murmured. But suddenly, something occurred to Jian Wushuang. He changed his tone and asked, you mentioned that you didn't participate in the war. But how can you explain your wound? You could only recover after so many years, so it must have been caused by a great power. Chapter 1806, Ancient Behind-the-Scenes Stories, Part 2, My Injury. Dao Yuanzi smiled bitterly. Master, my injury wasn't caused by a vigorous fight with an expert, but when the war was coming to an end, an expert made a formation that was barbaric and extremely terrifying. It forcefully absorbed all my divine power, including my blood essence. Formation? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Not only myself, but many experts who participated in the war also got their divine power and blood essence forcefully absorbed by the formation. After that, I was forced into a deep sleep and started to recover my power over the years. At first, although I was in a bad shape, as long as I am given enough time, I could recover. But who knows, since the war ended, the spiritual energy in the universe became thin at a terrifying speed. In less than 10,000 years, it was thin to a point I never imagined. In such an environment, my injury couldn't recover. Previously, when I created a blood devil clone, I spent years accumulating, but now, if the spiritual energy here hasn't become intense again, I don't know how long I have to take to recover, Dao Yuanzi said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood, but he was shocked. According to what Dao Yuanzi said, there were many ancient experts that hadn't died but were forced into a deep sleep because their divine power and blood essence were forcefully absorbed by the formation. As the spiritual energy was too thin, they couldn't recover. But then, with the formation that his master Xian Yi set up, the spiritual energy of the ancient battlefield was recovering quickly. By then, it had already reached the level of the 10 sanctuaries in Eternal Chaotic World, and it was recovering continuously. According to the recovery rate, it was just a matter of time until it reached the standard of ancient times. But then, the ancient experts who were in deep sleep in the ancient battlefield, would they wake up? Very possible. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Dao Yuanzi could recover, and the other ancient experts definitely could too. It was just a matter of time. Then, Jian Wushuang continued to ask Dao Yuanzi about the matters in ancient times. As Jian Wushuang got a simple understanding of ancient times, he was ever more astonished. The ferocity of ancient times was totally beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. After a few questions, Jian Wushuang paused and said, "Last question. Do you know an expert named Xian Yi?" Xian Yi? Dao Yuanzi's face changed. His eyes looked horrified. "It seems like you know him." Jian Wushuang could see the change in Dao Yuanzi's expression through Blood Mountain Sword. "No, I don't know him, but I have heard of him," Dao Yuanzi said. "During the battle back then, although I didn't know the reason behind the explosion of the Wei, I knew that it was related to an expert named Xian Yi. Besides, at the end of the war, the person who set up the huge formation to forcefully absorb every expert's divine power and blood essence was Xian Yi." "What?" Jian Wushuang quivered. "The formation that appeared in the end of the ancient war to absorb the expert's divine power and blood essence, which caused ancient experts into a deep sleep, was set up by Xian Yi." "Why?" "Master," Jian Wushuang muttered. He wanted to know more about ancient times and the behind-the-scenes stories of the ancient war. It was a pity that Dao Yuanzi was only a nonentity in the ancient war. He knew too little. Jian Wushuang couldn't determine what had happened. But Jian Wushuang was sure about one thing. His master Xian Yi was definitely related to the ancient war. The formation that could blend in with the space-time storm surrounding the battlefield was also created by Xian Yi. Its goal was not only to protect Green Fire World, but also to improvise the environment of the ancient battlefield. In turn, the experts who were in deep sleep in the battlefield could wake up. "Master, who are you exactly? And what are you trying to do?" Jian Wushuang bellowed in his heart. But he couldn't get any answer as of now. He had to grow stronger if he wanted to know. At least, he had to be on the peak of Eternal Chaotic World that could be evenly matched with Great Emperor. Jian Wushuang shook his head but didn't think further. "Dao Yuanzi, remove owner recognition on your Qian Kuren ring and give it to me," Jian Wushuang commanded. The corners of Dao Yuanzi's lips twitched, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately removed owner recognition on his Qian Kuren ring. Jian Wushuang flipped his palm and Dao Yuanzi's Qian Kuren ring was in his hands. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately started to inspect it. Dao Yuanzi was an ancient expert after all. Although he wasn't anything big in ancient times, he was considered a super expert in Eternal Chaotic World. The things that he had in his Qian Kuren ring were priceless. Of course, because of severe injury, the elixirs and many natural treasures in Dao Yuanzi's Qian Kung ring had been used up. There was only some unique treasure left. There were also secret skills and rare books. But these things made Jian Wushuang beam with joy. "Haha, not bad. In addition to the resources that I obtained from killing many experts over the years, I can make a cultivation sanctuary for Green Fire World, just like Thunderbolt Island and Sanctuary Alliance." Jian Wushuang laughed. He had killed multiple Sir Gods, and even countless real gods. He had obtained countless resources that were suitable for cultivation. With the resources and some unique treasures, he should be able to build a Thunderbolt Island. Of course, the Thunderbolt Island was merely a metaphor. It was definitely not compatible with Thunderbolt Island of Sanctuary Alliance. To Green Fire World, where the strongest person was only a universe god in the second heaven, it was too useful. Even after Green Fire World grew and gave birth to real god, it would still be useful. Just then, Jian Wushuang flicked his wrist and a drop of golden blood essence appeared in his hand from nowhere. The drop of golden blood essence, although its color wasn't pure, the power contained was enchanting, even for Jian Wushuang. As Jian Wushuang looked at the drop of blood essence, the ancient god blood essence in Jian Wushuang's body instantly began to boil too. "Dao Yuanzi, this should be the ancient tri blood essence that you were talking about, right? Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. Yes, Dao Yuanzi nodded. I happened to get it by chance. It is blood essence of a pure ancient tribe expert. However, the ancient tribe expert wasn't strong, merely middle-stage chaotic realm. When I needed to recover my power in deep sleep, I consumed all elixirs and natural treasures, but I couldn't absorb the drop of ancient tribe blood essence. Chapter 1807, Wushuang City. What do you mean by saying that ancient gods were just a small bloodline of ancient clan? Jin Wushuang asked. First I will explain the ancient clan. I mentioned that in the battle in the ancient times, there were many powerful clans uniting against seven-star ancient gods, and ancient clan was one of them. The inherent advantages of the ancient clan were much greater than those of the same level. Because the inherent advantages were so great, the clan was the most powerful one among the four great clans at that time, despite its relatively low number of members. And the ancient blood lineage that you have also derives from the ancient clan. After a pause, Dao Yuanzi continued, besides, as ancient gods, the ancient clan also had the blood lineage of ancient demons and the ancient devils. Only the combination of these three different bloods can compose a complete lineage of the ancient clan. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang asked, that is to say, my bloodline of the ancient gods is not comparable to the blood of the ancient clan? Of course not. Even if you grow into the 10-star ancient god, your blood will still not be less powerful than that of strong talents of the ancient clan. Dao Yuanzi said. Jin Wushuang was shocked. 10-star ancient god. Wasn't that the legendary ancient god emperor? The ancient god emperor was supreme and incomparable among ancient gods, but he was still far weaker than members of the ancient clan? My lord, I once told you that in the ancient battlefield, there is a corpse of a strong man from the ancient clan, with the lineage of the ancient clan. You can inherit that lineage, which is far better than yours, if you go there. Dao Yuanzi said. Where is the corpse exactly? Asked Jin Wushuang. Of course I know, Dao Yuanzi nodded. If you want to go, I can take you there at any time. Fine, I will decide later. Then Jin Wushuang put away the Blood Mountain sword. My lord, the Dao Yuanzi was upset. He thought, I have told Jin Wushuang so much, but he still distrusts me. A waste of time for me. Of course, Dao Yuanzi only dared to say that in the bottom of his heart. Jin Wushuang was sitting in the secret room. Hey, what do you think? Jin Wushuang asked King of Venomous Worms. I have never heard of the ancient clan before, but from the blood essence you got from Dao Yuanzi's place, I can see that the power of the blood is truly more powerful than yours, so I think he is not lying. As for the corpse he mentioned, he also told the truth because now you can decide his life, but he never mentioned the danger of seeking the corpse. So it is clear that he is hiding some secrets. King of Venomous Worms smiled coldly. Of course, I can see his mind. But don't worry, when I finish the matter in the Green Fire World, I will go to the place he mentioned. If it's dangerous, I will leave directly. Jin Wushuang smiled. King of Venomous Worms nodded. Then Jin Wushuang looked at the blood essence in his hands. I will see how strong this blood is. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes and began to slowly absorb this drop of blood. Dao Yuanzi could not absorb the power of this drop of blood because he had no connection with the clan, but Jin Wushuang could. After all, ancient gods derived from the ancient clan. 1 month soon passed. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes, and a fierce blast exploded. Dao Yuanzi was right. The blood lineage of the ancient clan is truly more powerful than ancient gods. After absorbing the blood, I feel my ancient god power has become greater. In addition, the 2 ancient god stars between his eyebrows that had been broken in the battle with Dao Yuanzi were repaired. But it is just a drop of blood essence. It is not of great use for me. What is really useful is the blood inheritance from the ancient clan. Jin Wushuang felt a desire to get it, but he didn't hurry. After that, Jin Wushuang mobilized many resources and combined them with his own power to establish a cultivation sacred place in Green Fire World. He located the place in a floating city. Jin Wushuang had put a lot of cultivation resources, including some peculiar treasures, all in the great city and built it with a lot of time and energy. This process took 500 years. Finally finished. Jin Wushuang was satisfied when he saw the splendid building. From now on, this city will be a holy place that many geniuses in the Green Fire world will yearn for. It has countless cultivation resources. Though they are far from being comparable to the Thunder Island of the Holy League or the Star Lineage, they can still be compared with those top places in the eternal chaotic world. In the future, I can continue to perfect this city and attract geniuses in the green world and give them the best training. As for the name of this city, let's call it Wushuang City. Also on this day, the Green Fire world completed the Reformation. A large number of talents who belonged to the Green Fire Palace started their own establishments, but at the same time they still belonged to the Green Fire Palace. The leadership structure also changed. There were 5 new palace masters, and on top of them, a top master. Of course, it was Jin Wushuang. After the reform, the Green Fire world gradually grew into a power that could challenge the 10 great cultivation sacred places or the Holy League. Chapter 1808. Crimson Lightning Region, Disciple. This is a sword principle that I specially created for you according to the sword intention that you grasped. There is a total of 3 moves in this sword principle, but every move could be evolved into 33 sword stroke. Before you break through and become a real god, study this sword principle and it should be enough. Jin Wushuang passed his communication token to his lineal disciple, Lin Lan. Thank you, Master. Lin Lan took it gratefully. From today onwards, you shall stay in Wushuang City for cultivation. There are many opportunities in Wushuang City, and sword principle took up the most. You must work hard, Jin Wushuang exhorted. Then, he looked at He Xiao, from now on, you shall cultivate in Wushuang City as well. There are 2 mystery lands that I created personally. It will be helpful for you too. At the same time, there will be a test in the 2 mystery lands. I will give you 3,000 years' time. Within the 3,000 years, if you can pass any one of the tests, I will take you in as my lineal disciple. I will definitely work hard for it. He Xiao was filled with excitement. Besides, as your swordsmanship is at a higher level than your seniors, if you were to be free during the years when you are cultivating in Wushuang City, help your senior along the way, Jin Wushuang said. Yes, He Xiao nodded. Junior, sorry to trouble you, Lin Lan said. Senior, don't mention it, He Xiao smiled. Jin Wushuang saw the scene. Although it wasn't shown on his face, he sighed in his heart. Although Lin Lan and He Xiao were his disciples and Lin Lan was his lineal disciple, in terms of talent, Lin Lan was born in Eternal World. She was considered decent in Green Fire World, but she couldn't reach the peak. Compared to He Xiao, she was far behind. Even with Jin Wushuang's guidance, specially created sword principle, and the assistance of resources in Wushuang City, she would at most reach real god level and only be a void real god. It required luck to a certain extent to become a void real god. As for eternal real god, unless one received an opportunity, one wouldn't stand much chance. As for He Xiao, he was God's favored one. Not only was he talented, but his disposition was mature. He was under Jin Wushuang, and he had only been a registered disciple, but he was never anxious or impatient, nor did he complain. Even when he saw that Lin Lan was Jin Wushuang's lineal disciple, He Xiao wasn't jealous at all. Jin Wushuang appreciated this the most. If it was said that Lin Lan could only become a void real god at most, He Xiao definitely had the potential to become an almighty. Of course, to reach that level required a lot of time and effort. However, I have always been casual when it comes to taking in disciples. Regardless of talent, as long as I click with someone, no matter what their achievement is, they are my disciples. Jin Wushuang smiled and waved his hands. Go ahead. He Xiao and Lin Lan walked to Wushuang City right away. Not just them, but as Wushuang City was built, Green Fire World had already started filtering geniuses. Actually, to be frank, it was a genius assembly. The genius assembly would happen every 1,000 years from then on. The ones who had performed outstandingly would stand a chance to cultivate in Wushuang City. Of course, The threshold to enter Wushuang City was naturally high. It was also to increase the intensity of competition between all forces in Green Fire World. After Jian Wushuang had settled everything in Green Fire World, he went to Ancient World's Divine Land alone. However, it was a pity that to Ancient Worlds had gone through drastic changes in tens of thousands of years. When Jian Wushuang returned to Divine Land, he felt foreign. In the end, he only found Sword Marquee Mansion's man with the assistance of Ancient Sect. As 10 of thousands of years passed, Sword Marquee Mansion no longer existed, but only a few descendants were left behind and scattered around. Jian Wushuang had mentally prepared for it long ago. It is good enough that their bloodline has carried on. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Back when he had entrusted Ancient Sect to take care of Sword Marquee Mansion, he had told them to ensure that Sword Marquee Mansion would carry on the bloodline. As for the rise and fall of Sword Marquee Mansion, it didn't matter. Even the great forces in Eternal Chaotic World would fall one day, let alone Sword Marquee Mansion in Ancient Worlds. Jian Wushuang didn't stay for long in Ancient Worlds, and he left right after. Then, Jian Wushuang went to the ancient battlefield at the border. Jian Wushuang was also attracted by the bloodline inheritance of ancient tribe experts. Under the lead of Dao Yuanzi, Jian Wushuang arrived at a region where it was covered in crimson lightning. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Crimson Lightning region? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Dao Yuanzi, the ancient tribe dead body that you mentioned is really in here? My life depends on your whim. How could I lie to you? Dao Yuanzi said. Jian Wushuang's face became solemn. He knew of the territory in front of him. Over the years, a large number of experts from Green Fire Palace had wandered in the battlefield. Hence, the region that they had explored was nothing compared to the entire battlefield. There were some places that were explored, just like the region that was covered by the flashes of crimson lightning. Green Fire Palace had kept a record of it and named it Crimson Lightning Region. Crimson Lightning Region wasn't huge, but merely an expanse of about a few 100,000 miles in circumference. In the expanse of about a few 100,000 miles, it was engulfed in crimson lightning. The flashes of lightning were extremely powerful, and it formed an ocean of lightning. With the coverage of crimson lightning, there was naturally no one who could step foot in Crimson Lightning Region. At least, Green Fire Palace didn't have anyone who had entered Crimson Lightning Region all these years. Those who had barged in were struck by the flashes of crimson lightning and turned into ashes. Hence, no one knew what was in Crimson Lightning Region. The Crimson Lightning Region is interesting. It could seal off my soul power. However, I could feel that although the flashes of crimson lightning in Crimson Lightning Region could kill a real god, it would be insufficient to cause any effect on my divine body. Jian Wushuang kept quiet for a while. Then he made a decision. He slowly moved closer to Crimson Lightning Region. The moment he stepped foot into Crimson Lightning Region, the surrounding flashes of crimson lightning hemmed Jian Wushuang in instantly. The power that the flashes of crimson lightning contained felt like it was going to break Jian Wushuang into pieces. However, Jian Wushuang had a shield made of divine power and blocked the crimson lightning off entirely while he continued to approach the depth of Crimson Lightning Region. In a short time, he had already flown past more than half the distance, but he hadn't encountered any danger. Isn't it too smooth? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. The flashes of crimson lightning covering Crimson Lightning Region gave Jian Wushuang a unique feeling. From what he saw, he thought it shouldn't be that easy to shuttle to and from the ocean of lightning, but he didn't feel any hindrance until then. Chapter 1809 Dao Soldiers. Dao Yuanzi, you must have entered the Crimson Lightning Region before. So in the process, what did you encounter? Jian Wushuang asked. No, I was unimpeded all the way. Bloody thunder couldn't hurt me at all, Dao Yuanzi said. Oh, is that so? Jian Wushuang asked doubtfully. At that moment, Dao Yuanzi appeared innocent, but actually didn't tell the truth. Idiot, I will not tell you even if it is dangerous. Dao Yuanzi thought. When Dao Yuanzi accidentally came to the Crimson Lightning Region in the Thunder Sea, he knew that besides bloody thunder, there were also sacred thunders of extermination, which appeared occasionally. Dao Yuanzi had encountered a sacred thunder of extermination once, but he was immune. But Jin Wushuang will have no time to respond, so he will be doomed to die. Once he dies, I can survive and escape, Dao Yuanzi murmured. Please come, sacred thunder of extermination. But Dao Yuanzi was unaware that Jin Wushuang was vigilant. Once Jin Wushuang was threatened by a crisis, he would not hesitate to kill Dao Yuanzi first. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang did not encounter the destruction of the gods, and the journey to the bloody Thunder Sea was all right. After crossing the Thunder Sea, Jin Wushuang saw a vast open space, in the middle of which lay a huge corpse. This corpse was as tall as tens of thousands of feet. Even though it had collapsed many years ago, it still had an incomparable power. Seeing this corpse, Jin Wushuang got excited. You are not lying. There is indeed a corpse of a strong man from the ancient clan here. Jin Wushuang smiled as he noticed that at the forefront of the huge corpse, there was a gray light in between the eyebrows. The light was very weak, and Jin Wushuang couldn't see what it was. My lord, the gray light should be the blood lineage left by that strong talent, but it is very difficult to get it, said Dao Yuanzi. Oh, what do you mean? Asked Jin Wushuang. On the way to the corpse, there are hidden Dao soldiers, which may have been left by the dead strongman when he collapsed. Those Dao soldiers will prevent incomers from reaching the corpse. I also wanted to approach the corpses, but at that moment I hadn't recovered yet, so I was defeated by the soldiers. So how could you know that the strong man left his blood lineage when you haven't approached it at all? Jin Wushuang questioned Dao Yuanzi. Well, Dao Yuanzi paused for a long time and said, I guessed it. Jin Wushuang knew Dao Yuanzi didn't always tell the truth. But one thing was for sure. There was indeed a gray light in between the eyebrows. Even though it was not lineage blood, it would be very important. How powerful are those soldiers? Jin Wushuang asked. They are weaker than human cultivators, equivalent to the early stage of chaos gems, but on the journey you will meet a lot of them, said Dao Yuanzi. Jin Wushuang was worried. The early stage of chaos gem had the same power as Sir Gods, and there might be many soldiers. It would not be so easy to get to the corpse. Anyway, I will try. Jin Wushuang murmured, and then approached the corpse. But soon, many Dao soldiers with bronze armor appeared. There was a sudden sound as the ground cracked, followed by the appearance of burly figures. These soldiers were all the same in their appearance and size, and they all had a bronze-colored axe in their hands. 6 Dao soldiers in total. Jin Wushuang started to generate his power. At that moment, the 6 soldiers all rushed toward him. Bang, bang, bang. He saw 6 bright bronze lights shimmering, and 6 axes went to Jin Wushuang. Go to hell. Jin Wushuang waved his swords, the power of which forced 6 soldiers back. These Daoist soldiers have only reached the level of the General Sir Gods, and their swordsmanship is just mediocre. They can't stop me. He was only tens of thousands of miles away from the corpse. Usually he could easily pass through the distance, but this time, because of the numerous soldiers, the journey would take longer. The ground split, and many soldiers rushed out one by one. In the instant, Jin Wushuang was surrounded by 100 soldiers. Most of the soldiers were bronze-armored soldiers, but at the forefront there were 4 Dao soldiers wearing silver armor. They were obviously stronger than those in bronze. Jin Wushuang guessed that they would be of the level of an emperor god. At that moment, they all rushed to Jin Wushuang like wasps. Chapter 18:10. Wu Hun, Jin Wushuang. Don't waste your time with them. Just rush over, King of Venomous Worms said in Jin Wushuang's head. I share the same idea. Jin Wushuang concentrated his gaze. As the Dao soldiers charged at him, the billowing ancient god power flowed out. His figure grew tremendously to 3 meters tall. At the same time, there were heads and arms that extended from his body. Ancient god unique skill. 6 heads and 12 arms. Each and every one of his 12 arms was holding a sword. Besides, there were 2 resplendent golden lights that swept out. They were 2 Hongyung golden swords. Die! Jin Wushuang rushed forward and instantly fought with the Dao soldiers. Bang! 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 Bang, bang, bang. There were deafening noises resonating continuously, and there were Dao soldiers flying off from the impact. On the other hand, Jin Wushuang relied on the advantage of his power and strength, and also his close combat skills to move forward in the besiegement. In a short while, Jin Wushuang then landed on the ancient tribe expert's dead body. Then, the Dao soldiers that were chasing after him stopped simultaneously and returned underground. Jin Wushuang smiled at the sight. It seems that the Dao soldiers' order is only to hinder people from getting close to the dead body. As long as the person arrives at the dead body, they will immediately stop, Jin Wushuang said. After barging through the obstruction of the Dao soldiers, Jin Wushuang turned to look to the highest part of the dead body, which was where the dim light was. Jin Wushuang moved, and he appeared before the dim light very quickly. At that moment, Jin Wushuang finally saw the appearance of the dim light clearly. It was actually a human figure. Yes, it was a human figure, but the method of existence was extremely unique. When Jin Wushuang came before it, the human figure that looked like nothing suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Jin Wushuang with a strange gaze. Jin Wushuang was stunned. This feeling, is it consciousness? Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and bowed politely. Greetings, senior. I am Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang. A loud and bright voice was heard from the figure. My name is Wu Hun. I am an ancient tribe. Senior Wu Hun. Jin Wushuang greeted again. I have been in the battlefield for a very, very long time. It has been so many years, and you are the first to appear before me. Not too long ago, although there was someone who barged in, it's a pity that he wasn't capable enough to come before me. Wu Hun smiled faintly. Jin Wushuang understood that the person that Wu Hun was talking about should be Dao Yuanzi. The battlefield that he was in was sealed off from the world. Only the people in Green Fire World would wander around the battlefield. However, Green Fire World was still too weak. There wasn't anyone who could explore places like Crimson Lightning region. As a result, Jin Wushuang was the first person that appeared before Wu Hun after all these years. I passed away many years ago, but only a slight bit of my consciousness remained. I wonder how the outside world is now. Jin Wushuang, tell me, Wu Hun said. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded. He briefly told him about everything he knew that had happened after the ancient war, including the new pattern of the world. Ancient times? First era? Second era? Wu Hun laughed when he heard. That's interesting. I never expected the world to become like this. Especially the strongest expert is only peak chaotic realm? The war back then seems to have had a major influence. Senior Wu Hun, you should know a lot about the war in ancient times, right? Jin Wushuang asked. Wu Hun's power in ancient times seemed to be much stronger than Dao Yuanzi's. He definitely knew more secrets than him too. Wu Hun shook his head slowly when he heard Jin Wushuang's assumption. I do know some about the ancient war, but I can't tell you. Sometimes, it isn't a good thing to know more. Jin Wushuang creased his eyebrows, but he didn't force Wu Hun. Jin Wushuang, you have an ancient tribe bloodline in you, but it isn't complete. The purpose of your visit today should be about my bloodline inheritance, right? Wu Hun asked. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded. Bloodline inheritance, I do have bloodline inheritance here. Wu Hun said as he flipped his jade-like palm. Then, a pearl that was concentrated with blood essence appeared in his hands. The moment the pearl appeared, Jin Wushuang could feel the ancient god blood in him suddenly boil and shake vigorously. There was an unprecedented desire that soared up. Such desire was the desire for a bloodline. Bloodline inheritance is here. As for if you can get it, it depends on you, Wu Hun said. Senior's advice and comments are appreciated. Jin Wushuang was extremely humble. Wu Hun smiled and he waved his other hand. On the chest of the dead body under them, there was suddenly a resplendent light. The light was a blurry stone steel. The stone steel gave out an ancient yet magnificent aura, and it was covered with a secret pattern that was complicated and unique. I have been in the battlefield for too long. At first, I really wanted to look for a suitable genius that was outstanding to inherit my bloodline. But as time passed, I dismissed this intention of mine. Now, I am happy enough to just pass the bloodline inheritance to someone. There's no need for a strong, gifted talent. As long as you reach the fundamental requirements, that will do. The fundamental requirement is very simple. The stone stele in front of you contains a secret skill. The secret skill is exclusive to ancient tribe. Its name is Immemorial Celestial Body. It is a secret skill of body refinery. As long as you have complete ancient tribe blood, you can cultivate this. There are 7 volumes in the secret skill. What you need to do now is to comprehend the first volume from the stele. Your time limit is 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, if you are able to comprehend the first volume of Immemorial Celestial Body, I will pass my blood inheritance to you. I have already reduced the threshold to the lowest. If it was when I first passed away, the rule that I had set was for one to comprehend the first 3 volumes in 1,000 years. If you can't even fulfill the lowest criteria, I'd rather my bloodline disappear entirely than pass it to trash, Wu Hun said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Then, he turned around and looked at the gray stone stele that was covered in the secret pattern. He took a deep breath and sat down in front of the stele. Chapter 1811. Immemorial Celestial Body. In front of the gray stone tablet, Jian Wushuang stood calmly. He didn't hurry to learn the Immemorial Celestial Body. He had 1,000 years. No need to hurry. Dao Yuanzi, Swordwu asked, have you heard of the Immemorial Celestial Body? Immemorial Celestial Body? Dao Yuanzi was shocked. Has the strong man left this here? No. Just answer my question. Do you know or not? Jian Wushuang said. Of course I know. Dao Yuanzi nodded. Immemorial Celestial Body is the strongest cultivation secret skills of the ancient clan, as definitely among the top 10 in the whole universe. Unfortunately, only the pure ancient clan blood descendants can cultivate it. Other people cannot benefit from it even if they get it. It seems that it's a good secret skill, Jian Wushuang smiled. The ancient world was so powerful with numerous excellent secret skills, far better than the current eras. And this immemorial celestial body was ranked among the top 10 skills, so it was obvious how powerful it was. The immemorial celestial body, as well as the lineage inheritance of Wu Hun, will be beneficial to me, Jian Wushuang thought, and started to learn. There were many mysterious lines in the gray stone monument, and the immemorial celestial body was within those lines. As Jian Wushuang was learning, Wu Hun was thinking. The immemorial celestial body is the supreme secret skill of the ancient clan. Back then, many talents could learn it and acquire it, but nowadays the situation is different. Few people are qualified. In ancient times, strong talents were as countless as stars. The reason was that the cultivation environment of ancient times was much more superior. Environment decides the quality of talents. Because of the great environment, there were many talents far more powerful than the current days. Some of the most top-notch talents in the eternal chaotic world were just ordinary in the ancient time. Therefore, although Wu Hun had already lowered his requirements to the lowest level for Jian Wushuang, he was still unsure whether Jian Wushuang could realize the first volume of the immemorial celestial body. Wu Hun hoped that Jian Wushuang could succeed. Well, I have waited for a long time for this little guy to come to me, and he happens to have the blood lineage of the ancient clan. I don't want to lose the opportunity. He didn't want his own blood lineage to dissipate forever. He needed a descendant. I will see you later. Wu Hun closed his eyes again. The entire Crimson Lightning region was completely quiet. Jian Wushuang fully concentrated on the learning, and soon 150 years passed. In front of the gray stone tablet, Jian Wushuang, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was revealing a smile of joy. Later, he took out a token and began to record something in the token. After a while, he stood up and went to Wu Hun, Senior Wu Hun. Jian Wushuang was respectful. Wu Hun opened his eyes. Hey, little guy, what doubts have you encountered on the way? None. Everything goes well and I have solved my doubts along the way. Even if I have doubts, I have solved it myself. Now I have finished the first volume of the immemorial celestial body. I have fully realized it. Jian Wushuang said. How can that be possible? Wu Hun was astonished. You only spent 150 years? This is the record I made. Please have a look. Jin Wushuang handed the token he had recorded to Wu Hun. After picking up the token and reading, Wu Hun was shocked. No mistakes. You really realized the secret skills. He had never imagined that Jin Wushuang could not only meet his requirements, but would finish the task within only 150 years. With that speed, he can fully comprehend the first 3 volumes, and even comprehend the first 4 volumes of the immemorial celestial body. Genius, great genius. Even in my time, he could definitely be the top genius. Few people could do that. I collapsed for 5 years and lost hope to inherit my blood lineage. But at the last minute, I have been fortunate enough to meet such a top genius. Haha, God favors me. Wu Hun was very excited, but he remained calm before Jin Wushuang. Since you have met my requirements, from now on, you are my descendant. I know you may have other masters or have inherited other lineages, but that doesn't matter. You only need to know that the blood of the ancient clan is derived from me, which is enough. This is my blood heritage. Take it. Wu Hun gave the light beads that were completely condensed by the blood essence to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang received the bead, and his ancient god lineage started to vibrate violently. Just do the inheritance here so that I can also give you some advice, Wu Hun said. Chapter 1812, Bloodline Inheritance, MM. Jin Wushuang nodded and immediately started inheriting under Wu Hun's guidance. The pearl that was concentrated with blood essence was absorbed into Jin Wushuang's body directly. Bloodline inheritance, Jin Wushuang had done it once. It was many years ago. He had received King of Venomous Worms owner, King Luo Zhan's bloodline inheritance. However, the bloodline inheritance back then had required Jin Wushuang to spend a large amount of time and effort to absorb and refine King Luo Zhan's blood essence. In the end, not only had he received King Luo Zhan's bloodline, he had even received part of King Luo Zhan's power. It was a pity that Jin Wushuang had forcefully absorbed the rest of the drop of blood essence during a fierce fight, which had led to the interruption of inheritance. In the end, Jin Wushuang had only managed to get a complete royal ancient god bloodline. Wu Hun's method was obviously much superior to King Luo Zhan. The bloodline inheritance that Wu Hun had left behind had only contained a complete ancient tribe bloodline but didn't carry any power. As such, it wouldn't affect Jin Wushuang at all. Besides, the speed of inheritance was really quick. It did not take a long time. It only took 10 years until the bloodline inheritance was completed. On the huge dead body, Jin Wushuang sat quietly and his body was covered with a layer of faint black jade luster. His body was obviously one size more muscular than before as his muscles bulged. There were originally 6 ancient god stars that were hanging upside down in between his eyebrows, but then it had become 7 stars. Yes, there were 7 stars. The 7 ancient god stars weren't dark gold but had become black jade. Black jade ancient god stars? Jin Wushuang muttered, then he quickly shook his head. No, it shouldn't be referred to as an ancient god star. His bloodline had already transformed. He wasn't an ancient god but a complete ancient tribe then. He possessed the ancient tribe bloodline. As for the quadrangular star in between his eyebrows, they were a fountain of ancient tribe strength. Every single quadrangular star contained boundless power of ancient tribe bloodline. The power of the bloodline was very strong. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands, and there was an explosion in the void. He felt that his random punch without divine power, but with only power of ancient tribe bloodline, could easily break a hole in the void that was tens of thousands of miles in circumference. My power has improved. Jin Wushuang was sure about it. There was no doubt about it. Even if his bloodline didn't transform completely, as he accumulated 7 stars and became a 7-star royal ancient god, his power of ancient god should be at the level of an almighty. Then, his bloodline transformed completely and became a 7-star ancient tribe expert. Jin Wushuang's power of bloodline already surpassed the standard of ordinary Sir God. If not mistaken, my power of bloodline alone shouldn't be weaker than an ordinary Sir God's, if not stronger. In addition to my divine power of third stage ultimate real God, the combination of the two, in terms of power, I should be stronger than an emperor god by double or more. Jin Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with excitement. One's power at the level of Sir God or Emperor God would be vastly different, even if it was only 10 to 20% of increment. Double? In terms of power itself, it doubled? What was that? Now, I don't need to perform any secret skills, but a casual hit will explore with ferocious power, and it should easily hit an ordinary Sir God to death. If I were to perform various skills and secret skills with my all, especially Ancient God secret skills, Ancient God belonged to Ancient Clan. Hence, an expert with Ancient Tribe bloodline naturally could perform Ancient God unique skill and secret skill, and it would be even more powerful. His power had increased tremendously. Jin Wushuang's overall power had increased tremendously after the bloodline inheritance ended. There might still be a slight distance between his current power and the top of Emperor God, but he was definitely very close. At first, not only did I prepare bloodline inheritance, I also prepared to pass down Ancient Tribe unique skill and secret skill. However, I have been on the battlefield for too long, and my remaining consciousness has reached my weakest point. I can't complete those. Hence, you could only slowly look for other Ancient Tribe inheritance when your power grows stronger in the future, Wu Hun sighed. Jin Wushuang shrugged, but he didn't mind. To him, it was great that he had received an Ancient Tribe bloodline. As for Ancient Tribe secret skill and unique skill, he wouldn't consider them just yet. Oh yeah, Senior Wu Hun, could you give me the stone steel that recorded immemorial celestial body? Or can I stay back to comprehend the secret skill completely? Jin Wushuang asked. Just bring the stone steel with you, Wu Hun smiled. On top of that, I have another thing for you. As Wu Hun spoke, he waved and there was a crimson flowing light that soared up from the huge dead body and plunged over. When the flowing light got closer, Jin Wushuang saw that the flowing light was actually a crimson armor. The armor looked rusty and it was dim. This armor is called 5-gem armor. I paid a great price to get an expert to make this back then. It is really powerful. There were a few times when I was in danger that I survived because of this armor. However, when the terrifying war descended, the armor was severely damaged in the ferocious fight. 90% of this armor is damaged, which was the reason that I lost my life. However, although the armor is left with only 10% of its power, it should be more than sufficient for you, Wu Hun said and threw the crimson armor at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang immediately caught the crimson armor, and he looked at it with his eyes shimmering with joy. Although the armor was broken, Jin Wushuang could still feel that it was remarkable. To a cultivator, armor was too useful. Since Jin Wushuang had started cultivation, he had received 2 suitable armors in total. One was blood-killing plate armor, and it was from Dao Yuanzi's blood devil clone. Quoting Dao Yuanzi, he had said that blood-killing plate armor and Holocaust sect's vicious secret skills were obtained from the hands of an expert who had passed away in the ancient battlefield. Jin Wushuang wasn't sure if it was true or false, but he was certain that Holocaust sect that was in the dark side of eternal chaotic world might have existed since ancient times. As for the second armor, it was blood feather reincarnation armor from Lineage of Star. Although it was powerful, it was just something of little value to Jin Wushuang then, but he was reluctant to give it up. But then, he had received a 5-gem armor. The armor was one of Wu Hun's reliances back when he had marched in ancient times. Chapter 1813. Sword Slave. Unfortunately, I lost nearly all of my treasures in that fierce battle. Only this piece of 5-gem armor is for you. It is also severely broken. Thank you. Jin Wushuang was very grateful. Predecessor, could you please do me another favor? Say it. Wu Hun was very patient. I have a slave, and he was a strong man in the ancient times. Jin Wushuang talked about Dao Yuanzi and their subtle relationship. So, do you want to completely erase his own consciousness and completely control him? Wu Hun asked. Yes, only in this way will there be no risk. I wonder if you can help me? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes, let your slave come out first. Jin Wushuang nodded, and immediately waved his sword and released Dao Yuanzi. "My lord." Dao Yuanzi immediately vowed to the sword, and when he saw Wu Hun, he was shocked. He had stayed in the sword, and he knew what was happening outside, but he couldn't hear the conversation between Jian Wushuang and Wu Hun. "You are Dao Yuanzi?" Wu Hun asked with a powerful voice. Dao Yuanzi looked at Wu Hun and felt something bad was happening. Suddenly, he was struck by a great soul power. Dao Yuanzi got scared. He now knew what was happening. "You want to erase my consciousness? You can never do that." Dao Yuanzi resisted violently. The strength of this resistance had even caused some difficulties for Wu Hun. "Be quiet." Jian Wushuang exerted some power onto Dao Yuanzi. "Bastard, I have already surrendered to you. You kept me with you, and even want to control my soul? I would rather die than let you succeed." Dao Yuanzi snarled wildly, and with his roar, his soul began to burn. For a practitioner, their soul being controlled was much more miserable than being dead. Wu Hun increased his power and exerted to Dao Yuanzi's body. "Ah!" Dao Yuanzi screamed, his voice hysterical, but the screams only lasted for a while. After a while, he completely calmed down. He stood there without awareness. Seeing this scene, Wu Hun was relieved and said, "Fortunately, your slave is in a state of serious injury. Plus, you have left a soul stamp on him. Otherwise, it is absolutely difficult to rely on my remaining consciousness to completely erase his consciousness." While talking, the shape of Wu Hun became more transparent, as if it was going to dissipate at any time. Jian Wushuang understood. There had been little consciousness left in Wu Hun's body, and it was used to erase the consciousness of Dao Yuanzi, so Wu Hun had little energy left, and he was going to dissipate. "Thank you for your kindness. I will remember it forever." Jian Wushuang said solemnly. "I am glad to meet you. It is you that helped me. It is my fortune. If you really want to thank me, you should work hard to cultivate. If one day you become the very top one of the world, tell the other people of the ancient clan that you are the descendant of Wu Hun. Then I will die without regrets." "Ha." Wu Hun's laughter still echoed in the heavens for a long time, but the shape of him was gradually becoming transparent under the gaze of Jian Wushuang. Then, Jian Wushuang stood up and looked at Dao Yuanzi. At this moment, Dao Yuanzi was completely different from how he had been before. His own consciousness has been completely erased, and now I will directly control him. Jian Wushuang exerted the power into Dao Yuanzi's mind. Dao Yuanzi couldn't resist at all. Soon, Jian Wushuang had completely controlled his soul. "My lord." Dao Yuanzi greeted Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of respect like never before. He had totally changed. "From today, you are my first sword servant. Your name is now Jian Yi." "Yes, my lord." Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction and then looked around. "I have inherited the blood lineage of Wu Hun, so maybe I can conquer the consciousness of those soldiers just like Wu Hun did?" Jian Wushuang wanted to have a try. Though those Dao soldiers were not powerful individually, they could be a useful tool when hundreds of them fought together. "Try it out." Jian Wushuang stepped forward. Around Wu Hun's corpse, many Dao soldiers rose. But this time, Jian Wushuang felt different. Dao soldiers were created with the blood essence of the ancient clan, with a purpose to protect Wu Hun's body. So Jian Wushuang could easily conquer them as now he had inherited Wu Hun's blood. Chapter 18:14 Communication. In an hour's time, the Dao soldiers surrounding Wu Hun's dead body submitted. Haha, a total of 132 Dao soldiers. Among them, there were 128 bronze-armored Dao soldiers and 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Although they don't have consciousness, they only knew to follow their owner's command blindly but don't know how to fight at close quarters. They should be able to fight evenly with a Sir God as long as there are 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. With so many Dao soldiers, they could totally fight with over 10 Sir Gods. With the 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers, they could fight evenly with an Emperor God. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had gained a bountiful harvest from the trip to Crimson Lightning region. Not only had he received an ancient tribe bloodline inheritance and his power had increased tremendously, he had also gotten himself immemorial celestial body and 5-gem armor. At the same time, he had soul-controlled an expert, Jian Yi. He had also reduced the Dao soldiers to submission, ancient battlefield. This is the ancient battlefield with endless opportunities. Jin Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with hope. He finally understood why the experts in Eternal Chaotic World desired Ancient Mystery Land so badly. However, although Ancient Mystery Land was also an ancient battlefield, it had been opened many times, and every time it had opened, a large number of experts had flooded in. Many opportunities were already taken. The ancient battlefield surrounding Green Fire World was different. On the battlefield, besides the ancient experts who were in a deep sleep, only Jian Wushuang, who possessed the power of an almighty, could wander there. In other words, he had conquered the huge ancient battlefield alone. If the experts in Eternal Chaotic World were to find out, they would definitely be green with envy. The ancient battlefield has endless opportunities. 50,000 years ago, I was too weak and I couldn't find anything. But now, I can wander and search through this place, Jian Wushuang muttered. There's no hurry, let me return to Green Fire World for now. Jian Wushuang immediately returned to Green Fire World. When he passed by the Ocean of Crimson Lightning again, he heard from Jian Yi about the threat hidden in the Ocean of Crimson Lightning. Humph. As expected, Dao Yuanzi did hide things from me. He knew that Ocean of Crimson Lightning contained sacred thunder of extermination, but he didn't mention it to me. He wanted me to be killed by the sacred thunder of extermination so that he could escape my control, Jian Wushuang sneered. After he found out, he was naturally extra cautious when he passed through the Ocean of Crimson Lightning, but he didn't encounter any sacred thunder of extermination. Jian Wushuang finally returned to Green Fire World after some time. The Supreme Sanctuary of Green Fire World, Wushuang City. After the filtration of the Genius Assembly by Green Fire World, there were only 100 geniuses who received the chance to cultivate in Wushuang City. The cultivation time was limited to 1,000 years. Besides the geniuses, there were some higher-ups in Green Fire World that had paid a great price to cultivate in Wushuang City as well. By then, Wushuang City had been built for 100 years. The geniuses and experts who cultivated in the city had realized the benefits of cultivating there. Hence, they were naturally dying to enter. However, Jian Wushuang understood that Green Fire World had just settled down and Wushuang City had been built not too long ago. It wouldn't be realistic if he hoped to see results so quickly. The result would only show itself in another few thousand years. Wushuang City is where spiritual energy concentrated the most in Green Fire World. Jian Yi, from today, you shall stay in Wushuang City. I will provide you with resources to recover your power. I hope your power can be recovered in the shortest time possible, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, Jian Yi nodded politely. Previously, Jian Wushuang had yet to take control of Dao Yuanzi entirely. Hence, he kept his guard up and didn't dare to give him any chance to recover his power. But then, it was entirely different. Dao Yuanzi's consciousness had been wiped off. There was only Jian Yi, who was loyal to Jian Wushuang. Naturally, the greater Jian Yi's power, the better. If Jian Yi's power could recover to his peak, he would be a peak chaotic realm, which equaled to a great emperor. Also, as an ancient expert, his skills and power would be extraordinary. Even among great emperors, he should be an absolute expert as well. Among great emperors in Eternal Chaotic World, only Emperor Bai, who was widely recognized as the strongest, would be able to place himself above Jian Yi. However, Jian Wushuang also knew that it wouldn't be that easy to fully recover Jian Yi's power. Besides Jian Yi, Jian Wushuang had also left 100 bronze-armored Dao soldiers in Wushuang City. These Dao soldiers obeyed Jian Wushuang's command to safeguard Wushuang City. The rest of the 28 bronze-armored Dao soldier and 4 silver-armored Dao soldiers Jian Wushuang took with him. After all, he was going to wander at the surrounding ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was filled with danger and many mysterious places. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to probe hastily, but he could utilize the Dao soldiers. If there were to be danger, it would be nothing to lose a few Dao soldiers. After making arrangements for Jian Yi and the Dao soldiers, Jian Wushuang called for his disciple, He Shou. Master, He Xiao stood before Jian Wushuang with respect. You have cultivated in Wushuang City for over 100 years. How do you feel? Jian Wushuang asked. Although Wushuang City's cultivation resources couldn't be compared favorably with Lineage of Stars, it isn't far behind, especially the spiritual energy here. It is so intense, and there are many opportunities in Wushuang City that are aimed at sword cultivators. Hence, to me, cultivation in Wushuang City is of greater help than cultivation in Lineage of Star, He Xiao replied honestly. How about your senior? Jian Wushuang asked. She improved quite well, and she has reached the limit of Universe Master. Her first God's test will be coming soon, He Xiao answered. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly and commanded. I came here today to tell you that I reckon I will stay in my hometown for quite some time. It is not necessary for you to stay here. If you want to wander outside, go ahead. I only ask that you do not share any information about this place after you leave. I understand, He Xiao nodded heavily and smiled. Hall Master Yuan happened to send me a message a while back. He said that he needed me to take care of some errands. I was going to inform you. Hall Master Yuan sent a message to you? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. You have been in Wushuang City all this while. You never left. So how did Hall Master Yuan send you a message? Could it be? With confusion, Jian Wushuang took out a communication token. In a short while, the other side of the token responded. As expected, Jian Wushuang was surprised. This battlefield can communicate with the outside world now? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.